Everyone, thank you for being here so bright and early. Lovely to see so many people. It's nice to see real people in 3 dimensions and in real flesh. And I know not many of us get out these days, so it's lovely to see you all. And thank you for making the effort to come down here today. The Shift Conference is our 2nd year. And the idea of the Shift Conference is to try and inspire us all to make the changes that certainly the construction industry need to make to address this real challenge we've got called climate change and the impact it has on us now, which we'll all be feeling, but also the impact it's going to have on us in the future. Got some amazing speakers today, so I'm really looking forward to it because I'm in the audience today. I've only got to just do this little bit. But I thought I'd start by, it is 12 months since our last Shift Conference, and just reflect on what's happened in the last year. It doesn't feel like 12 months since we last met, but we had a coronation since we were last here. We knew it was coming, but it was one very impressive event. We also, so this is the main thing that happened last year from a personal point of view. Unfortunately, things didn't quite go to plan. I did these slides last week, and obviously on Tuesday night, things didn't quite go to plan. But if I was standing here last year and said that we would be in the Champions League, you would have all laughed. So yes, big deal last year for me personally. So I had to put that slide in. But also for Space Group, we became B certified in December, which again for us is very important because yes, it's a really good badge, but a big part of B Corp is around advocacy and about sharing the things that we're doing, and hence why we're doing things like today about sharing what we've learned and hopefully encourage others and learn from others as well. So that it was quite a process. It took 18 months to get there, quite an involved process, but we're delighted to have it, and it is our North Star in what we do now. But obviously in those 12 months, there's been lots of other things happening. And so, for example, there was a forest fire in February in Chile. Cyclone Freddy hit Malawi in March. Typhoon Maiwa, Guam, in May. In Italy, floods. We've all heard about the floods in Italy this year. In July, there was the heat wave. Europe was up at sort of 40 degrees, all the problems that Greece had. New Delhi, more floods. Acapulco in October, Hurricane Otis. Forest fire in Argentina. I could just go on and on and on. When if you just Google what happened last year and this year is just unbelievable. And you think, well, there's got to be something going on there. You can't deny it. And then you get real hard objective information. And this is the 30 warmest summers on the planet. And I think I think we've all heard that this has been the hottest year ever. But what surprised me was the growth in this year and how big it is. It's not, that's a terrifying jump. And then the other really terrifying piece of information is around our seas. The graph here is giving you a trend, from the 1970s in the, so you can see there has been a trend. Obviously the hard line is 2018, but the one above it is last year, which again is absolutely terrifying. So the purpose of today is to see what can we do, what's happening, what are other people doing, and then what can we do over the next 12 months to make some sort of difference. So the reason it's called Shift, why on earth are we called this Shift? Because it's about trying to shift all of our thinking to do things a bit differently. So I don't know who that is, but that's not you, Ian, is it? Or is that's Ian in a few years ago, maybe? You think that's? I would take that one. So so this is Ian Garfield. This is not Ian Garfield. Ian is. I don't know what's going to come up for you, Chris. I've got no idea. Let's have a look. Oh, it is Chris. Hey, it is Chris. So anyway, this is not Ian Garfield. This is Ian Garfield. Ian is Director of Estates and Facilities and has been a great friend of Space Group and Space Architects for for a number of years. Ian has kindly offered to come and welcome us all to the university, because it's a Newcastle University building. It's fabulous. It's our second year here. And then Chris is going to look after us. Once I've done my little bit, we're going to hand over to Chris, who was here last year, and he's going to allow us all just to sit back and enjoy. And Chris is going to make sure we stay on time and we have a fantastic bunch of questions and debate and discussion. So with that, I'll hand over to Ian Garfield. And also, Ian, not only that, they spelt your name wrong as well. So apologies. I tell you what, yeah, got his name wrong. I'm going to pay heavily for this. You know? Yeah, I think this is our last project ever for Newcastle University. So there you go anyway, Ian. It'd be nice knowing you.
I don't need that. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Newcastle University and welcome to the Henry Dace building. This is a fantastic opportunity to really get into some of the challenges that we face with the sustainability agenda, and in particular the challenges we face in our industry. Apologies. This is awful, standing in front of a lectern. I'm not giving a lecture. Anyway, that's thrown me right off tracks. Thanks, Katie. Yeah, I was at a sustainability conference in Birmingham about a month ago, and the first two slides that I put up were pictures of roads. I said, this is our road, our road to net zero. And the first picture was a picture of the M1, empty. I said, unfortunately, this is not the road to net zero. And I then showed a photograph of Balaknabar. Now, I don't know if any of you have had the pleasure of travelling Balaknabar, but I cycled up Balaknabar a few years ago. And it's classed as the scariest road in the UK. And that's the journey we're on, unfortunately. And the reason for that is not the people in the room, it's the people outside the room. The challenges we've got really are putting our message across to the wider industry, the wider sector, and trying to understand what we can do together and collectively to address the climate agenda. And I'll give you a really good example of that. The university has a whole variety of estate, ranging from brand new buildings, which clearly are driven by the sustainability agenda. We've also got buildings dating back to the 1800s, which were actually built really well, so actually aren't really a problem. Our problem are buildings such as this, and we work with space architecture to bring this into the 21st century and change the whole sustainability agenda. We then, on our next building, tried to take it a next step further. That's the one you might have seen coming into Newcastle, the Stevenson building on the other side of the road. That was designed with a totally timber frame. And you may have noticed that the upper floor's timber framed, and so's the roof section. We weren't allowed to do a timber frame building. Insurance wouldn't allow it. So these are the challenges we're facing. We have bright ideas, we have great people, we have great consultants working with us, but the challenges and the resistance to change are massive, and we've got to overcome that. So hopefully the inspiration that you'll get from people like Chris and Jonathan and the other speakers today will help you fight those challenges. So please enjoy today, have a fantastic day, and enjoy the facilities we have here at Newcastle. Thanks.
Morning, everyone. That is me. I think the guy in the picture on the photo before was the Earthshot Prize winner from last... Maybe. Anyway, he was... Doesn't matter. Anyway, there we go. We'll find out and report back to you later. So it's great to be back here again after last year, and I think this kind of upping the pace as well, and I think you'll find the content of today will up the pace because the pace of the challenge facing us is rising all the time. So a quick bit of housekeeping. There are no fire alarms planned. If you do hear one, therefore we immediately leave via the exits, which I think are here. Don't use the lift. Don't stop to collect personal belongings. Slide down into the sea with your hands like that and take off high-heeled shoes as you hit the water. We are broadcasting this live via YouTube, so it will be, if you need to tell any of your colleagues who can't be here today, they can try and log in. There's video all day and photographs being taken. If you don't want to be in any of those, if you kind of let one of the shift team know, then we'll make sure you're not included. The order of the day, we've got a keynote from Jonathan coming up any second, and then Esther Glasky from Mott MacDonald. Coffee break, chance to visit the exhibition area. And then we'll be back after coffee with Steve Mulkin from Planet Mark, and then Nikki Thompson and, I'm going to get this wrong now, Joachim Eriksson from Manaz, talking about corporate responsibility to regenerative business, and they'll be joined by Nikki Clark from UMI. Then we'll have lunch, and then we can have Gabe Davies from Patagonia, and a big wave surfer from the Northeast, one of kind of Britain's best ever surfers, doing the keynote after lunch, and then Chris Smeaton from KEO Dubai talking about digital twins. One more coffee, and then a last panel of the day where we're going to talk about the importance of technology in addressing these challenges. And then we're going to wrap up, Rob's going to wrap up, and we're going to have a couple of beers. Coming up, Jonathan always does it. He does it brilliantly. He'll pull an extract from a newspaper and whack it in and roll it into the context of the day. And I was kind of travelling up yesterday, and I saw a quote in a paper from Prince William, and this was something he said at the Earthshot Prize that he's just done. And he said, future generations will look back on this decade as the point at which we took collective action for our planet. It was the moment we refused to accept the voices of denial and defeatism, and instead became the architects of change towards a healthy and sustainable world. And I kind of thought that was fitting, because it is a firm of architects, a group of architects who put this on, and we should all be those architects of change. Which takes me to introducing Jonathan. Now, I've known Jonathan. I've been incredibly privileged to know Jonathan for nearly 30 years, I think, and he was kind of one of my heroes. And way back when I was running Surfers Against Sewage, we kind of heard that he was coming down to see us, and we kind of went in. I was saying to someone a minute ago that we kind of went into this Captain Mannering, don't panic, Captain Mannering, Jonathan Porritt's coming to see us. And he came in to kind of talk to us about what we needed to see as a bunch of campaigners to try to make our world better, and work with Wessex Water to help deliver that with a full sewage treatment policy. Jonathan's worked in this sector kind of, it seems like forever. And he's had this kind of talent of speaking truths to UK and international companies. And speaking the truth is a really important thing, not backing away, delivering it to people smack square between the eyes. And he's also done that to the population as a whole, through his writing and through his campaigning. He's a strong supporter of intergenerational justice in all of this, but addressing this kind of double-headed horse of the apocalypse that's screaming in towards us, of climate crisis and biodiversity. He's been the co-founder of Forum for the Future, the Green Party, and chair of the government's Sustainable Development Commission under the Labour government for 9 years. This is the second time I'll have heard Jonathan speak in about 3 weeks, but I know I'm going to be as transfixed as last time. So please welcome to the stage Jonathan Porritt.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Chris. I like the quote from the relatively new Prince of Wales. He's got to stop referring to the Prime Minister in that way, as an architect of denial. I mean, really, he's not going to get away with that very long. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today. In their wisdom, Rob and Chris have given me an hour to talk about this stuff. I'm not going to talk about the horsemen of the apocalypse for more than about 2 minutes in that entire time. And in order to structure this properly, what I want to do is to break it up into 2 bits. So I'm going to talk to start with about the big picture, state of play, where the climate story is, science, policy, technology, and then we'll have a break for some Q&A there, because there may well be some things that I haven't properly explained. And then I'm going to come back and talk about the situation here in the UK, in the built environment, with everybody like yourselves struggling to make sense of the low-carbon imperatives with which we are now surrounded. So I hope that's okay. So on your toes for a break halfway through with some Q&A, please. About 15 years ago, one of the UN agencies came up with something called the Inevitable Policy Response, the IPR. And the premise behind the IPR was incredibly simple, that given the gap between where the science is today and where policy needs to be to address what the science is telling us, there would always be a bit of a catch-up process going on. So policy would always lag the empirical information, the data about the state of play in the climate itself. But the premise went, eventually, very important adverb, eventually the politicians would have to get their act together and narrow the gap between policy and science. It's a sort of 21st century expression of Enlightenment thinking, that we base all of our best decision-making on really intelligent, rational processes. We're not swayed by any crazy ideological fantasies. We're not subject to deep levels of corruption in society. Basically, we operate in a really wonderful, accountable, rational way where science forms policy. We do not live in that world. We absolutely don't live in that world. I'm not sure we ever did, but we certainly don't live in that world today. So I want you to think a little bit about this gap between science and policy, because it's essentially the gap that determines the future of humankind on planet Earth. So thanks, Rob, for kicking us off with a nice little thread there of some of the 2023 climate nightmares that have already cropped up. Don't forget, we've still got 6 weeks to go. Look forward to a few more to come. We've already had 3 named storms here in the UK. It's not really even proper storm naming time, but we've had 3 of them. And this is the kind of increase in incidence and intensity that is going on everywhere around the world. So 2023, indisputably, although we're not allowed to say it yet, Rob, but indisputably will be the warmest year ever. You saw those graphs, temperature anomalies. The one that you may not have kind of focused on in the way that perhaps we all should is the global ocean surface temperature extreme anomaly. So that was the red line that continued. By the way, that slide now is 2 months out of date. That anomaly has continued. So we now have the most extreme anomaly in surface ocean temperatures that the world has ever seen. And this is not good news, because obviously the temperature of the oceans influences pretty much every other single part of our global climate. So these extreme anomalies dwell on the minds of scientists. There's a guy called Zeke Hausfather, I just love that name, Zeke Hausfather, American climatologist, very staid, very conservative, little c, conservative, so sensible climate scientist. And when he was looking at that graph, global average ocean temperatures, he described that as gobsmackingly bananas. You can see scientists are sometimes unmoored by the data that they're looking at. They can't quite get their heads around how quickly this is happening. And you can imagine, if the scientists can't get their heads around how quickly this is happening, the politicians absolutely have no idea about how quickly it is happening. In fact, we have a really weird inversion going on. We used to comment about things moving at a glacial pace. Today's glaciers are not moving at a glacial pace. In fact, they're moving really disturbingly fast, whereas today's policymakers are definitely moving at a glacial pace. And that's because they can't kind of calibrate the responsibilities they have as politicians with the data that is coming through the system. And you sort of can sympathize in a way, because the science is now extremely dynamic. They're very used to the science being really rather static. Now it's not, it's dynamic, changing all the time, very destabilizing shifts going on. And for policymakers, that's extremely difficult. So I'm trying to be generous now, okay. It is extremely difficult for policymakers to get this right. So, inevitable policy response. Here's the science, getting worse every year, inexorably every year. Here's the policy process. not really, in some places, even trying to catch up. We live in one of those countries now which is actually stepping back from some of the commitments made around net zero. The UK, once a significant and highly influential leader in the world of global climate diplomacy, now pretty much a laggard, leading to the fact that Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, actually called out our Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, for the decisions he'd taken to backtrack on various net zero targets, which I'll come back to in the second half, called him out by name, that the UK Prime Minister was setting a really disturbing example. And you may ask, is that really fair? Well, 100 new licenses in the North Sea, most of which are not either commercially or in volume terms particularly significant. But when you have something like Rosebank, which is this huge new field, the most northernmost of the Shetland fields, absolutely vast new North Sea field, it is highly significant. There was a commentary yesterday from 10 Just Stop Oil protesters in Uganda who had been arrested, beaten up, tortured, and put on notice that if they protested again about a new pipeline in Uganda called the East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline, or EACOP, that their families' lives would be at risk. When they were in prison, they were all told, what are you complaining about? Every country in the world is still doing this. Look at what the UK has just decided to do about its oil and gas reserves. So policymaking is pretty patchy and pretty difficult to explain when you think about the crisis that we face today. Okay, so because we don't want to sink into the depths of despair too early in the day, in fact, we're going to all work really hard to stop you slipping into the depths of despair, what do you reckon about the gap-filling mandate that we now have to narrow the gap between policy and the science? How do you think about that as professionals in a really critical sector of the global economy and the UK economy? And the opening slide showed it, as you know. We know that figure. 40% of total greenhouse gas emissions from construction, the built environment, in one way or another. This is a question that you have to be able to answer personally as well as professionally, which is what I'm going to talk about in the second half. But right now, just focus on the policy end of it. How do you think the politicians are going to get to that point? There has to be, obviously, a much greater will on the part of the general public to move in that direction, to actually demonstrate how much they care about it. And in some countries, you can see really encouraging, fantastic things going on. Sometimes it takes money. So in the USA, President Biden somehow, God knows how, managed to get his Inflation Reduction Act through Congress, $367 billion. $367 billion, so quite big, even by American standards. At least 70% of which is supporting the good stuff. 30% is still supporting the not such good stuff, like nuclear and carbon capture and storage and irrelevant things like that. But 70% is supporting the good stuff. And the dollars are going out the door and starting to make things happen on the ground in terms of an upsurge in renewable technologies, new grids, batteries, thinking much more creatively about space, placemaking, how to do that in some of the big American cities where, of course, the only means of transport up until now has been the car. So you can throw money at a thing, and trust me, if you do it well, it'll work. Or you can get going with the mandation side of it, the regulation, the minimum standards and requirements that are still necessary to shift thinking and behavior. That's the EU's favored route. So I can pretty much guarantee you won't have heard of this, but there is a policy in the EU, 27 countries now, it'll affect us here in the UK as well, by the way, called CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. It sounds so geeky, you must wonder why I am bringing it to your attention. It is a mandatory measure, which means that every single importing country, so bringing stuff in from another country, will be obliged to put a levy on the imported product, which demonstrates the difference between the carbon price we pay in Europe and the carbon price that they don't pay in the exporting country. So say in China they have a carbon price of, let me think, $0 a ton, which is unfortunately still true for the national economy. They actually do have some carbon trading schemes in China. And in the EU, they have a carbon price of, at the moment, about 60 euros a ton. I think at the latest count might be 70 now. That imported steel, say, from China, would have to pay a levy of $70 a ton for it to be sold legally in the EU. We are about to get a global price on carbon. And I do hope for all of you thinking about what the significance of that is for your organizations, I hope you're sort of making the connections. Because one of the reasons why we make such stupid decisions about the built environment, and boy, do we continue to make really stupid decisions, one of the reasons is that we're not factoring in what the economists called internalizing the cost of carbon. So just for a moment, imagine that instead of a voluntary life cycle analysis process or whole life costing process, setting the cost of carbon at 50, 60, 70 pounds a ton, imagine a mandated process where we were paying nothing less than 100 pounds a ton for every ton of carbon, of CO2. All of your lives would change. Totally. So sometimes the regulatory side of it's important, sometimes the money side is important. And above all, the thing that is giving people a lot of hope is the technology. Because even if the policy side is slow and lagging the state of the science, the technology side of things is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Still moving far faster than most people and even most investors anticipated, particularly around renewables. So we're now moving into a situation where solar and wind will be cheaper without subsidy in the majority of countries around the world by the middle of next year. Without subsidy. That's pretty extraordinary. Each of those technologies is still seeing significant innovation gain. So we think we've probably cracked solar power. We haven't cracked solar power at all. The actual efficiency of each solar cell is really quite low. Very difficult to get more than 12, 13, 14% conversion efficiency from a standard solar cell. There's a brilliant new technology coming along, combining silicon with a material called perovskite, which will increase the conversion efficiencies of the average solar cell at the same price to around 25%, nearly doubling the efficiency of each installed cell. These examples are out there all the time. One of the Earthshot prizes that Chris was referring to was to help a company that is really quite sophisticated in manufacturing lithium batteries to make them cleaner, more efficient, and above all, more recyclable. And that company is going to get £1 million to support its work to make the production of lithium batteries work better. Well, I read that and I thought, well, good luck to you. Because my hunch is that within 5 years, lithium batteries will be gone, and we will be relying on steady-state batteries, which is a completely different battery technology, producing much lighter batteries, which, as you know, is critical to the future of electric vehicles, because conventional batteries are a real problem because of the weight in the electric vehicles. And we'll see solid-state batteries come through the system, maybe not in 5 years, but 10 years' time. And if you want to check it out, just Google Toyota solid-state batteries, and you'll see exactly what this looks like. So the technology pipeline should lift all of our spirits, because we can do a massive amount in that regard. So sometimes it's the technology that narrows the gap between the science and where we are today. Sometimes it's regulation, sometimes it's money. It's very rarely public opinion, which is the real problem. We don't yet have whole populations rising up and saying to their politicians, enough, you've got to do better than this. Otherwise, the future of humankind looks very dodgy indeed. Now, yesterday we talked quite a bit about the pain coming our way from a consequence of accelerated, ever more extreme climate impacts. I'm not going to talk about that today, unless you ask me a question about it, in which case I will seek to answer it without depressing you too much. But trust me, it ain't a pretty picture coming our way. That's all I'm going to say for now. And I'm going to stop there. That's part one. Done. You're all looking a bit shell-shocked. Actually, we can keep the lights on from now on, because I'm not using any slides or anything, so let's keep the lights up. Okay, so Chris, are you going to handle...
Questions. Anybody want to start a question out? Be brave.
We were worried. We were worried early in the morning.
Okay.
They won't do it, said Chris. They won't do it. They'll all be coy and bashful and, oh, God.
I'll start, if I may.
Microphone coming to you so that we can hear.
As one of those Americans you were talking about, although I am a fairly recent emigre, one of the things that we've seen in Florida in particular is that insurance companies have stopped insuring coastal flood zones. So is there any expectation of something, so there eventually be some backlash?
Yeah.
Is there some thought that that might be a backwards way of sort of driving policy, because people who have emigrated and
Yeah.
gone to Florida to retire suddenly can't get home insurance?
Yeah.
Is there any thought that something similar could go in other developed countries sort of coastally, if that is that a word, coastally? So, sorry.
For those who were here yesterday from Space Group, I promise you, I did not talk to this gentleman before the meeting.
I'm not a ringer, I didn't know.
Exactly. So yesterday, I was kind of just cheering myself up by thinking about the possibility of Florida falling off the map.
Me too.
Oh, hey!
Hey!
But there was a serious point behind this, which is the point you've just raised, because insurance companies in Florida are mostly small state-based. They do have the big national insurance companies operating at state level as well. In California, 4 of the big of the national federal insurance companies have withdrawn cover completely from California. That is an astonishing thing, and that's because of wildfire risk rather than flood and storm risk, as it were. So I mentioned yesterday that I think the insurance industry is, I called it, I'm not sure I did yesterday, but sometimes I call it the canary in the mine of today's financial services system, because everything depends on insurance. And Rob then reminded us, of course, that when it comes to this profession and this sector, everything depends on insurance. You don't move if you can't get insurance. And at the moment, all that consists of is premiums being jacked up and everybody having to pay more. But there comes a point where even that doesn't work, as I said. And that's the point they've already reached in Florida. Doesn't matter how many times you jack up the premiums. Eventually, the costs caused by extreme climate change overwhelm that level of insurance cover. And then the reinsurance companies are all exposed, and they're the ones that are now getting really deeply concerned. So, as well as taking Florida off the map of the world, which is my contribution to civilization, I was also looking forward to the collapse of the reinsurance industry globally, because that would be massively painful. I mean, seriously, seriously painful. But not many people would die. And it would certainly narrow the gap between policy and science, because everybody would sit up and say, oh, you mean we won't be able to insure anything, which means our economy grinds to a halt. So we go into a different mode.
Good. Next.
I've been able to see off Florida
One up the
twice
back.
in a day.
Florida
twice in a
twice.
week. This
Yeah,
is wonderful.
last time. Up the back there, sir. No, we
Oh,
need,
no.
we need it so that we're YouTubing, so that the people on YouTube can hear.
Yeah, hi, I was interested about the CBAM tax.
Yeah.
Do you know, is all of the money that comes round, is that all going to get spent on good causes and sustainability
Yep, it all
projects?
goes into the EU's low carbon funding mechanism. That's the theory. Watch for people trying to put that income into other parts of EU spending. But the theory is that all of those levies will go into particularly a really important part of their climate funding, which is the social justice fund that they have, which is actually there to compensate countries that are currently dependent on coal to exit coal into a low carbon energy scenario, and to do that in a way that protects the interests of workers. And that's critical for Poland, Hungary, various other countries who at the moment employ tens of thousands of people in industries that have to die. Now, Mrs. Thatcher didn't really much care about what happened when she closed down our coal industry. She certainly didn't care about the people who worked in it. But of course, the reason why we did have an international reputation is because Mrs. Thatcher killed the coal industry. That's literally it. That's the historical thing that this country did, which was to kill off coal, nearly. And the harsh truth is we have to kill off coal across the whole of the world. And there are hundreds of thousands of people who work in the coal industry. So we have to have a mechanism. It's called just transition planning. We have to have a mechanism to help people out of those industries, dying industries, into new industries for the future. So hopefully the money will go into that. It's the plan.
Another one over here, sir.
Jonathan, yesterday you were talking about how the world had responded during the COVID crisis, and effectively we all pulled together to make things better. You also mentioned, obviously, the issues with politicians, and obviously how when a government changes, the whole purpose of the new government is to poo-poo what the previous government did. Do you ever see that the environmental issues will be taken out of political control? And would that help?
Well, you know, there are many reasons why the environment movement is completely pissed off with this government. And I'm sorry, I'm trying not to make it party political, but it's quite difficult. The reason why we're also completely pissed off is that the UK did succeed in taking climate out of the political space. We were the first country to have a climate change act signed up to by every single MP in the House, apart from 3 total nutters. I think one of them was Jacob Rees-Mogg. So we did that. We did that. We set up this act. It set up the Committee on Climate Change. It set up the 5-year budgets. It set up the entire process that actually manages our climate interventions in this country. And as far as most people were concerned, well, that's the right way to do climate. So now the unpicking that is going on is trying to turn climate net zero into a political wedge issue, which is extremely dangerous, because one of the problems that we have now is the challenge of getting people coming along the journey towards a low-carbon net zero society. And if you've got politicians playing fast and loose with that, it's a total disaster. Right, that is such a brilliant segue, that question.
Perfect, okay.
Part 2.
Well done, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, the gap. Okay, the gap. And now let's come back to the gap here in the UK and what that looks like for us at the moment, because this is the crunch of it. Now, just think about it from your perspective as professionals in the built environment. One of the things that we touched on yesterday was how really uncomfortable it is being left to your own devices instead of being regulated into doing what we ought to be doing. So as an analogy, and I'm not sure whether this will work or not, but just imagine that every single organization, company, public sector body responsible for new buildings had total autonomy around health and safety issues. Just imagine they could determine the level of safety that was required at each different point in a construction value chain. And that it was entirely up to them. And basically, in a good, effectively operating market capitalist economy, then you could do what you wanted on health and safety, and the client would make the ultimate decision about all of this. And every single professional in the sector would then have a massive amount of difficulty sorting out what the right level should be. So why do we not do that with low carbon? Because we could simply regulate the hell out of this. And those of you with even quite long memories will recall that that is once what we did. We had something called the Code for Sustainable Homes. We had something called the Zero Carbon Agenda for buildings, both residential and non-residential. And had we stuck with that code and with those minimum conditions, as I pointed out to Space Group colleagues yesterday, every single new home today built in the UK would be a zero carbon home. It wouldn't be weird. It wouldn't be thought of as, whoa, look at that iconic scheme that we've got off the ground. It wouldn't be thought of like that. The whole value chain would have responded. Supply chains would have kicked in. Investors would have got used to it. Consultants and professional advisors would, of course, have led the field. The people who had to build it would put up with the quite small additional capex along the way and would have netted the benefit of reduced operating costs from that point on. And everybody would be as happy as bloody Larry. We really would. And I think somebody with a better memory than me can remind me there was a speculative date set for zero carbon non-domestic buildings. And I have a feeling it was 2024. So just imagine you were living in a world where you wouldn't be going through all of this complicated stuff you go through about whether you're going to listen to the wise words of your consultants and advisors about what you should be doing to get as close as you possibly can to net zero. You wouldn't be doing that. You'd be saying, this is now a mandated minimum that we all have to do. Unfortunately, we are not in that world. We are in the world where it is still up to the procurer, the client in this case, to determine the right degree of climate responsibility and to deploy the capital budgets at their disposal to bring about different levels of reduction in total greenhouse gas emissions over different periods of time. So I want to just move your brain on from the independent policy response to something I'm describing today as the independent procurement response. So many of you will be sitting there thinking about your own personal professional responsibilities in this space. You'll be making complex procurement decisions in terms of refurb or new buildings, whatever it might be. And you will have to do the detailed analysis about the trade-off between CapEx and OpEx. And I've got to tell you at the moment, unless Newcastle is an outstandingly different place, or the Northeast, an outstandingly different region from the whole of the rest of the UK, many of those decisions go in the wrong direction. And there are tons of people who go right up to the sort of, whoa, we could do that. Wow, that looks exciting. Is that going to be more expensive? Yeah, a bit, but not much. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, my God. Not sure we got that in the budget. 6, 7, 8, 9% more in the budget? No, come on, that's too much. It's too much. No, but look, you'll be getting your payback in 6, 7, 8 years. And at that point, don't forget your professional advisors and consultants are having great difficulty stopping them saying, what have you got in your brain? Have you got active neurons? Have you got operating brain cells to help you make an obvious decision that in the interests of your beneficiaries, so the people who depend on you to make the right decisions about money, carbon, environment, have you got the wherewithal to get the balance right there? So, the inevitable procurement response. Now, the problem is, when you work in a country like the UK, with politicians of the kind that we've got, it is perfectly possible for procurement directors, estates managers to say, yeah, but, the government's not making me do this. It's not a requirement. I don't actually have any stakeholders outside the building, outside my office saying, bloody do what you should be doing for the future of humankind on Earth. I bet no estates director has had a bunch of students turning up and say, if you make the wrong decision about this building, you know what? We're not going to like that. And we're going to be on your case. That doesn't happen. So we have this kind of dysfunctional space where the procurement decisions that should be taken are not being taken with the regularity, consistency, and vision that they should be taken. That's the problem we face. And the government compounds this all the time by its own level of inadequate, dysfunctional policy making, or lack of it. So here's an interesting question for all of you. Does anybody know when the Future Homes Standard, which, by the way, is the replacement for the Code for Sustainable Homes, does anybody know when the Future Homes Standard is likely to arrive in our midst? If you do, please tell the Secretary of State at the Department for Levelling Up, because they don't know. 3 times the consultation about the Future Home Standard has been postponed. That final consultation, by the way, good friend of mine, works in this space, calculates this is the 6th consultation that has been had. And you all know what we know about consultations and all that. Anything, there's a kind of kick the can down the road substitute for policy making. So 6 consultations in, the one that was meant to happen in November has been postponed to the first quarter of 2024, which for those who know this government rings a little bell that says, that should take us through to the next election. So we don't even know when this totally inadequate Future Home Standard is actually going to come into play and the changes that will mean for the building regs. And I described this yesterday as criminal because what has happened is since 2010, 1.5 million new homes have been built in the UK. Even that's quite astonishing when you think about it, but 1.5 million new homes, because the house builders did not want to pay a little bit extra to do what they should have done about heat pumps, embedded solar, greater efficiency, etc., to the cost of around £8,300 per home. Every single one of those 1.5 million homes will have to be retrofitted for us to meet our net zero targets by 2050. Every single one, at a cost of £45 billion. I think that's criminal. So, who wants to be complicit in criminality? This is where I shift a little bit, maybe a touch uncomfortably, from professional responsibility to personal responsibility. Sort of difficult question about, what did you do in the carbon war, mummy? Stroke daddy, obviously. I'm getting my gender politics right here. What did you do? Did you sign off projects that were manifestly not doing what we should have done by way of making our contribution to a net zero future? Did you sort of feel a bit uncomfortable at that time? Did you do everything you could to get the right decision making process in your organization to put those who are a bit reluctant on the spot, to ask those what was going on in their mind about some of those things. How much do you feel a responsibility to become an activist in your professional role to do what we know need to do? And I know that's difficult, and it's not really fair to dump a guilt trip on you at this stage, but look, we're in a sodding climate emergency. It's not just any old crisis that we're facing. This is an existential threat to the future of life on Earth, human life, but much life of the rest of life as well. So we have to do things differently. So shift, as Rob said, please don't take that little word for granted. Shifting mindsets is fundamental. And to shift mindsets in the right direction, you have to understand the variables that lie behind all the decisions you take. So I just urge you today, as we have, a lot of important conversations about what the shift means, remember, this is personal as well as professional. We're not just neutral agents sitting here as cogs in various wheels. We are empowered agents of change in our own lives, in our own jobs. And we can do a lot with that. So, that's probably my second bit. Leaving a bit of time for conversation if you want to tell me I'm totally, sorry, I've only left 7 minutes. Oh, no, I haven't. 10, 15. I've got buckets of time.
The time.
Wonderful.
Buckets. Question. It's the gentleman there, and then you. Yeah. Great. Got lots of questions, Jonathan.
Thank you. When you were speaking about the carbon border mechanism, I heard some people laughing. Oh, it's here.
Sorry.
I heard some people laughing about China's position. And I think it's quite interesting to go and check the literature about China and how they outperform the US in terms of research, in terms of research of renewable energy, and how they have like a net zero goal by 2060. So they have a lot of power in terms of the rare earth metals that are used for a lot of things. So my question for you is, due to the position that China has in the world at this point in time, what role do you think it's going to play in the next 25, 30 years?
Well, whatever happens, China is going to play a hugely important role. And that's because it is already representing the good and the bad of the shifts that have to be made. So China outperforms the rest of the world by a very considerable margin in terms of investment in renewables. This year, 2023, China will be responsible for 40% of total global investment in renewable technologies. It's taken over leadership on offshore wind. That once used to reside here in the UK, but no longer. It's got the highest percentage of new EVs purchased of any country in the world, and China is pushing that policy incredibly hard with subsidies and various other things. So there's a ton of stuff that China is doing. And when you actually look at the quantum of what it means to provide for energy, transportation, and clean manufacturing for 1.3 billion people, that's a massive challenge. Massive challenge. So I really respect this, and they, as market changers, are critical. I mean, China is a very aggressive player in global renewable energy markets, and it will become an even more aggressive player with rare earths and precious metals and things like that. So that's going to be flexing their market power in ways that actually has already stirred up other countries. America is now trying to license as fast as they can new lithium mines, new rare earth, well, actually an old rare earth mine, bring that back into being because they don't want their economy to be vulnerable to China's stranglehold on rare earths. So they're going to play a critical part. I wrote about this in Hope in Hell because it causes me such ethical dilemmas, I can hardly explain it because I hate what happens in China politically and socially. It's just the most loathsome thing. I've been a supporter of Tibet for the last 45 years, and what they've done to Tibet is utterly abhorrent. What they're doing to the Uyghur people in the west of China in Xinjiang is equally abhorrent. Their human rights policy is utterly abhorrent. Their ability to control behaviors of people, ordinary citizens in China, with a system that promotes good behavior and discourages bad behavior is utterly abhorrent. So there are whole bits of China's role in the world today that make me really uncomfortable. You have to live with that ambivalence, is all I can say. There's no other way. You've got to live with it. And I remain politically opposed to what China stands for and campaign with a lot of organizations, while simultaneously saying, yeah, if you can do this renewable stuff better than any other nation on earth, then bring it on and make it happen. Part of the low cost we pay for solar today is because of what China did. If they hadn't done what they did and raised their quality bar massively, solar power would still be much more expensive than it is today.
And I think people usually they don't realize that if you go to the carbon map and you see the historical emissions, of course nowadays China and India and other developing countries are producing a lot of emissions. But if you go to the historical data, what you're going to see is that most of the emissions that we have in the atmosphere and above that is basically from Europe and the US. So people now are thinking about, well, blaming developing countries at the moment, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's fair, because if
Yeah.
they have a plan to transition while developing, that's quite good, but people tend to forget history.
I think you're on weaker ground there. Per capita emissions in China are increasing all the time. The gap between per capita emissions in China and per capita emissions in the US and Europe is narrowing all the time. Part of that is because of their exported manufacturing industries that send lots of stuff over to us in the West. You're absolutely right, but that's not the only thing. So we have to be a little bit careful about that. China now is a very, very big carbon polluter, not just because it puts more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere every year than any other country, but because also per capita, it's getting to the position where you have to say, you've got the same responsibilities as we've got.
Next question was gentleman here.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for everything you've been doing, by the way. My question's probably a bit more global on, you see these 40 plus degrees temperatures. When does it become unsustainable for people to live there? And who is mapping the global migration routes of these people? Where are they going to live? And given that we're a go-to migration location, the pressure on us to build mass housing at net zero here. And I've got a question for you, Chris, as well, is when they get here, when will they be able to surf without a wetsuit in the northeast with the temperature rise?
I'll bring Gabe in on that one. But yeah, thank you for the question.
Okay. Done my best to avoid the apocalyptic stuff, but people just bring it on, so I'll answer that one straight up. There is increasingly sophisticated analysis about what is going to happen to different populations who are going to live outside what is known as the habitable niche, the areas of planet Earth where throughout the Holocene period, throughout that whole era, over the last 200,000 years, humankind has been able to evolve, to flourish, to make societies of the kind that we know today. And we've done that notwithstanding significant temperature differences in the world today. But obviously, as temperatures begin to increase, those extreme temperatures, particularly in the tropics, are going to make many of those places unlivable. Unlivable over the course of the next, 20, 30, 40 years. There are different figures for the number of people who will be displaced as climate refugees. The UN calculates it'll be something like 800 million at the very least, and other agencies and NGOs talk about somewhere between 1 and 1.5 billion people displaced as a consequence of climate disruption. So that's a massive problem for the future. And nobody really wants to confront it. So I saw a statistic yesterday, just to give you a tiny sense of this, that in Europe now, this doesn't include the English Channel, by the way, because this is an EU figure. In EU countries now, there are 2,000 kilometers of protected fences to stop migration. So where once we had the Schengen area, remember that? Where people could move relatively simply between different parts of the EU. Increasingly around the borders of the EU, every year, more of these protective barriers. And some of them are like Donald Trump's bloody wall. They're huge, and they've got barbed wire, and they've got surveillance cameras, and everything. If you look at Hungary's eastern border. So we're going to see a lot more of that. We're going to see huge investments in those countries in trying to keep people out physically. And that will be the first line of defense. Will that work against 1 billion people on the move? Hard to say. Sorry, I don't have an answer to this, by the way. Well, I've got much more complicated thinking behind it, which is to do with population and what we do to enable people to live dignified lives in the countries where they actually live. Nobody wants to leave their country unless they're compelled to for different reasons, whether that's oppression or torture or climate displacement, whatever it might be. Nobody. The numbers of people who just want to up and off because it's a lifestyle choice, to quote a phrase from a certain Home Secretary, is very, very few. So we have to be totally on it in terms of making it possible for people to live good lives. They won't be able to live those lives in some of those very, very hot countries as average temperatures kick up. And that's going to be a massive problem for us to deal with. Massive. Yeah.
Lady here. We'll deal with the warm
These are all
water
questions to do
surfing
with part one.
with Gabe's
I hope you're not
presentation.
avoiding the question of personal responsibility, you lot.
This is probably a part one question as well.
Oh, there you go.
Is if populations are moving away from supporting the climate agenda, we can continue to impose restrictions or changes on reluctant populations. But what do you think is the best way of bringing people back in, re-enthusing people, getting people to support politicians who support the climate agenda?
I'm not sure people. Yeah, I'm not sure people are moving away. For instance, I don't think there's any big thing going on in the UK about millions of people saying, "Whoa, at last we've got a prime minister who wants to
but it's obviously
prick
not
this net zero balloon."
Top of their, that if people are supporting
That's
climate
different.
skeptic,
Wait a minute, that's different. Not top of their agenda is
Politicians, not
different
top
from
of-
moving away.
Yeah, okay.
It's a really, sorry, I don't mean to be
No,
picky
no.
about it. It is really important. If people were seriously persuaded by the idiots in the net zero scrutiny group, which is that little cabal of 22 Tory nutters who have taken it upon themselves to wage this campaign against net zero, just to show complete dispassionate balance here, there are 135 Tory MPs in the Conservative Environment Network, which you could probably hold up as the last holdout for rationality in that particular political place. If people were really going now in thousands towards a net zero skeptic position, I'd be seriously worried. But one of the indirect consequences of this lack of political leadership is we're not having the kind of discussions we need about why society would be so much better if we were able to implement a full array of net zero policies. And yesterday I talked a bit about the obvious benefits of being able to retrofit our appalling built environment, housing estate in the UK today, from the point of view of health, climate emissions, better buildings, all the rest of it, better quality of life, and so on. And because we don't have these quality discussions about it, we're not getting people to think positively about the transition. In fact, they're often being encouraged, particularly if they read stuff like the Daily Mail and so on, they're often being encouraged to see the transition to a low-carbon net zero world as punitive, expensive, hostile to their rights to make choices they want to make, and so on and so forth. I mean, occasionally somebody sends me sort of the odd article from the Daily Mail just to say, Jonathan, just in case you're feeling happy today, here's an article from the Daily Mail. And you should have seen, honestly, I don't read it in great detail, but when Wales brought in a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit in order to reduce road traffic accidents and contribute to lower emissions from ground-based transport, the Daily Mail went into this kind of fulminating rage about the way in which Welsh politicians were destroying human rights. Democracy in Wales is dead, was the phrase. Now, admittedly, a lot of people in Wales don't like the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. But guess what percentage of the population own cars in Wales? Any bets? Guess what the population of the UK is who own cars. Whenever you hear about this stuff, we think, everybody's got a car. Oh my God, they're going to be so cross. It's something like 40% of people have the use of a car in Wales. So 60% of people who don't have the use of a car are probably thinking to themselves, sounds good to me. Cleaner air, fewer dead people, fewer emissions. What's the problem? And yet the Daily Mail goes after this story, which is to say this is the end of life as we know it, brought about by these climate zealots. I'm expecting quite a lot of flack in that direction myself, as I have just come out and said I'm going to be supporting Just Stop Oil as an organization, which is obviously very complicated for me, and I am anticipating a lot of hatred from the Daily Mail. I'm sort of quite looking forward to it, but...
There's one up the back, and then I'll come down to you, sir, and then Rob.
I'm just a final question on the kind of apocalyptic kind of...
And this is the last apocalyptic question,
one, yeah.
Okay.
Chair.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Last apocalypse, no apocalypse, no apocalypse.
We're always obsessed with carbon counting and the impact of what we do, and it's always a kind of an overhead versus currency and costs of projects and so on, with a few exceptions. As sort of things deteriorate, do you see, and also the value of currencies is kind of debasing with inflation and so on, do you see a future where carbon becomes almost like a reserve currency, so all the currencies are tied to it, and this cuts across everything we do, and as things become serious in terms of climate change, people will have to be forced to take notice of it?
That is so interesting. Tiny anecdote. So when in 1992 at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, where they agreed the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, which was the foundation treaty for all climate processes. Every one of these COPs, the Conference of the Parties, they all flow from the UN treaty, that initial treaty. And I was there, and I was watching as world leaders signed this thing. There's a sort of funny moment where right at the end, the world leaders are stuck in this great big hall, and the NGOs are all kind of stuck in the balcony, looking down on the world leaders, showing us how brilliant they were. And I was sitting next to an American colleague who said to me at the time, and honestly, I had literally no idea what he was talking about. He said, "We are witnessing the creation of a new currency." And I thought, what, really? This is a treaty to limit the emission of a certain pollutant, which is how we thought about it in 1992. And what was being got at there was that to make it work, carbon has to be the equivalent of a currency, which is why I talked about carbon taxes and CBAM and what would happen to all of our complicated life cycle analysis stuff if we started with carbon at £100 a tonne, for instance. That's a completely speculative figure. If you talk to some climate scientists, they will say, we'll never change behavior fast enough until the cost of a tonne of CO2 hits $500. And then we'll get behavior change at a completely different level. So we're on that journey, I think, which is really exciting. That wasn't an apocalyptic question, by the way. That was
a good one. There's one here, and then we're going to go for this one with Rob, and then I got one little last one from myself, which I want to ask.
I was struck by something you said earlier on. Sometimes I kind of wonder what's the bearing in mind the messages
What's
that
the
we're...
point of the UK?
in
That's
relation,
beyond my...
Remit, yeah, that's fine.
in relation to the messages that we get about our emissions being minuscule in relation to other places, and the point you made earlier on about somebody being tortured in Uganda, and the UK's policy being held up as justification for their policy over there. So the message that I take from there is leadership counts.
Leadership counts. It really does.
And and to quote Rob, absolutely terrifying. So that's kind of my stance on all of this. I keep my head down. And you mentioned earlier on about personal responsibility. So I'm now asking myself, because leadership counts. I'm asking myself, what I can do here. And I think if I can come away with that at the end of this session, that'll be a day well spent for me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Up to Tom there.
Very good question.
I don't know if it was a question.
No.
Okay.
But it's made me think, because obviously you can't undo knowledge. So once you've dived into the sort of, just the sensible end of climate science today, and you've had a look at it, and you've seen some of the data that Rob was sharing at the start, and you've looked at that, and you looked at these anomalies a little bit. You don't have to spend the rest of the year doing it, but you've looked at this stuff. You can't undo that. Your brain will hold that information. You may tuck it away further in the back of your brain rather than front of mind, but it's there, and it shapes everything that we do as individuals. So I think that I'd see it as, who do you trust to give you access to that reliable information about climate science and good climate-related procurement and professional decisions? And this is not a sort of thing about Space Group or anything else, but we have got some formidable professional expertise in the UK, much of which goes unused, unutilized, less put to good use than it should be. And I know one of my colleagues from Wilmot Dixon is here today, so you won't mind me sharing something that we felt. I was a non-executive director of Wilmot Dixon, and boy, the frustration about not calling on the expertise that Wilmot Dixon had. So we, in fact, developed a new brand for housing called Collider, which came up with two models of housing, a passive house and a passive house plus house, as a way of trying to shift our position in the market around housing, trying to sell in that new approach to housing was just so difficult. And I sometimes thought, here is this source of really incredible expertise. And a lot of our clients were reluctant to take advantage of it. So for me, track down the sources of expertise that you really trust and find ways of allowing them to free up your own sense of personal responsibility. I honestly do think that's really important, because going straight into the heart of this complex climate stuff, unsupported, unaided, is really, really difficult. Really difficult.
Lovely. We're out of time.
Yep.
I'm just going to give a very quick plug, and you can give it like 15 seconds. One of your other books, The World We Made, which you wrote the character, can you sum that up in 30 seconds and say whether you still believe we can make that world?
I love it when your chair asks you to break all the timing rules that you've been given by the event organizer, and then exhorts you to plug a book that is out of print. But hey, I mean, it's thank you, Chris. That's really, really generous. I will only mention this because I did actually touch on it yesterday. I wrote this book called The World We Made back in 2012, and it was a joyful thing to write because it was all about how good the world could look in 2050.
Yeah.
If we did the things that we needed to do starting in 2012, well, we lost a decade, another decade, and things have got a lot harder. And all that reminds me is that every year we continue not to do the easy things, let alone the difficult things. It just goes on getting harder and harder. But it was a real liberation to be able to conjure up a UK in 2050 where life worked pretty well for far more people than it works today. And although this isn't going to be the big thing about our deliberations today, that meant putting equal weight on social justice as it did on ecological sustainability.
Lovely.
And in a world where the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has just reminded us that the UK now has 3.8 million people living in destitution in the UK, including 1 million children, whatever we do on low carbon, we have to do it through the lens of social justice, because otherwise the world we made will look a bit different in 2050 from the world I wanted it to look like.
Thank you. Jonathan, we'll all do and go and deliver that world. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you so much, Jonathan. So moving straight on as quickly as I can, because I'm kept the time. Our next speaker is Esther Glasky. Esther is a technical director at Mott MacDonald. Mott MacDonald, I found out yesterday, are one of the world's biggest employee-owned companies. She's a chartered engineer, fellow of the Chartered Institute of Building Services Engineers. She leads on sustainability and net zero services and developing capability and professional excellence in that built environment. She's also a real strong advocate of the circular economy, and I know from having sitting next to her for dinner last night, she's an absolute passionate person for solutions and driving this positive change. Please welcome Esther to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kristen, and welcome everyone. Does my mic work all right? Thank you. So I have a really easy job after Jonathan, so forgive me. This is going to be quite a bit more specific to built environment. That's partly because I'm a technical director at Mott MacDonald, as Chris said. So I deal with day-to-day buildings, the life of buildings, the construction, the design, and so on and so forth. And what I'm going to argue today about is a shift in the way we think as construction industry professionals, and that's going to be a shifting upward in terms of systems thinking, rather than what Jonathan has been talking about, very high level, very good level, systems level thinking. What I'm trying to do is try to lift us architects, engineers, construction industry professionals to think more systematically. And the shift that I'm arguing for is more of a circular economy thinking. So we've heard a lot about net zero, and I will elaborate a little bit more about the similarities, differences between circular economy and net zero. And hopefully that's also will come up with in some of the questions. Like Chris mentioned, I'm technical director at Mott MacDonald. We are a British-based engineering company. We're about 17,000 worldwide at the moment. As also Chris pointed out, we're employee-owned. We are just second in the UK after John Lewis. So most people know John Lewis, but not many people heard of us. We're one of those classic engineering firms, started in the 1930s actually, so and we'll still keep going. I'm originally a chemist and a wastewater treatment engineer. Therefore, I do building services. There's a long story to that. I won't bore you with it. But I have specialism in things like healthy buildings and materials and building products by virtue of my chemistry background. And today I'm going to talk to you about circular economy because it is a very important concept and it is something that is being increasingly brought into the foreground. In addition to net zero, on top of net zero, to really nuance some of the messages and some of the consequences that the net zero thinking is bringing in. But what is net zero? What is circular economy? It's a model of production consumption which involves sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, etc., existing materials as long as possible. So it is centered around products materiality, and it's a model of not fundamentally has to do with buildings, it has to do with materials and products and fundamentally economics. And that's the key to circular economy. It's very cross-sectoral. It's not specific to buildings, but there's also gives an opportunity really to use circular economy to learn from each other as sectors, and I'll go into that a little bit more detail. And that is something that's very new in buildings, in the buildings industry. For us to learn from other industries, I'm not saying it's unheard of, but it's not something that we've come across a lot. And I'll give you some examples of it later on, but it's something that as construction industry professionals, we are often bound by the process the design process, the construction process, and often we don't find ways and good ways to divert from that and be creative in how we construct buildings in a way that serves everyone, serves the environment, serves people and society. What is circular economy? In case you're not familiar with it, it's nothing new, like most things. It's nothing new. So there are adjacent concepts like industrial ecology, closed loops, biomimicry, and so on and so forth. Most recently, it's the McDonough-Brown-Godd cradle-to-cradle principle, butterfly diagrams, and so on and so forth that really brought circular economy into the forefront in the early 2000s. Currently, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation is one of the most significant organizations talking about circular economy and developing models of economic models for circular economy. In terms of why is a circular economy important? Now, this is coming from the European Parliament. This is one of their these items are their underlying principles for their circular economy strategy, which is all part of the EU Green Deal. So they are looking at, and they're not the only ones, but they're one of the significant parties in this. They're looking at this as an environmental opportunity to slow down the use of natural resources, to reduce waste, to reduce biodiversity loss, and so on and so forth. But they're also looking at it as an economic opportunity, and that's very significant because they're looking at circular economy to reduce the supply chain volatility, to increase resource material security, increase the security of supply chains, fundamentally provide a better standard of life for people to have more durable, innovative products, and in the process boost growth and jobs as well. So they're looking at it not just as purely as an environmental thing, but also as an economic thing. So the two together really is what would enable this shift in thinking and shift in way of living, essentially. And some of the statistics coming out from various different parts of the world. I'm not going to read this all, but one very significant piece, for example, what you see on the third one is the Dutch economy. The government of the Netherlands just decided that the Netherlands is going to be fully circular by 2050. An entire country is going to be circular. So, and that's not, and I'll talk about it a bit later, but it's actually not just a fancy statement. They want to reduce the use of primary raw materials by 2030 by half, and they want to be net zero waste by 2050. And they actually have a plan to do that. There's the added value that the European Commission estimates from circular economy sectors to reach about 299 billion euros. And fundamentally what you can see is there is the economic arguments about growth of jobs from circular economy and so on and so forth. But there is acknowledgement that this necessitates a shift in thinking and a shift in economics. So the basics of circular economy is that, well, we live in a material world, but quite a lot of it is wasted. So some of the statistics you see that is, 30% of total food is wasted, 86% of packaging is not recycled, only 8.6% of the global economy is circular. How you measure that there's a big story behind that, of course, but there's a way to really look at this as an efficiency problem. We could use a lot of resources, a lot of materials in a much more efficient way. So fundamentally, the shift that we need for circular economy is a shift in thinking. So the linear economy, which is all about disposing products and materials to have much more of a circular economy. However, it is not just about recycling. So a lot of times you see that people equate the circular economy with the idea that this is an end-of-life waste problem. It isn't. That is part of it, but it's not. It's essentially a different way of thinking about how products are made, and those products include buildings. It's a model of production and consumption. It goes through the life cycle of the product, including its operation. It's about designing out waste. It's about keeping products as long as possible. And it's about an approach, effectively a closed loop approach, where the flow of materials goes around an infinite loop. I'll show you that later on. I'll talk a little bit about the butterfly diagram. But the idea is that we keep, and I think that's what William McDonough said, 2016 in Nature magazine, is that carbon is not the problem. It's fugitive carbon that's the problem. So if you keep carbon in a cycle, in an infinite loop, embedded into products and materials, and you don't burn them essentially, then there's nothing wrong with that. But you have to keep them in high quality material loops and keep them cycling throughout the technical and natural cycles. From a very practical point of view, if you have heard about circular economy in any way, one thing you could have heard or might have heard about is the R imperative or the R ladder. And different organizations have different number of these. They all start with an R. I don't know if anybody will come up with anything that doesn't start with an R, and I don't know where the R's come from, but essentially it starts with refuse, rethink, reduce, which are all about better product use and manufacture. You have the reuse, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, repurpose, which are about extending the life of the product. And then, of course, you have the end of life, which is what most people are familiar with, is recycling and recovering, which are really kind of the lowest in the hierarchy of this is the lowest value way of materiality, because this increase in circularity starts with actually not using it. We often at McDonald, when we talk about improving the sustainability of projects, starts with not actually building them. Now, that doesn't sound very good for a company like ourselves, but it actually works, and in infrastructure, it actually makes a lot of sense. In buildings, it's a little bit more difficult because in infrastructure, you can do actually a lot of things where you reduce the materiality in your projects, like reduce pipe sizing if you don't need them, reduce the size of pumping stations, for example, in the water industry, and that's possible. Not building is an option. If you don't build a building, then you're going to get wet or something's going to happen. You can reduce the materials in floor plates, for example. So that has been shown, for example, that often floor plates in typical office buildings are about 40% over-designed. But there's a certain buffer, of course, that you need to have. Otherwise, of course, we as designers are responsible for our designs, and they need to be safe. So this is not, saving materials is not at the expense of safety. However, it is possible to reduce materials in most settings. Now, I'm going to spend a little bit longer on this slide because circular economy is an interesting thing because it's referred to as essentially contested concept, a bit like sustainable development. And if you feel a little bit like, I still don't know what she's talking about, that's fine. That's why it's called an essentially contested concept. And it's one of those things, the definition of it, I'm not going to read this because it's a long one. If there is agreement on the means and the goals of the concept, but disagreements on how to define it, which units of analysis to use to capture it, and what are the conceptual cornerstones, and what is the methodology. That sounds complicated, but that to me just means I know it when I see it. And that's how it's been a little bit with sustainable development, is that you've got the Brundtland definition, circular economy has its definition as well, but it fundamentally started in industry. It's not an academic concept. It's not something that academics came up with that I've got a great idea, this is going to be circular economy. Circular economy started with little bits and pieces being done in industry, and the academics today are starting to conceptualize it into bigger systems. However, the individual bits and pieces of companies, organizations trying to do things in a circular way, that's what drives this concept. And what I've done here is I've done a coordinate system because I'm an engineer, so I like those sorts of things. When you have a practicality of implementation of circular economy and systems level solutions. Because what I'm arguing in this presentation really is that for us in working in built environment, we need to think more on systems level solutions, because we often just kind of stuck in designing one thing after the other. And the good thing about systems level solutions is I'll show you in a moment all the benefits of that. Sometimes where I come from, in a very practical week-to-week work in buildings, what you can see is often this realm can, especially in circular economy, can become a potentially self-indulgent navel-gazing side. So again, it happened in sustainability. In circular economy, it happens a lot more. That there are lots of clever people get together and talk about systems, and nothing ever comes out of it. So you've got the let's get rid of capitalism bit. You've got thinking outside the box and various different buzzwords. I've also heard this is actually a quote, the generative conversation is the way as opposed to the solutions-focused approach. I don't know what that means, but I've heard that in a meeting. The other thing is we need a revolution. And some of these are true. I'm not even saying, yes, we need a revolution. whether me or even our industry in construction can solve that, can do that ourselves, I don't think so. We can be part of it, but you know, if the systems level thinking prevents you from acting, that's not a good thing. On the other side, you've got the realm of unintended consequences and occasional greenwashing. So this is where you've got somebody saying, yeah, we're just going to increase recycling and circular economy is sorted, it's taken care of. Now, you've tinkered around the edges. You've got, not in construction, but you've got companies who create products from 100% recycled materials at highly inflated prices that then nobody wants to buy, and you have to throw them away after the first use. It's a particular fashion brand that does that, but I'm not going to name them. There is this thing about electric vehicles, and we at Mott MacDonald come across this sort of thing, that the thing about electric vehicles, it's not an absolute solution. It may be a solution, may be part of the solution. But what happens with electric vehicles is that you've got, they're heavier, so your tires wear out quicker, the roads wear out quicker, the tire crumb washes into the ocean. Guess what's one of the largest sources of microplastics in the ocean? Tire crumb. So there are all these unintended consequences that people often don't take into account, and they think, okay, it's going to be X that will save us. And it's not. It will be a combination of things. There's also the reduced waste by exporting it somewhere. It's great, isn't it? Product take back. That's a very poignant thing for the fashion industry, where product take back is not actually economically viable because the take back costs more than the product itself, which means the product is underpriced probably because of what Jonathan was saying, the externalities aren't being paid for. However, again, unintended consequences. And then a couple of others, I just don't want to spend too much time on all of this, but the one thing that is interesting is when somebody says we only use recycled steel in our specifications, and you could say, well, what's wrong with that? That sounds all right to me. And on the surface it does, but we as engineering companies come across this a lot, and it's happened in a project to me in Dubai where the client wanted to use 100% recycled steel, but there isn't enough of a supply of recycled steel in the world. So what happens is that the recycled steel becomes the privilege of the wealthy who want to virtue signal to the rest of the world about how green they are, and they end up actually shipping the recycled steel from far away. So, not quite what we want. So really, what I think is somewhere in the middle. It's a practically useful space where you have these partial solutions about tinkering around the edges, not quite the right solutions, and the navel gazing, which is probably not very constructive and helpful, although it's helpful in the longer term, but revolutions take a longer time than usually what we have. So I think the best way is to have this kind of checking back constantly, have the solutions, but check back whether they achieve what they're set out to achieve, and keep adjusting the course as we see fit. And to close the talk, I'm going to give you a few examples of how I think the systems level solutions, where the systems level solutions are done well. And one of the best ones is from the Dutch government. I seem to be a fan of the Dutch in this case, but this is from the Dutch environment minister, who acknowledges that the Netherlands has become a net exporter of environmental effects due to current import of raw materials. So have you seen a country acknowledge that they are becoming an exporter of effectively harm? That's a brave thing. That's a brave thing to do. And they say in a circular system, we're remaining in control of materials and we can process them ourselves as raw materials for new applications based on our own environmental sustainability standards, which are higher. So this is one of those systems level aspirations that sounds, yeah, this sounds great on paper, but actually it has some solid commitments in that. And what's behind it, of course, is the Netherlands has a circular economy strategy that has very specific goals for different sectors. But it's quite a useful one of those visionary systems level statements that isn't about navel gazing, but actual solutions. Another one, this is from the UK. This was published in the summer. It's worth looking it up. It's a vision for the built environment that was issued by several players in the industry, including ourselves, a lot of other engineering companies and different organizations, about how we see the future for the built environment in a circular economy. And we're looking at economic, social, and data and digital to really solve this systems level issue that circular economy presents. So these are helpful, I think, more helpful ways of looking at it. And that's the butterfly diagram that I mentioned before that comes from the William McDonough circular cradle-to-cradle approach. But that's really the idea that you have your biological processes, your technical processes, and effectively you infinitely cycle materials. So in that world, carbon as fugitive, as a pollutant, doesn't appear. That's the ideal world where fugitive carbon doesn't appear, and you keep cycling things back into their own loops. This is also a very good example of maybe not that far systems level thinking, but a bit more closer to practical details. This is from the UK Green Building Council, a publication called System Enablers for a Circular Economy. And this gives you, study this a bit more if you have time later on, but this gives you a very complicated but very interesting picture of how circular economy needs to be solved. So we've got the designers, the constructors, the in-use phase, but what you've got in there is tax, you've got contracts, you've got the secondary materials market, education, financing, absolutely important, where new construction materials don't have a VAT added, but everything else does, then it doesn't really encourage the use of salvage materials, for example. So what we can see here is that us as construction industry professionals have a role, and we can do quite a lot, but we cannot do it without the tax guys, the finance guys, government, and all the other players that really need to work on this to enable a new system, a new economic paradigm to really come and support the reuse of buildings and the repurposing of buildings. And like I said, there is a huge need for industry to collaborate. When you look at the EU circular economy strategy, moving forward, they don't start with construction. Construction is somewhere down there. They start with textiles, fashion industry, fast fashion, and then they start with plastics. We all know about the issues in those industries, and they are introducing regulations and imperatives to make sure that materials and household goods can be repaired, refurbished, they are recycled when they cannot be. So looking at these other industries, and you can see already from electronics, we're starting to see a battery passport scheme, for example, in electronics. So there's a lot that we as construction industry professionals, when it comes to our turn, we can learn from these industries about how they are getting through their circular economy requirements. And quite a lot of this, an underlying system across all of these industry sectors is supply chain and logistics. So, and that impacts us a great deal because our supply chains are particularly not transparent at the moment. So making sure that the circular economy is embedded in construction requires really a lot of different types of solutions, system level solutions, very particular project level solutions, but also learning from other industries. And this is just my last slide as a summary, just giving you a few examples of where I work in built environment and in buildings, identifying different levels of measures and seeing where you need to collaborate with different people, different types of professionals is really important, because then you end up, if you just focus on the specific measures of waste diversion, or I'm going to use recycled content in my building, you're missing a lot of the bigger points. And if you're just concentrating on the bigger points, then what are you going to do on your project? What are you going to do in your industry? It's important that we take action and not get paralyzed with the systematic thinking, but also not miss the much bigger picture that's relevant out there. And that's me, so thank you very much. If you have any questions, please let me know.
We're out of time.
Are we?
We'll just take one question, and then we'll shave a couple of minutes off the break. I'm sure we'll go for one question.
Sorry, I didn't see the clock because it measures everything.
That's okay.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. In the book that you mentioned, Cradle to Cradle, by Borngart and McDonough, they talk about Frankenstein materials, which are ones which have complex fusions of biological and non-biological nutrients. I just wondered if in the building industry, if you feel there's a real conflict between coming up with modern high-tech solutions to certain building problems, and on the other hand, using very simple materials that can be very easily ground up and reused at the end of their life, and if there are any examples of how that plays out in reality for architects.
Yeah, and that's a really good question, because this is where we're trying to, me as being one of those much hated sustainability consultants, try to educate the industry professionals to say it's not just about net zero. When you look at structural insulated panels, for example, one of these sandwich panels that are a composite of a bit of metal and a bit of everything, you cannot take it apart, you cannot recycle it, you can only landfill it, burn it, whatever awful things you can do with it. it's great for energy efficiency, it's great for zero, moving towards zero energy operation, but it's not zero in the whole life sense. So what you want to do is come up with materials that have a good whole life profile, so including end of life. It's not just net zero, or not just working towards net zero when it comes to the operational phase of the building. It's easy to take apart, it's easy to recycle, and there is a recycling industry for it. So a lot of times we advise when we talk to architects, it's like, can you fix this together, not with resins or glues? Can we fix it together with bolts? Can we fix it together in some other way? So, or can you standardize your materials so there's less waste in the manufacturing of it? This is where design for manufacture and assembly comes in. Can you manufacture it off-site? So there's loads of these different things that are different from net zero thinking. This is where circular economy thinking comes in, when you think about the whole life cycle of the product itself and see what can you do to optimize that performance rather than just focus on one very narrow thing.
Brilliant, thank you. So thank you ever so much. Another round of applause, please, for Esther. And I love the concept of you being a guardian for circular economy, and maybe companies should have their own guardians. We're going to break now, come back in at 10 past for Steve, who's going to talk to us about Planet Mark. So thanks very much, and thanks to everybody. See you then. Righty-ho. Session 2. Well, session 1 went off a bit of a blinder, didn't it? That was brilliant. And I think we've got a whole another really amazing session coming through now. And we're going to open it with Steve Malkin. Steve is founder and CEO of PlanetMark, an international recognised certification for organisations and real estate that are looking to make a difference, really, to embed their credentials, to come up with a credible net zero plan to drive forwards. It was founded 10 years ago. Steve's partnered with the UN-backed Race to Zero campaign. And they've supported organisations to radically reduce the carbon emissions that they've done. So, if you add it up, it'd be really interesting to know, what's that total reduction that you've already helped to deliver. And basically helping people as well enhance profits. We've heard that doing the right thing, there's a myth sometimes put out that doing the right thing always costs you more. But that's just a short-termism. When you expand that over a longer period, it does the right thing financially, environmentally, and socially. So please welcome to the stage Steve Malkin.
Morning, everyone. Thanks, Chris. Rob, thanks for having me here this morning. Okay, I'm just going to check. Okay, might go back one. That's me. And hey, it's the right picture. Yeah. I had my hair cut the other day. My mum hated it. She wanted to put me long hair in a ponytail, she said, and had it all cut off. So I've upset my mum, but it's all good. I want to pick out this gentleman here. Sorry, do you mind? I hope you don't mind. What was your name? Chris. No, look behind. Oh. Sorry, because you mentioned that you've had a bit of a moment today listening to Jonathan Porritt. And about 2005, something happened to me when I actually listened to Jonathan Porritt, and I did a massive career change. So I was running a lifestyle business, doing PR and marketing, really enjoying it. I used to be a civil engineer, then I went into comms. Always only really, I ran my own companies. I had 2 jobs, and I was fired from the second one. I sort of thought I'm never doing that again. But then I listened to Jonathan Porritt years and years ago, and I managed to just catch him in the corridor. And actually, it's a bit shaky, actually, because it's really, really emotional being back, where he has been talking to us this morning. And I don't know about you, I thought it was an hour of, really fantastic stuff. Yeah, and I feel completely fired up just to go and do more. But I remember years and years ago, that encouraged me to do a career change, because it was so powerful, and I felt the agency that he sort of, offered, and the demand for leadership that he offered, back then, still now, is brilliant. It's great to get him here, and it's really, really helped me just think about, okay, what we're going to go and do for this, for me, for the next 10 years, while I've still got a bit of fuel in the tank. So hopefully you've had, it's a massive moment for me. I hope you have something similar, because I've never looked back, and in working in sustainability is just the most amazing place to be. So that's my story. I wanted to talk a bit today in the time that I've got, and Katie said I always overrun, so I won't. So what I'm going to do is power through some slides today, and I'm going to finish 5 minutes early, just for a bit of a laugh, because that's my behaviour change, yeah? Right, so this shift thing, it's great, isn't it? 'Cause it's right, okay, well, what are we going to... So we kind of thought, we were knocking around an idea about corporate responsibility. So years and years ago, around 2005, 2006, when I came into working, I didn't even know the word sustainability, to be perfectly frank. I just knew sort of carbon and climate. I was an engineer, carbon and climate. I thought, okay, I can get my head around that. I want to do something. I've had a third of my 3 boys, and I want to go and learn about carbon and climate. And then, and there was lots of stuff around corporate responsibility back then. There was loads of stuff about corporate social responsibility. And I used to sit in some of these meetings with, members of a board who say, this CSR stuff, oh, that's just the fluffy stuff. I don't know if anyone has heard that thing. What a horrible, horrible phrase that is for what's some of the most important thing we and any organisation could be doing. It's a total and utter disservice to say this is the fluffy stuff. What I really liked about in the day was carbon is you could measure it. You could actually get some data, put it in front of a board, give them informed, evidence-based data, and they could start to make better and better decisions for their organisation. And that's what was sort of resonating to me as an engineer. But there's something about corporate responsibility which sounds, to be frank, really, really dull. Yeah, and it's not that sort of optimistic. It still seems mired in those sort of depths of inertia that Jonathan mentioned this morning about, we get stuck in despair. And there's inaction and inertia there. What I wanted to just sort of talk about, and the shift bit for today, was a little bit of shift in thinking that we're doing at Planet Mark about going from what was corporate responsibility, which moves into carbon and moves into net zero, but it actually should be so much more than that. And we're just looking over the next period ahead, the next decade ahead, within that, what can we do to look at what it might take to be regenerative businesses, where we do achieve net zero, but in actual fact, we look beyond net zero and we start to look at something called net good. What might it be to be organisations that provide back into society, that social justice that Jonathan was talking about today? What might it be where, yep, we're cutting our carbon away, but with what Esther was saying about the circular economy piece, with looking at the whole life of our organisations, what we do, the services we do, and the products that we deliver, the people that we are. So that's net zero. That could be social impact, and that could also be, in actual fact, what does it take to be nature positive? So just as we go through this sort of short deck that I'm going to finish now in 20 minutes, think about that shift that you might go, all right, I'm hearing a lot today, there's quite a lot going on, we will be measuring reducing carbon, but what might it look like in a few years' time for that world that we want to create, to be actually net good, nature positive, socially impactful, zero carbon. Right, that's the shift. Okay, what we got? We had a little bit of a chat because I was only going to be talking about net zero, and then with Rob, we sort of said, well, actually, can you squeeze in a bit more about this sort of nature positive stuff? There's only a couple of slides on that because we're still really absolutely developing our thinking, but also about social impact. But I'm going to motor through it a bit of a lick. But I wanted to sort of tell you a bit about where we're at with the Planet Mark and the kind of work that we do. So we set out in 2013. So it's our 10th anniversary this year, which is absolutely fantastic. And we're setting out a vision for the next 10 years to 2033. But when we started, what we wanted to do was that we felt that we were pragmatic optimists. We did feel that we have agency. We did feel that we could be making a difference. And we wanted to do that through the lens of organisations and helping organisations embrace sustainability. And we wanted to focus back in 2013 and still now on SMEs, small, medium-sized organisations that we know make up so much of a value chain, and they make up, in particular, so much of a supply chain. And having come out of the construction industry and civil engineering, we knew that SMEs do so much to create fantastic buildings. And actually, if you can light the fire with them, unlock their passion and knowledge, they can do so much more. The interesting thing with SMEs is that they sit below most regulatory thresholds. There's not a lot of compliance around carbon and sustainability that an SME has to sort of, comply with. So for an SME to tackle sustainability, to get their arms around it, to do more, an SME needs to be saying that there's business value in it. We as a bunch of people inside an organisation will see business value if we do more for sustainability. And that then was like this absolute correlation for us was super important to encourage people to join this thing, which is like the Planet Mark, which nobody had heard of at the time, saying, do you know what, if you do more around measuring and reducing carbon, energy, water, waste, you'll get massive business benefit for that. And actually, the more of us that do it, then business will be a force for good. And that is what we wanted to sort of set the whole sort of ball in motion for us as an entity, sitting alongside others at the time, which would be like the Carbon Trust, Carbon Neutral Company, and maybe organisations who are doing ISO 14001 and the like. And then it was us. To come to market with this thing, which didn't look quite like that back in the day, a Planet Mark certification that no one's ever heard of, we partnered with your friends down at the Eden Project, which is where we met years ago. So I went down to see Sir Tim Smith down at Eden and said, listen, we've got an idea for doing something which is a certification for SMEs to help them, do more for sustainability. And he said the fantastic words, that sounds really fucking boring. That was his. I was mortified. I was in his office. He was hanging out the window having a cigar because it's a Brienne building and he couldn't smoke in it. I don't know what. He and I had the same sheep. That was where we connected at the time. And he said, but I said, hold on a minute, but this isn't a piece of paper you stick on a wall. This is about action, So yes, we'll be certifying stuff. Yes, we're going to be holding people to account. Yes, we're going to be great measurement and evidence-based data, all of that. But in actual fact, that's just to get informed data back in front of people inside organisations who care and who want to do more. And so then they'll go on a transformational journey to, at the very least, reduce their carbon and their energy, water and their waste. But with that, we think there's something cultural going inside those organisations where you might be able to shift hearts and minds. And he said, let's do it together. And I'll never forget that because that helped us get underway. 5 of us at the time, 20 companies that we certified in the first year. We're kind of up to around about 70 of us in the company now, and around about 800 companies that we certify. And every single year, those companies have to cut their carbon. Otherwise, they don't get the mark. So it's about continuous improvement, right? And you have to hold them to account, yeah? And that set the ball rolling for us in and around stuff on net zero. And that's what I want to talk a bit about today. But we're aiming for something which is better all the time. And that's why we're all here today. And that's why it's been absolutely fantastic to have the start of the day that we've had. And I just want to apply a couple of practical steps to it to add to Esther's great talk. Okay, what have we got to? I want to, somebody's animated the hell out of my slides, so I'm just going to do that, and there's going to be a bit of that going on. So it doesn't matter if you work with us or not, it just doesn't matter. Work with somebody. We like these chairs in the room to be filled with, the B Corp, Carbon Trust, I don't know, it might be Carbon Intelligence, and then there's a spare seat with no one in it, yeah? And all you've got to do is choose to work with somebody if you want to, but don't choose that one where there's no one in it because that means nothing's happening. So we all have agency straight away, yeah? So let's do something. What we think that every organisation should be doing is measuring their carbon. It's easy, yeah? It's just a quick show of hands. How many people are measuring carbon in the room? Okay, I would say that's a bit more than half. Anyone who's not, right, there's some simple tools out there. Contact anybody, yeah, and we get you going. And most of them are free. If you want to pay for it, you can come to us and pay a bit. That's up to you. Bottom line, start measuring your carbon because in actual fact, it is really, really straightforward. Yeah, because when we start to talk about how do you turn your company into a nature positive, that you don't even have the data. So let's just wrestle with that for a moment. Start to get your head around carbon because that will give you processes and get them into action. This bit here, I think it's been everything about this morning. It's about engaging people in the process. So data is really, really handy, but you've got to use it and use it effectively. So we love to engage people in the process. It's fabulous that you're putting this event on. Thank you for that, because that's actually democratizing sustainability. So it's normalizing it and more people do it. Engage people in the process because most of the people inside your organization will actually want to do something because we're human beings and we normally give a shit. Yeah, so with some stuff is going awry, if you can unlock that passion inside organizations with knowledge, yeah, find those places of trusted knowledge, you can do so much, and then communicate it out in the public domain, which is anti-greenwash, so everything's evidence-based, but it also shows that you as a company get it, and you're going on the journey, so others will follow you, and that is leadership. It's very simple, but that is the step in the right direction. That's what we do on a sort of bit of a massive scale, well, hundreds, but we turn it into thousands. Sorry, I'm going to just do that. These are some of the companies we work with in the built environment. We work across sectors, yeah? So that piece about cross-sector stuff that Esther spoke to, about what you can learn from others in different industries is super important. But we might be working with developers, construction companies, architects, specifiers, the full gamut, particularly within the built environment because there's so much carbon there. So it's a massive focus for us to help these organisations increase their internal understanding about what's going on. So actually, if you're measuring your own carbon, it's much, much easier to get your head around what it looks like in terms of the services and products that you provide, because you're building the knowledge inside your own company and you have the ability to spend time on it because it's good use of time, it's good for your business, and then in actual fact, everything around the work that you do is delivered much easier because the base of knowledge goes up and up and up every single year. And these are some of the numbers. You did mention, what are the numbers? This is over 10 years. We've got a 99% success rate in helping companies cut carbon every single year. When we started back in 2013, we sort of said, actually, companies should be measuring carbon every single year and they should be reducing it every single year. And that's what we certify to. Nobody else was really doing that at the time. It's not about offsetting. It's about cutting your own carbon. Others are measuring every 2 years. Well, okay, that's fine. But in actual fact, we know we needed to accelerate that back in 2013. And my God, we know it now, yeah? And it also meant that we wanted to measure all 3 scopes of carbon. Scopes 1, 2, and elements of 3, which at least got the processes in. So is anyone measuring their scope 3, by the way? How many people are measuring? Is anyone set a net zero target in the room? Hands up. Any net zero targets? 1, 2, yeah, bit of that going on, bit up the back. Okay. Hopefully, this time next year, we'll have a few more hands going up. When you start to set your net zero target, you're going to get into something called scope 3, and there's some challenges in getting the data, but you can unlock it, but you want to get those processes inside your organisation quickly. And if you do that, you can start to unlock all sorts of benefits. Okay. What we also do, and I just wanted to drop this slide in because we had a little bit of a chat about it. So we not only work with and certify organisations for their operational carbon and their energy and their waste and so on, we also look at the buildings and projects that they develop. So this is sort of, a bit on the side where we're looking at life cycle assessment, which has come up today, LCAs, and it's not that race to the bottom line for net zero. So those composite panels that you spoke about, really, it's so important. If you can't pull stuff apart, in actual fact, that's one of the most important things with a life cycle assessment is you can look at the end of life of anything that you might be developing and putting up. So we certify, buildings, lots in logistics to say, right, how can you build this building better? Yeah, get involved early with the specification, the design team meetings. It might even involve not building it. Say, right, but if you are going to build it, how do you build it better? And we certify those for reducing carbon, which is both the embodied carbon and the operational carbon. And it's a chunky piece of work, but it's really exciting because you can land better and better projects. And I'll come to, in a minute, a company called Prologis who've been doing that for 17 years. And they've remodeled their whole business as a result of the work that the crazy Brits were doing back in 2006-07 to change the way that they're running their business. I'm keeping an eye on that time. So we're going to motor through this bit now because I want to get into net zero. This is the 40% carbon in the built environment. Not going to go into it. We know it. This is a great place to affect climate change in everything that we go and do, everything in the built environment. So if we come away today saying, right, I can be measuring the carbon in my business and also in all the projects that I deliver, that is a fantastic start and a fantastic takeaway, and that would be a complete shift if that's what we all went away and did. And the important piece about the work that we've now got is that, this bit about policy that's come up today and politicians and the kind of flip-flopping and the potential U-turns or watering down and everything like that. Well, we have always taken policy methodologies and put them into action, put them into practice effectively. What we're now able to do is, because we certify so many companies and they feed back to us, we can go back and start to define better policies, better definitions around methodologies. So the more organisations that do it, the more businesses that say, do you know what, we're just doing this ESG thing, we're just doing this sustainability thing, we're going to go to net zero, we take that back to government. And we say, do you know what, this is, the business community wants consistency, a North Star, somewhere we're all going together, and we'll do it. But we need the policies and the consistency from government to make that happen. So anything that you can do to start your own company, do it, prove that it works because the business value is there. We will take that back into these places and we'll give you better policies. We'll play our part in doing that. And it's really important that we do that together as organisations that show that leadership. So, can I talk about net zero, just so we've got this one in the tank for future conversations? There is a statement here. Put simply, net zero means cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close to zero as possible, and any remaining emissions are reabsorbed from the atmosphere. And I'll show you a graph in a minute, because I think some people work really well with words, and some people work well with pictures. So that's the sort of definition. Cut carbon as fast and as much as you possibly can, and the last little bit is reabsorbed from the atmosphere through sort of imagine offsetting projects. This is fundamentally different from carbon neutral. It's completely different. Do not interchange these two things. Carbon neutral is a good thing, where you measure carbon, you're reducing it in terms of your operational emissions, and you offset the rest. But it's a stepping stone on the way, if you like, to net zero, which is fundamentally different and totally transformation for any organisation. What does it look like? All right, let's take this. This is, I think it should be a baseline here. This is your baseline of your carbon emissions as an organisation, okay? 100%, this is all of your emissions on, the end of 2023, yeah? So I'm sure you're going to be measuring your carbon in January. This is where you are. You have a near-term target, a science-based target. Remember the science bit, the gap between science and politics? Well, this is, in terms of science, we need to be reducing our carbon emissions by 50% by 2030. So for those of you who are measuring, you probably might be already on this journey. For those of you who are not, start to understand what your carbon is, and then you've got to be setting a near-term target. We hope that you'll be saying we're going to reduce our emissions as a business by at least 50% by 2030. That's what we need to do to get this thing under control. And then beyond that, you'll be looking at your carbon emissions as an organisation and say we need to reduce them by 90% by 2050 latest. That's what we're all going for. That's actually what the UK Climate Act says. 90% reduction by 2050. Science says we need to reduce it by half by 2030. That's where we're going. You need to set your baseline quickly, measure your carbon as an organisation, and then kind of roll your sleeves up and get cracking. And part of that today is like, we're going to talk a lot, but in actual fact, tomorrow the action should start. Yeah? So if you're not measuring, please start. That would be a major thing. And if you haven't set a net zero target yet, start to get your head around it, because it's coming your way. Okay, last bit on this thing is this offsetting, yeah, reabsorption. Basically, it's projects which suck carbon out the atmosphere, which generally are sort of like plant-based now, because trees do it really well. And down the track, there may be technology that does it for us. At the moment, the technology isn't scalable. It's not quite there yet. It's also probably not the thing you should worry or focus on too much. You should focus on reducing your carbon first, and then later think about offsetting. Just don't worry about it for the time being. That's that neutralising emissions. So reduce your emissions, your baseline, and I'll talk about these scopes in a second. And it is, you know, it's at least we've got this Climate Change Act. Yeah, and if we have agency, we might be looking at who we're going to be choosing to vote for next year. We're apolitical as an organisation, but we are very, very focused on who's got the best manifestos to take ourselves in the right direction. We all have that as individual agents. And it is net zero and carbon neutral are not interchangeable. They're fundamentally different. This chart sets out scopes 1, 2, and 3 emissions, and I just want to leave it with you for a second. In your organisation, you can measure your scopes, you know, your scope 1 emissions, which is the fuel you might be using in your vehicles and any gas and other fuels you might be using in your buildings or your real estate. Yeah, that's easy to get hold of because it's kind of like typically utilities data and fuel data and so on. Scope 2, which is this thing here, is generally electricity, right? So scopes 1 and 2 is kind of like what you're using to operate your company in terms of gas, fuel you're using, and your electricity. Everything else your company does is scope 3. And that is the wrestle that everyone has got in terms of how do I measure my scope 3. Some of it is easy, yeah, in terms of business travel. Some of it is easy in terms of waste, because you can get that type of data. And other stuff is more complicated, say purchase goods and services. So if you're in the construction industry and you're buying steel, you need to know how much carbon is in the steel. Yeah, that's in your scope 3. You don't actually own that steel, but it's in your sphere of influence. So it's in this thing called scope 3, and you will start to measure that. And this is where the challenges are in and around net zero. Interestingly, and we're taking about 120 companies to net zero, when you talk to any of them, whether in construction industry and way beyond, they say the easy stuff for us is our fleet, and the easy stuff is in our real estate. So vehicles and buildings are considered to be the easy bits. This other stuff in scope 3 is considered to be the hard stuff. So if you're sitting on any real estate, if you've got a real estate portfolio, your customers, your tenants in there might be coming to you going, do you know what, the easy thing is for you to reduce your emissions because that's really going to help me. So just bear that in mind. We did a property talk last night to a number of organisations, and they just hadn't quite caught on that they thought what was really difficult. Other people are coming to them going, this is the easy stuff, so you tell me what you're going to do. And that's quite an exciting space, because in that space is collaboration, and we start to change the way we do business. Right, last little bit. Motoring on, 5 minutes to go, not going to overrun. Am I? That is a net zero journey. I'm going to talk, that's for another day. It's about get started measuring your carbon and work through your target setting, your transition plan, which is that curve, cost it out, and then start to deliver it over a period of time. And carbon accounting and financial accounting are be coming to the same sort of levels of assurance. So just to get your head around carbon, there could be a cost of carbon, but carbon accounting, evidence-based, is going to have the same level of assurance as financial accounting. Again, if you've not started, start to get your data in a great place. There's loads of business benefits in doing this. I'm not going to dwell on this slide. Yeah, generally, if you do the right thing, the money follows. It's kind of a phrase we hear a lot from investors and other organisations that we're working with, because this has absolutely worked for them. And now, just the last little bit to start shifting thinking. Social value and nature positive. Is anyone measuring their social value, by the way? There's a few. Oh, it's quite a few. Okay. So we use the TOMS framework. So it's a consistent framework for measuring social value. What does that look like? Well, every organisation actually has a positive impact on society and the communities that we serve. You can actually measure that. This was, this is CSR stuff. But you can put a financial and monetary value to it, which sometimes for your reporting is really useful, both in terms of, for a board, how do we do more of this, as it gets you out the fluffy stuff, but also if you're answering an RFI or a tender, putting your social value down as an organisation is really, really valuable. And sometimes it's a determining factor if you win a contract or not, particularly with local authorities. So get to know social value. Social value portal, run the TOMS framework, themes, outcomes and measures. It's really good. And then there's nature, biodiversity. We think that, so we probably as organisations in the built environment know about biodiversity net gain. What would you do if you applied that to your business? And that's a really interesting place to be. So next year we're going to start some trials about actually how do you measure nature for your company? Is anyone actually doing that for their business right now? Not just yet. Okay, so that's quite usual. So what we're doing is we're setting out and embarking upon a programme whereby we're going to understand, working with our great partners at the HTA and Eden and so on, to say how do you measure nature for a company? And then once you've got a baseline, how do you make it positive? Every single year about continuous improvement in being good for the planet in terms of more nature, more biodiversity, and we start to turn around the mass extinction that we've got, because we know that's what we've got to do. And there is a massive interplay, as Jonathan said, between climate, society, and nature. And it could look like that. And at the centre of that could be regenerative business. So is that a bit of a shift? Kind of gone for this corporate responsibility thing to something that looks like regenerative business, where we as leaders of organisations can actually have a positive impact on the planet and the communities that we serve. 2 more slides. This company, Prologis, massive logistics provider, you go past their sheds on the motorway, they've cut their carbon in every single one of their buildings that they put up, because a bunch of people in Solihull chose that that's what they were going to go and do. It's really good for planning. It's really good for their tenants. They also sit on their estate, so they're a long-term provider. They're a platform provider for for logistics centres, which are kind of critical infrastructure now. So they set out this sort of pathway to cut the carbon in their buildings, but they also did it for their business, and this is their business emissions, and they keep coming down and down and down because they relentlessly reduce carbon as a bunch of people in Solihull and in London because they want to make a difference. The crazy Brits, as they were back in 2005 and 6, actually were leading the way for Prologis, internationally, and then corporate got hold of this sort of program and said, you know what we could be doing here is we could be covering all of our sheds, 1 million square foot things and smaller, in PV, in photovoltaics. So every one of those logistics centres over the next few years will be covered in PV, and they're going to be generating their own energy. That's what Prologis are doing. So it's not just a PropCo, it's now an energy company. They're going to put battery storage in there, so anyone who's using those logistics centres is they're going to power their fleets, for the moment, with electricity generated from the PV on there. So they are a company that's reducing carbon, they're going to net zero, they're producing low carbon buildings, they're covering them in PV, battery storage, and then all of our freight and distribution can be powered by their renewable energy. 2 new businesses on top of their property company. That's what they've chosen to do, and it started with a few people, probably in a room like this. And I'll leave you with this thought. Where business leads, policy follows. We have to lead, and we've got to do it right now. Start measuring your carbon. You've got to get to net zero, but net zero is literally a stepping stone towards net good, and we think every organisation should be regenerative and providing back into society, nature, and tackling the climate crisis head on. Thank you.
Wow, brilliant. Thank you so much, Steve. That was really, pacey and inspiring. My hairs are sticking up, which is always a damn good measure whether something counts. So keeping going on, our next speakers are Nikki Thompson and Joachim Eriksson. A little bit of background on them. Basically, Nikki is a bundle of energy. as I experienced last night. She's a specialist in business and organisation. Oh dear, that's all right. There you go. Yeah, at dinner. Oh, dearie me. But she's a specialist in business and organisational psychology and looks at how to develop leadership and facilitate change through organisations to meet the challenges facing us and as businesses. She's been on the board for the Association for Business Psychology, a member of Women in Mining, and this whole thing, I'd never heard of this, but this new thing, the UK Inner Development Goals hub lead for the London and the UK, and the Inner Development Goals is a new thing coming out of the UN in 2023-24. Joachim, Meaningful Lives was the conversation I had with Joachim last night about how maybe we don't need to chase consumerism and chase some of those things, because having a meaningful life is something that's really important and actually slows us down and puts us in contact with our lives and our planet and our society more. Joachim's got 15 years of leadership and development experience of managing at all levels, from the front line to C-suite, and he understands the challenges of complexity, transformation and fundamental shifts in the whole way that we work. So please welcome to the stage Nikki and Joachim.
Great. Hello, everybody. It's really, really lovely to meet you all. So great. Thanks for the start, Chris. I suppose, yes, I am a bundle of energy, and hopefully I get to fill you with some energy and inspiration today. I've also brought a prop with me. It's a big old apple, which I will get to in 2 seconds. As you can possibly hear, I'm from South Africa. And actually, I suppose, as a starting point, a lot of what we're talking about today is, I'm going to say, the fluffy stuff or the soft skills. Now, I'm particularly allergic to those words in my industry and in our industry. I kind of see it as probably the hardest part of change and the hardest part of human potential and what we're trying to achieve. In terms of the hard stuff, the technical skills, that's not really where we're focusing on today. It's bringing this to life, what this looks like from a psychological perspective, individually, behaviorally, and then intrinsically what we actually have to do as humans to actually truly shift the dial. So it's great to have goals, but how do we actually get there and what do we do? So today, hopefully, we can look at the human challenge and what that actually means to be human and how we can actually change that. Manaz, we both work for Manaz. I'll go on to the slide over here. You've just had a bit of an intro from us, but Manaz is a Danish-owned firm. Joachim will talk a little bit more about Manaz later. You can go find us online. It's not, I'm not going to go into the huge depths of it. We are born out of the engineering industry, which is really, really interesting in terms of our background. We specialize in leadership, we specialize in learning and transformational change and cultural shifts and change management to some extent, but not in the typical change process, bums and seats kind of way. It's having meaningful, engaging, and real hard conversations with leaders across different industries to look at actually what is going to shift the behavior strategically and across an organization culturally. So to get started onto my apple, before we came here, so I was trying to be inspired, I suppose, and try to think of what I wanted to leave everyone here with. I do live in a very built-up environment in London. Nature is not the easiest thing to come by. So I did decide to take a bit of a walk around in Wimbledon, where there is some greenery. And I got very inspired by some trains going past and sat and inspired some children to also stare at some trains as well for a bit of time. I'm particularly interested in the built environment, in how we interact as humans with infrastructure, the world of work around us, and just how there's this incredible fight sometimes and sometimes a beautiful balance between humans, nature, and then the built environment that we occupy. So walking along, I saw in the distance a little man building a long contraption. It was made of recycled bottles and made of recycled poles, and he was busy putting this thing together and then sticking it up a tree. and I was really struggling to figure out what on earth he was doing. First, I thought he was trying to save a kitten, so I went over to possibly go and help him, and then curiously asked, what are you doing? At which stage I realized he was intent on trying to grab these giant organic apples sitting in between the railway and this long path surrounded by different gates, fairly inaccessible to anyone going past. First thing he did was give me one of the apples he'd taken some time to get. And then everyone that subsequently came past, he went and gave them an apple. And it was this moment where I sat and I was like, I'm actually going to stand with him for quite some time and try to get him some apples as well. But it was that pure, beautiful moment of joy where human potential, where we've got that human love, kindness, a moment where it did not actually take much energy and effort to give something back and to interact with the world around us and nature and do something slightly different. There were quite a few people that cycled past and completely ignored it and just maybe thought it was another crazy nutter person doing something in a tree. But even that in itself I thought was fairly symbolic. We can either be engaged with it, ignore it, or we can actually take the time and take a beat and take a moment. This is the picture of him getting the apples and the success of the apple retrieval system. So if you are looking at getting some apples in a very creative way, plastic recycled bottles really do work a treat. So why are we here and what are we talking about in terms of the industry, in terms of construction, in terms of infrastructure? It's, as we've already heard today, we're not going to be here telling the experts what you already know very well. You've already had an incredible, I mean, some of the things that we've heard today, I've learned a hell of a lot, so has Joachim as well. We've taken a huge amount from the experts in the room, but what I am going to try to identify is a little bit more about what the human needs are, some of the gaps and where this is coming from. In my sad experience, I suppose, I did choose to flee a country and in hope of greener pastures to some extent. I did learn that very much the UK is it's not doing very well, is it? So it was an interesting space to sort of come into figuring out how legislation and how backwards actually, or far back we actually are in the UK. Some of the things in terms of the UK labour shortage is a huge problem. We're significantly lagging behind in the industry in terms of the amount of skills that will be required, the amount of skills and jobs that will be required to actually achieve what we're expecting in terms of some of the population growth and some of the requirements for this growing population and growing needs in our world that we live in. In terms of sustainable buildings, we've heard a lot about how we actually start working around sustainable buildings and what this looks like in a climate crisis. Beyond that, we've got an ever-growing population on top of that. And more so, the statistics are sort of saying that it's about 70% of these populations are going to be moving towards or living in larger, bigger cities, which puts even increased pressure on these bigger cities, on the construction world, on how on earth we're going to create capacity for that, where the resources are coming from, and the pressure that actually has then on what leadership decisions are required to actually get this right. It's a very competitive landscape too. So we also know that there's a huge war for talent on top of this. So not only do we have a reduced amount of skills that we're actually pulling from, we also have a huge war for top talent and the right skills in those operations. So we're looking at from actual technical skills as well as the soft skills, the people skills. What is going to make them successful beyond just the technical skills? And this is hugely competitive. I think if you speak to anyone in the industry, across actually multiple industries, there is so much movement. There's a huge amount of movement in the engineering sector, I know that, especially if you are looking at the top talent, and they tend to move from place to place because there is such a shortage of these kind of skills. So there's a lot of pressure that needs to actually go into where those skills are being built up from grassroots levels. Lastly, I'm going to say post-COVID as well as Brexit as a skill shortage. I actually arrived in 2016. I didn't know what Brexit was. We had other issues going on in Africa, so arrived and I was very horrified to hear what was going on. But beyond that, what this has actually looked like is it feeds across all of these issues that are interrelated with each other in terms of skills, talent, what we actually need to shift the dial. We've got beautiful ability to take better leadership decisions, to do better, but we also need people to deliver on this, to enable this to come to fruition. And so there's a really big challenge around this. We also have a really big population, which includes women. And in the industry, largely speaking, there is a lack of, I suppose, diversity. There are less females that go into these sectors. It is predominantly an aging and male-dominated workforce. And this in itself is something that it is being addressed in the UK, but it is a very big challenge in terms of where these skills come from, but then equally where they drop out. You don't need to look very far to find out where the dropout rates are. So even from a graduate perspective, they start dropping out and then don't even get into the actual jobs themselves. So there's something happening that we're not attracting and retaining those skills that we spend time and energy developing up. Right, so a few practical experiences that maybe bring this to life. I was thinking about how I can talk about my experiences where I've seen big blockages in terms of human challenges and the actual people component on major projects and programs. So the first one being a global pharmaceutical client I work for. It was a health and safety remediation kind of piece. It was a big program where an on-site delivery had really just not gone well and gone awry, where the chemicals from one of the plants were leaking into the nearby river, polluting not only around the environment and the animals and affecting that, but then also affecting water supplies further down. Beyond that, there was also asbestos just being chucked into bins, because that's fine. And that was people that were technically trained, had the skills, had all of the abilities that they were required to do the job. It was a cultural and behavioral disaster. And we got brought in late on to try to essentially undo something that had gone so wrong, even with the technical skills in place. So from a change management perspective, it was a transformational change that was required. Leadership decisions and a cultural shift that had to happen on site that was not being dealt with, or was not dealt with early on enough and relied on just technical skills to get by, which did not work. The second example was working in highways. So as a highways, well, I can actually use Highways England really, which is now National Highways. They were doing a big re-centralization of all their supply chain and service providers. This in itself is trying to marry multiple different cultures and behaviors into the same organization to be effective. It was a really, really big challenge. But they thought about it early on. So they built a program and they built up front the right strategies and the right kind of tactics to actually provide support, skills, training, and the ability for people to join in on the party, to communicate, to collaborate, and get onto the same page. Because without that, you could shift them into the same organization that was not going to succeed. And they knew that. So that's more of a success story. We know there are other challenges that come into it, and there's no perfect world where it is absolutely perfect. But the ambition and the intention was there, and there was a huge amount of effort around it, which made a big difference, a really, really big difference in something that was incredibly, I'm saying political, and something that could be hugely damaging, not only to the organization, but to road users in general, which is a fair bit of people in the UK. So, what do we distill from this? From my experiences, from our collective experiences, and from the link to the soft skills or the human potential and human skills that are required, we've looked at sort of, well, in my mind, to the industry's three main areas that are really critical that we can focus on right now. Some of them have already actually been brought up and spoken about in some of the talks. So that's very, very exciting. So there's a huge amount of alignment. First one being leadership. So we've spoken about leadership, but what does it mean to be an effective leader, an effective decision maker, to make the right decisions, to actually take that strategic intention forward? The decisions that leaders make need to also be not just going to be practical or tactical, there needs to be something also a bit more holistic. What is the impact that we want to have, and how do we do that coming in with a cultural, behavioral lens as well? We are also humans, and you are still managing humans in this process, and it's incredibly important. The second one being sustainable skills. So we've talked about sustainability. What are sustainable skills? So from a people lens and a people perspective, these are skills that enable us to have longevity in our career, to perform better, to work consistently, to operate better as human beings with reduced stress, reduced burnout, reduced psychological distress. These are skills that we often either ignore or don't necessarily build into our workforce or our staff. Two main skills that come out that are very, very intrinsically related in the industry are resilience and adaptability. Resilience is something that we can train up, we can build, and so is adaptability, but they're incredibly difficult. And if they aren't there, if we don't make sure we either are hiring the right people with those skills or building that up, the risk for burnout and the risk for a lower performance and less sustainable skills over a long lifetime is quite huge. The last one being adaptability to change. So understanding we are going through a change. When we build change programs or employ change management, we're looking at transformational change. What is required from the inside out, not from the outside in. It's very easy to set goals and agendas, and we'll go into, I suppose right now, who knows about the sustainable development goals in the room? Hopefully a fair chunk, brilliant. So we'll go into that in a little bit, but they're also intrinsically linked to how we actually manage change. There's an internal out perspective and actually how we do that as humans. And I'm going to leave you on this quote before I hand over to Joachim. So from Nelson Mandela, who is a transformational leader, was a transformational leader, and someone who I could only wish the kind of leadership in the UK or across many other countries and across the globe. But one of the most difficult things to change is not to change society, but to change yourself. So we spend a lot of time externalizing a lot of things and saying, oh, we'll wait for that, wait for that, wait for that. And what I've heard today has been more about we need to do something now. We need to do something now. We internally, individually, and as team, as people collaborating and do something now. And that speaks to that. So Joachim, I'm going to hand over to you to introduce the rest of that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a few minutes to 12, which means that the likelihood that the majority of you are very focused and energized right now is pretty low. I nerd pretty much around neuroscience and leadership, and continuous studies shows that on average, our mind is wandering about 50% of the time. So even if you're politely looking at me right now, half of you are thinking about something else. So I say I'm wondering who that is, right? So why don't you just you were the ones who brought energy into the room, right? But why don't you take make a fist with one of your hands. You're not going to beat anyone up, just yourself. And then just tap yourself on one of the shoulders, yeah. And then take another one. Tap on one, and then just take 2 deep breaths, please. Yeah, and I think we went from 50% to 70, 75, maybe something like that. All right. As you mentioned here, Nikki, at the start, we work for an organization that was founded in 1975 by the Union for Engineers in Denmark. Having actually this epiphany that, hey, our members, sooner or later, they become leaders, and they're very good at constructing bridges and houses, but not necessarily leading other people. So let's start training them in social skills and stuff like that. So they started this organization to train engineers to become good people purpose and people leaders. So that became Manas. So, and what we're gonna share with you today, building on top of these very inspiring, thought-provoking speeches from both Jonathan, Esther, Steve, thank you. I think we're gonna just continue on what you've been pointing to, trying to put that perspective on it. If we are really sincere about our intention to do something about the sustainability agenda, how do you transfer that into some kind of shift in our organization? Or to quote a little bit what Jonathan spoke about, if you have knowledge, you cannot not have it anymore. That's good enough. But my experience from working with organizations for in organizations for 30-something years and as a consultant for 15, 16 is having knowledge doesn't necessarily lead to transformation. Has any one of you ever tried I have this idea, strategy, and then a couple of months later that didn't happen? We all experience that. Change is not easy. So what I'd like to point to is that although transformations are tricky, there are nevertheless a lot of experience of what works or what doesn't. So what I'd like to kind of share with you a little bit is our accumulated experiences from our clients and organizations we're working with. What seems to be working when it comes to really start to implementing, creating a momentum around transformations? And disclaimer here, what I'm going to present to you is no rocket science. You're going to know all of this stuff. It's pretty common sense. But as someone said, common sense is not always common practice. So what we is just to point to what are some of the steps we can actually do to, again, building on what you said here, Esther, I think you called it practical, useful spaces. So between the kind of the visions and the practicality every day, what I'm going to share with you is just what we sometimes call the wheel of transformation. So what are some of these steps that we just might want to look at? We kind of know we should do it, but where we can take that knowledge we're having and put it into practice. So I'm going to spend a few minutes on that before we go into even more the inner human perspective on this. So the first aspect here would be, how do you actually work with the realm of strategy when it comes to sustainability? So you might leave from here today with some kind of inspiration, but how do you bring it back to your organization and kind of turn it into some kind of plan? From my experience, you can look at 3 steps here. One, it's called here, what are the trends? And you got some inspiration and information today about what's happening, but going forward, how will you proactively look at what's moving in your market so you don't become another one of those reactive players in the market, but how do you make sure to keep the finger on the pulse to what is happening in the world, what's happening in your industry? What will your clients ask from you 5 years from now? So that's number 1. Number 2 here, what's your sustainability ambition? And this is kind of tricky. You might leave here and be very inspired, and then you hit the reality tomorrow. You just open your inbox. So this comes back to this kind of practical, useful space. Where is it you and your organization can make a difference, and what would be your level of ambition? Which builds into the third one here, what are your strategic focus areas? And I think what Steve was pointing to here, what you're helping organizations with, I think, is actually being specific here, being realistic and specific, and that's a very good starting point. But still, it's just on paper still. It's just a plan. So how do you go from there? Well, the other kind of segment of things we see organizations are doing that seems to be moving here is addressing how do we innovate. The first block here, how do we interact with our clients, our customers? How do we involve them? And also that we heard a few interesting things this morning about you are someone's supplier. There are probably people who start to increase their expectations on you. But instead of being surprised by that, how do you start to reach out and involve your clients and start having their conversation? What can I do to help you, dear client, become closer to net zero, whatever it is, right? To see you're part of this value chain, start orienting yourself towards that, which leads into the idea of partnerships. You're not alone in this. The other players in your industry, you might consider them competitors today, or is part of your supply chain. Think bigger. What's the ecosystem I'm navigating right now? It's only when we are partnering up, as we heard this morning, that we can move forward. And the third thing here, so what are your innovation processes? Who's going to do that? When do you create the time and space to meet with people and to discuss this? And do you actually have someone who helps you actually move forward in that process? What does the innovation process look like? As you see here, I'm not providing clear answers. I just pointing to things that you need to reflect on, maybe together with your leadership team. But so far, we talked about strategy, we talked about the innovation part, and then we have the kind of, we can call it the people part. What are the kind of skills and capabilities we need to build in our organization? We can't ask people to do different stuff if they don't have the knowledge or the skills. So what do we need to start building right now? But even with the right skills and knowledge, there's also culture and structural part. I meet so many organizations in this realm that really have aspirations and intentions, and then they keep the old structure of KPIs, measuring the financial bottom line and nothing else, and things get stuck. So there are so many structures in an organization, and there is a culture part that might support a move towards sustainability or actually become barriers. So these you also have to look at. And then there comes a part here about, you can see the inner and the outer sustainability. We call it a sustainable workforce. Many organizations that kind of inspire others in the world, and I think, Gabe, you're going to representing one of those a little bit after lunch here, have both an inner and outer focus on sustainability. How do we impact the world? But how do we also treat our employees? How do we make sustainability a mindset also internally in the organization in many, many aspects? And finally, the impact part. We live in a world where we measure things and we have to show numbers up and down, right? So we have to ask ourselves, how do we actually measure, back to Steve, what you talked about here, helpful tools, right? How do we measure the ESGs or whatever is relevant for you? And how do we make sure that what we had as strategic goals are actually measurable so we can show it to the board, etc.? And how do we connect the kind of social environmental responsibility with the financial goals? Because that's a language you speak in many organizations. When those connect together, it's much easier to get things done. And finally here, when it comes to the measurement and communication, I meet so many organizations that don't step out on the playing field, but they want to be perfect. They don't want to be criticized. Well, welcome to the game. We can't do this perfect, but we can try and we can be transparent. So if we can shift from wanting to be perfect to wanting to be transparent and sincere about what we do, then it seems the organizations can get things moving. Again, no rocket science. All what I shared, you already know. The only thing we have done here, based on our experience with clients who take this seriously, is that there are some different areas. And if you sit down and have a conversation, sometimes a hard conversation around this, we will kind of know what to do. The only thing this wheel of transformation does is kind of put it up on the board, put common sense on the formula. And what we would like to provide you with as you leave today, don't try to read it, please. At the end, you're going to have a QR code. It's going to lead you to this simple handout. It just puts a few more words on things you can do. And as you will see, it will connect very well with the other speeches you heard this morning. And you can bring it back to your organization and sit down with your leadership team, other people, and say, like, where are we on these parameters? Don't try to be perfect, but try to take it seriously and start having the conversation. Does this make sense? Now, I'm surely we're running, we have a few minutes left, but it's tight on time. So I'll go forward, because in the middle here, you might notice it says leadership. And of course, leadership is also putting up the structures and setting goals and all that kind of stuff. But there's also an inner aspect to leadership. There is kind of how we as human beings approach these challenges we've been talking about today. Jonathan challenged us to, what's our personal responsibility here? How do I show up to these challenges? What am I going to tell my kids and grandkids that I did in 2023, 2024? Is that kind of inner aspects? That's kind of the even trickier part, but we're not alone in having those reflections. Back in, I go back to this. Back in a couple of years ago, there were a few big organizations that were reflecting on these ones. And how many of you kind of recognize the logo? Right, good. But how many of you heard about the inner development goals? If these are the sustainable development goals, anyone heard about the inner development goals? Right, thank you. A couple of years back, a few Swedish organizations, kind of niche organizations like IKEA, Ericsson, and Spotify, some of you might have heard of them, they actually sat together and said, like, we've been working seriously on sustainability for a couple of years, but we can't really create much momentum in our organization. And what they actually started discussing, together with some academics from like Harvard, IMD, MIT, and other places, is there something lacking inside our organizations and inside our leaders that makes these kind of outer goals not being kind of focused on enough? And they asked themselves, do we have to combine the sustainability development goals with actually inner development goals? The way we relate to each other, the way we think, the way we are working on our own self-awareness, our courage to act stuff, all that kind of fluffy stuff that can be the hardest stuff. So what they did a research project where they actually worked on this question. What are the inner skills and capabilities in leaders we need in order to put real momentum behind sustainability. With thousands of responses from all parts of the world, they kind of collected that and they put it together in a framework that they call the Inner Development Goals as a supplement to the Sustainable Development Goals. This started as a little bit of a niche project. Now, these are a couple of the organizations today that are kind of partnering up with this. As you see, it's everything from big academic institutions to pretty large global firms. And it's a very small global firm called Manas down here as well. We partnered up because we think that, yeah, this is important, and maybe this kind of human part actually can be helpful in working towards sustainability. So we are trying to learn and engage and contribute to this. What I'd like to share briefly with you now, what are the core ideas within the development goals? We're not going to have time to go through them, but hopefully make you curious enough to look it up afterwards. So the idea with the Inner Development Goals is trying to just point to some areas that all of us actually can develop and get better at that would support us to work with complex, difficult, wicked problems like sustainability, like we've been talking about today. And there are 5 dimensions to it, and I'd like to briefly point to them. And disclaimer, earlier preview, you're going to get a handout for this one as well, so you can reflect when you get back home. Part number 1, we have to ask ourselves, this is the dimension of being. How am I? How are my values? How's my integrity as a person? My authenticity in my commitment to sustainability? Where am I on that? Can I actually work on kind of my values guiding me forward in this work? That's kind of the very inner dimension. But there's also a dimension about thinking. What are some of my kind of mental models or assumptions about the world that get me stuck in old ways of thinking? And making this shift we're talking about today means actually we have to challenge a lot of our assumptions and kind of usual way of thinking. So that's the other dimension, looking at how am I thinking about the problems? How am I relating? So how am I making connections, trying to understand the different perspectives from all the stakeholders involved here, everything from suppliers to the people in other parts of the world that get affected the way I do business. How do I feel empathy and compassion and relationship with these people? These are trainable skills. How do I collaborate? If we had to do this together, how do I build trust and psychological safety in relation? How do I facilitate co-creative processes together with others? Also trainable skills, soft skills if you like, but trainable. And how do I make sure to act? How do I muster courage in an organization? Because doing something new is a vulnerable space to be. How do I work with that? How do I remove barriers inside myself, in my team, to actually have the courage to act? These are the 5 main areas in the Sustainable Development Goals. There are actually 23 skills under all of these, and you can read much more about it. And they're all trainable, they're all research-based. And as a little teaser here, you're going to get, if you take the QR code, you can do that later, you get it at the end, you will actually get a link to this simple handout with a few questions that you again can go home, maybe take some time for yourself and ask, how would I answer this question? Or sit down with your colleagues and ask, okay, what's the inner aspect? What's the place from where we act around sustainability here? We have to combine the inner with the outer if this is going to happen. So hopefully what we shared with you now about the process approach, but also the inner approach, can be that little spark that gets a conversation going in your organization. All
right. Just quick one on this one. Sorry, apologies. Last night was tough. Yeah. Oh no. Okay. Right, there is an IDG hub, as Joachim has mentioned. We are launching in January 2024. I'm going to show you a slide now, which has just got the handout QR code. It has got all the information. All we ask is that you engage with that. There is a link down at the bottom where the IDGs are doing a global survey at the moment to get an understanding of what the human requirements are for us to change, and doing a bit of an audit globally across all different countries, sectors, industries. There's a link in the handout itself. If you are interested in the hub and getting aligned and feel there's synergy, let me know. Otherwise, I know there's the apple, but I'm going to essentially leave the apple, but feel inspired to take action. And with that, take the code, get involved, and please do get in contact if you have any other questions. Thank you.
brilliant. In case anybody didn't witness it, my seat went back up then and I fell on the floor. So there we go. Keep going. You're staying with us, Nikki, I think, aren't you?
Yes.
So we've got a panel session now where we're going to be talking about regenerative businesses and moving forwards. We're going to be joined by Nikki. Is this you there? So, and Steve. So just to introduce Nikki Clark as well, Chief Exec of UMI, a B Corp, which helps build more resilient, innovative and productive businesses. Started out in banking, but did a whole world of experience traveling around, helping small businesses start up. But you believe passionately that businesses can have a power to make a difference to lives and the world around us. And she was awarded an OBE in 2022 for services to business and social enterprise, and as a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development. And I'm going to try and chair this. We've got 25 minutes before lunch. And I'm just going to kind of mention something first, and kind of we were about being truthful and open and things. And this kind of reflects on something that we're saying about not being perfect, but also the work that you've done. I left the Eden Project in 2007. I walked away from a really well-paid job, which is hard to come by in Cornwall. And that was because the finance director said to me, I'd just done 18 months of working really hard to build our sustainability indicators, and measuring everything and doing all of that. And the finance director turned around and said, well, we're not publishing that. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, we're not perfect. Wow. And I said, well, that's me done then, isn't it? And he said, yeah, that's your problem. And I left. So it was amazing that bit of time later, and I had Tim Smith's backing to go and do that, but that you went back down there, and maybe he did learn something from my walking.
Yeah.
Because he didn't believe that I was going to walk away. He said, and when he came to my leaving do, he went, you're actually, and I said, yeah, you've had a month, you haven't even come. So he did do that. And this thing about not being perfect, none of us are. Right. And we're all on this journey to change. And how many of us have managed to measure our carbon footprints yet? It's about starting. But I'm incredibly inspired as well, because this innovative development goals, I'm all fired up now. I'm learning something by coming today. Did we have a question from the audience who wanted to get going on this, or shall I fire one into the panel? Sir.
More of an observation, maybe. It was interesting when Steve asked how many people in the room were measuring net zero. And from where I could sit, there were two. And they were both working for the same company, Space.
Okay.
I got really curious about net zero about a year or so ago, and I started asking myself, what does that even mean? What does that mean for a construction company? So I work at the other end of the industry to you. I work with the big organisations, mainly big contractors. And so I started ringing up chief executives and saying, what does net zero mean to you? This was round about the time when there were a lot of net zero pledges being made. And they said, I'll put you in touch with our net zero department head. So they put me in touch with their net zero department head. This is about 6 organisations in the UK, construction companies, we'll all know their names. And so I spoke to the net zero department head, and I said, what does it actually mean? And how can you be net zero when we're placing all this concrete? Even. And so the person I was speaking to, 6 organisations, said, well, for a definition, you'll have to read this symposium or that symposium. There wasn't even a definition of what net zero meant. And then I said, well, how many people are in your department? 1. That person I was talking to. And they were all women, if that means anything. And so 6 of the biggest, some of the biggest contractors in the UK, 1-person department, and they're just kind of tweaking out the edges. And in my inquiry, which lasted about a year, I spoke to a lot of people across the world, because you can now on Zoom and Teams. And I learned that making empty pledges about net zero is a criminal offence in Australia. And I just thought, that's really interesting. So I'm just kind of reflecting back to you, Steve, kind of the opposite end of the, if you're working with SMEs, I'm working with the executives of big companies, and that's kind of where they're at, or a small sample of them anyway.
Yeah.
In the construction industry.
Yeah.
Steve,
Shall I
respond? Yeah.
It's a really good observation. So I think that I would say the time for lip service is running out, you know, and I think that there is understanding and pressure being applied to organisations from multiple sort of pressure points. Larger organisations will have compliance in and around net zero and governance to support that. That's being written into some definitions which will be cascading. We work with large organisations now as well, by the way. But you have to hold them to account. Yeah, and also you may sometimes, actually, you might only get one person sitting in a net zero sort of capacity in an organisation. And that might still be okay, funnily enough, because in actual fact, to get net zero to work through an organisation, actually everyone's got to do it. So it becomes sort of cross-departmental. So it's something to sort of think about. I think we're looking at what's coming down the track. And so that curve thing is a sort of a transition plan, right? And in any organisation that's serious about going to net zero, they have to cost that out. And companies, maybe like ours, but others, will be holding companies to account to those net zero transition plans. So carbon is shifting from being something that you look back on to actually something that you start to forecast. So we're in an imperfect world. The progress, though, is that those transition plans are the key to success, right? So how have you created a transition plan, and is it real, and how are you tracking against it is what's coming down the track. And so those organisations, if you phone them up in 2 years' time, maybe not next year, but in 2 years, and certainly 5, will say, we have a fully costed transition plan, it's in the public domain, and a third party has checked it out to say, this is how we're performing against our transition plan. And I think you will find that organisations will be held accountable to those transition plans, not just their pledges that a multitude of organisations have put in the public domain. Not perfect, great piece of research, and that is also agency, isn't it? Checking out what's going on, yeah, what's really happening. I think what we see happening is that actually those companies are going to be held to account, and they will have to be, because those transition plans will be actually legally enforceable. Okay. We hope.
So I have a question I did want to ask. If I went back 30 years ago, early days of campaigning, I would have walked into a room like this and I would have seen a wall of only men. What do you think that kind of power of women is? Do you think that's a positive thing? And how do you, like I know a young woman who works for a company and she's postgraduate and she's been given the role. She was B Corp, so I'd like to always talk about B Corp and how B Corp sits with this. But she's also then, having done the B Corp recertification, she's now responsible for culture.
Yeah.
Can you talk that one through about the importance of a culture in organisations? Nikki,
Yeah, sure.
Nikki first and then Nikki.
It's very confusing.
Yeah, no, it's going to get really confusing,
Yeah.
isn't it? For us, the culture came first, actually, and I think it was in part how we founded the business. So we founded the business with 3 very clear objectives and aspirations, which was to be somewhere where people could thrive from a workplace perspective, to focus on our long-term balance sheet health rather than short-term profitability, and also to be really mindful of creating a positive impact in the communities and world in which we lived, either through our own services or indirectly through our services. And we didn't know it at the time. That just seemed like the right thing to do. And you talked about leadership, and I think that was in part driven by the people that founded the business. That was our aspiration. It aligned with our values. But actually what's become the job of today is making sure that as our team transitions, another word that's been used a lot, I think, today already, we've seen a profound change in our team in terms of age, experience, outlook, what they expect, you know, their expectations as well. Maintaining that culture and being really proud but also assertive in how that culture is sustained is really, really important. actually, because much of what we achieve is driven by people wanting to do it. It comes back to that inner goal thing, and you know what actually drives people. So we focus on that an awful lot as a business, possibly more than any other aspects of running a business, to be perfectly honest with you.
Keep that culture. Yeah, okay. Other Nikki?
Yeah, I actually spent the majority of last week going to 3 different female conferences about female empowerment across economics, creativity, and another one as well in terms of diversity and culture. It was absolutely mind-bogglingly, fantastically inspiring. Used all the adjectives there. But in terms of that, where we're challenged, I suppose the wonderful piece about aligning company values and actually what that looks like for the outcomes, what do we actually want to achieve? There's a hell of a lot of research out there in terms of diversity of thought, diversity of ways of thinking, being, culturally speaking, and the effect that this actually has on company performance, to be more creative, to be more innovative, to actually work better. Together and collaborate better. In terms of, I've majority of the time of my career, I've worked in very male-dominated industries, and it has been a really big challenge. You do often find you get very similar ways of thinking or seeing things, and that is a problem, and that is what diversity encourages, is the opposite of that. Beyond that, I think company policies, and you said as well, you built it first. It's encouraging. How do you make sure there's room for that and make sure that people are, regardless of background and having D&I practices in place, that support a mixed and diverse set of staff and employees is critical. It means that you're attracting the skills and then retaining the skills, and we know that that's a problem. So it all links into each other. Hopefully I think it marries up with what you were saying as well. Yeah.
Steve?
So I think we're about 70-30 split female to male at Planet Mark, and I think what we have found is that maintaining a sort of culture from we were a bit of a start-up, and now it's sort of grown into something sort of slightly larger than that, about 70 of us, is that we have to focus on that company culture piece to maintain it, and that everyone comes into it with a sort of, hopefully a similar sort of attitude. But we've seen what we've needed to be is sort of flexible with that as well. So to maintain that balance for the company, then we have to have flexible working arrangements, as much as we possibly can, and you've got to roll with that. And we want to perform, because the more we do, the more impact we have as an organisation. There's a direct correlation between that, but we have to not burn out. We deal with challenging issues that are very tough, whilst also we have to make sure that everyone is able to live their lives happily and healthily whilst we go about our business. So for us, it's, I think it is our number one priority as we're going through the changes from being a tiny startup to something a little bit bigger than that, but maintaining those values all the way through.
Any questions coming out from there, sir?
There's no delicate way to say this, but it seems like a lot of the SMEs, particularly in supply chain, are headed up by Daily Mail readers, if you know what I mean. So is there almost a hope that it's a generational thing? And in the sense that in some ways that kind of almost sociopathic bottom line way of thinking will, as people retire or other things happen, it will be by nature more diverse, which sounds terrible, but that's kind of, isn't that the subtext in some ways, that the younger generations are a little bit more aware of those types of things and obviously care more about that thing? Is that too blunt, or does that?
I don't think that's blunt at all. No, I think that there is from my perspective, when we get in the little box at the end of our lives, and we were talking about this last night, Joachim and I, when we get in the box at the end of our lives, we won't regret that we never had a, whatever it is, turbo super duper car. We'll regret that we didn't come and do this, that we didn't understand each other people, that we didn't tell people that we loved them, that we didn't, connect and make our lives meaningful. So absolutely, and I think the younger generation probably do get that more. And that change is slowly gone. But it is a shame that those readers, like you say, at the moment are dictating a certain amount of policies, and those politics are driving that. But I think hopefully there's a tiredness, and hopefully there's a fresher way of being And that's about us. So my last question to Jonathan earlier about that world we made, I wanted that positivity of thinking about the world that he actually has in that book. And you can pick up the odd second-hand copy somewhere or other. Over to you, the panel.
I was just going to say, both from a personal experience and practically in terms of what we do at UMI, we see a much larger proportion of businesses that are founded today that are founded with broader ethical outcomes in mind. And naturally, yes, they are being founded by, younger generations. But having said that, increasingly, I meet more and more experienced founders who are happy that actually there are other people trying to change the approach and they're adapting accordingly. So I do think there's a bit of a groundswell from both ends of the spectrum. Perhaps it's been a bit more motivated by the younger generation and new founders, but I do see a bit of a significant movement now from both ends. And if you take B Corp as a metric, the UK is the fastest growing market in the global network for B Corp certification at the moment, and its growth will outstrip, if it hasn't already, actually Europe and shortly the States, which is phenomenal, really. But as a simple indicator of what the broader movement does in terms of Planet Mark and all sorts of things, I'm a big believer there's, it's everybody who's making a difference to this. I think that's a really good indicator in terms of the change of the step change that's being created.
Where do you go with this one? Right, the worry is who's not in the room. Yeah, so a bit of a rarefied atmosphere in here because we all care, So our job is to go out and talk to those people and try and change their mindsets. I think that we wanted to this bit about correlation between good business is always a bit of a winner, so you can win a board over on some processes to help. So and it was never the meaning of, also, I just felt really mortified earlier on about the fluffy stuff thing, because it's a bit like, I didn't mean it that way, but because that's the intrinsic stuff. That is absolutely intrinsic stuff. But sometimes if you measure something, you can actually get hold of those people and go, do you know, it's measurably better for your business, so why wouldn't you? And then the other pressures then might be started to apply. And at the end of the day, and not being funny, they're going to die off, and then other people are going to take over. Yeah, so.
Nikki?
Yeah, there's, it's interesting. I mean, you've both said, I suppose, a lot of things that I sort of echo. But there's also, in terms of generational studies, it's really fascinating to see the different sort of ways that you operate, think, and have different values, morals. There's a shift, right? And we're affected. We don't work in a bubble, so we're affected by our entire world, our upbringing, nature versus nurture, all of the above. And there, you can change. There are shifts and change. So behavior is changeable, but when you are psychologically speaking, past a certain point in your life, the ability to change, the speed at which change occurs, is slower. So it doesn't mean as doom and gloom that the change doesn't occur, and it definitely does, but it is slow on the uptake. And also the spaces you've formed as a human being for a lot longer and cemented in your ways of thinking, being, etc. So there is a space where change is going to occur faster with younger generations, but that's also, they're being brought into a very different world. And the way that they operate, see, think, and feel has been shaped in a completely different way. Yeah.
I think one of the challenges with the younger generation, though, that we see practically on a day-to-day basis is, on the old Maslow's hierarchy of needs things, salary and remuneration packages are important still, but they're not at the top. Yeah. Trundling alongside that is, I want to work for an ethical business. I want to work for a business that is driven by a purpose and doing good, not just where I'm going to make lots of money. However, whilst that is, I think, a genuine intent at the point of choosing where they're going to go and spend their time and work, translating that into practical outcomes as a team member in an organisation is really, really tough still. Because actually when it comes to it, they're making the compromises that sometimes they need to make in order to uphold that business's standards and ethics and purpose. They sometimes go, no, I'm not sure I really like doing that, because actually that impacts on me personally. So that's where we're seeing a little bit of a challenge at the moment in terms of the spirit, the ambition, the motivation, the verbalisation of that. It's all there, but in practice it's still lacking a little bit at the moment.
I think they're also being crushed by the ambient culture in construction. That's why there's a
Interesting.
Okay. So, wait for the microphone if possible. Thank you.
I just want to ask a question about whether, then, related to all of that, whether change is fast enough at the moment, because we've been talking about encouraging change, and we're all in the same. This is a big echo chamber, which is, that's great, but how do you encourage change from people that don't want to change? And I see this all the time. The place standard in Scotland's a great thing, but we all talk about it together, and we're all like, yeah, that's really great, but most houses are not built by architects. I'm an architect. They're built by others who are not really that into it. So actually, how do you get the change to happen? I like encouraging change, but does it actually need regulation, to go back to what Jonathan was talking about earlier, and how do you get it to happen fast enough? Because it's not happening fast enough, really, is it? So how do we do that?
I mean, I could say change, no, it's not happening fast enough.
No.
It's as simple as that, right? And we know that, what do we say, the apocalypse questions at the end, or at the beginning. In terms of change, we also know that there is, if you had to look at how we actually change human beings, there's a vast majority of us that are able to change, and it does get slower and slower along the curve, and you will get some people who will never change at all, regardless of what you throw at them. And we've had quite a few different discussions of how you use different how different countries deal with it, right? So there's a pressure from the top, from a government legislation perspective, which is required a lot. In some countries, they've shifted the culture, the entire culture of the country itself doesn't even need to necessarily be guided by that. It depends. You get almost the donkey and carrot kind of analogy, or horse and carrot. Do you need that to actually lead you to the water, or do you need to be sort of beaten from the front? Which one is it? In terms of motivation, it's up and down to people, culture as well, and cultures even in terms of countries. What is the motivating factor behind that, and tapping into what's actually going to get them going, and get them going properly and fast? As a society, I mean, we've spoken about legislation, all these other pressures. To be honest, I just really wish things would just happen now. I think most of us do. Yeah.
I mean, goodness knows how, I sit on a sustainability advisory panel to the BBC, and a few years ago they had this Albert Sustainable Development mark, but that would only be on the production of Nature Watch or Spring Watch or whatever it was. Every single programme now at the end of the BBC has that stamp at the end of it, because that programme has done its carbon footprint. And, is there a moment where every single building that is made has a stamp on it that says that it is Planet Mark or whatever it is, so that becomes the social norm? And I wonder whether collectively, as an industry, that could be something that everybody gets behind and says, we're not quite sure where it is, but maybe there's a think tank that works with development and change, and that drives that forward, so that, at the change of, in another 5 years' time, that exists, and then that's making everybody drive towards that goal, and it would tip a lot of things, thoughts.
So just net zero, right? That sort of bonkers thing that I showed about scopes 1, 2, and 3. Net zero is a drag along, right? So if somebody in a value chain says, I'm going to go to net zero, do you know what? Everyone else is going to go. Yeah, because, and that's not a regulatory requirement necessarily on the organisation that might be affected. It's that somebody up there sort of said, I'm going to go to net zero. Yeah, and they'll turn their pledges into reality, because they've got to do it, right? So somebody's caught up, right? And they've made that commitment. So if you happen to be in their supply chain, they're going to come to you for your carbon, right? And by the way, it's not just carbon, as we found out. It's a planetary crisis we're in. But anyway, let's just deal with carbon for the moment. So that is forcing companies, vast number of companies, to go, what? Yeah, because they suddenly get a letter coming from like Tesco who go, by the way, we're going to net zero and you're coming, and if you're not, we're going to delist you. That's effectively what they've said, right? And a load of SMEs out there, supply chain, and fucking hell, right? What is that about? I've now got to measure my carbon, yeah? And then they start to learn about it, and then they get on with it and do it, yeah? It's a drag along, yeah? Hopefully it can be done in a much, much more positive way than that. So we're working with Fortnum and Mason, who sort of said, do you know what, before we set a net zero target, I'll tell you what we'll do is we'll go and talk to our supply chain. First of all, get our house in order. Secondly, we're going to go and talk to our supply chain and say, we're going to go in this direction, but we're going to give you a heads up, right? And that is then encouraging and supporting. It's the supportive change that we could actually all do together to say, you know, we're going to go on this journey. We need your help. They know they need the help of their supply chains. It's the only way they get to net zero. And they'll take them on the journey with them, with information, support, and engagement. So there's good news happening out there, by the way. You know, so so it does. You know, you can bring people with you, and then that change will probably tip and move quite quickly.
Do you think there's and maybe we'll pick this up this afternoon, do you think there's a data flip moment? Because we're all part of each other's. Yeah. So if I was to ask you, you're my scope 3, if I'm looking at, so if I've done my 1 and 2, you're my 3, and we're all each other's. So everybody does that, and then it's almost where's this moment of data flip and capture that we suddenly gain a whole lot going forward.
We'd all hold hands in carbon chains.
We could make some amazing things. One last question from the floor. Lady at the back there. Thank you.
Hiya. Is this working? Yeah. Just a reflection, really, on what you said, Chris, about the Eden Project report and the fact that it wasn't perfect. I was inspired last week. We're Planet Mark members, and I was at the awards in London, and there was one of your members, Steve, can't remember who it was.
One and all,
who create clothing, and they discovered child labour in one of their factories. I can't remember which country. Do you know?
It was either Egypt or Thailand, I think. But yeah.
And what I thought was so incredible about that is that A, they shared it openly, and B, that they did something about it. So they didn't just go, do you know what, we're not working with you, oh God, we've got to cover that up and move to a different factory. They actually went into the factory and started protecting the kids or doing education with the factory owners and so on, and tried to change it. I don't know how far along they are on that journey, but
brilliant.
It was
Thank
really
you.
interesting.
And then one just quick question that I wanted to ask B Corps, and this is a B Corps and Planet Mark, and it's almost a practicality. If you're doing one, does the other one kind of help you get the other one? So if you're gathering all the data for one, that does make it easier to get.
Sorry.
Yeah, you know, it's if you have a carbon
footprint. Because it's the culture as well, isn't it? It's the culture of change. And quick thoughts on.
The thing that I've discovered as a consequence of leading UMI through the B Corp certification is all of the other wonderful methodologies, instruments, networks, people that actually bring it all together. The reason I like B Corp is because it is holistic. You know, the environment is one part of it, but actually, how do you create an even bigger impact through people and so on and so forth? But I think just enter this world at the point at which it makes sense to you. I think people can overcomplicate it. And at the end of the day, I say to everybody, you have to be a good business. You have to make money. So do it in a way that helps you be a better business by all of the traditional means as well. Because actually, if you don't, you won't be around to make that difference. So enter into it by whatever means makes sense to you, whether that's Planet Mark, B Corp, or one of the EcoVadis or whatever it is, because they do all complement each other in my view.
Great. So I guess just to summarise, then we'll go to lunch. It is about those outer goals, but also the inner goals as well. And we look forward to that.
Great.
Launch in January. Thank you ever so much. Lunch, quickly, I'll tell you how long we've got for lunch. So thanks ever so much for your attention. We shall be back in here at 13:45, 1:45. We got 1 hour. Thank you ever so much. See you at 13:45. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you very much. Nice little thing there, reminding what we're all here trying to do. So we're into the afternoon, and the next speaker, I've known Gabe for, crikey, over 33 years I've known Gabe Davies for. And when you go out surfing around the world, people will say, well, there's no surf in Britain. And then you kind of say, oh, yeah, there's Cornwall, and then they get their heads around Cornwall. And then if you live in Britain, people used to think there was no surf in the northeast. But Gabe's going to tell you all about that. And Gabe, as I said, I've known him for 33 years. And I first met him, we were doing, as a Surfers Against Sewage, we were doing a toxic wave trophy down in South Wales. And this young 15-year-old turned up, amazing surfer with his dad. But he'd come all that way to surf in this contest, partly to surf in the contest, but also because he got what we were about. And that kind of acting, someone acting because of that love of the ocean and giving something back is really important. And Gabe is one of Britain's best ever surfers, professional, but importantly, he's a thinking surfer as well, who actually goes deeper than, a lot of surfers are just kind of testosterone and out front, kind of fairly that image, but Gabe's far deeper than that. And we have campaigned over the years together. We shared a tour bus, me and Gabe and about 8 other surfers, and we went right around the UK doing all these press calls and went to Ofwat and all the water regulator and Brighton and everything. And then a few years ago, after he started to come out of being a professional surfer, he joined what I regard as one of the most inspirational and amazing companies in the world, really, Patagonia. And I just thought that was such a perfect fit. And it's a real honour to bring Gabe onto the stage. So please welcome Gabe Davies.
Hey, thank you, Chris. That's a super kind introduction. This really is fantastic. Thanks for everyone for being here today, for who've travelled in to Newcastle from far and wide, and to the phenomenal speakers that have been before us already. So yeah, I work for Patagonia, who this year marked its 50th year in business. And I'd like to talk to you for the next 30 minutes about sort of basically how to save the home planet that we live on. And the focus is on quality, and can quality save the planet? And at Patagonia, we believe it can. But first thing, I'm going to sort of take you on a journey. So I grew up in Tynemouth, down at the end of the River Tyne. If anyone knows there, I lived just up the road in Blythe, just into Northumberland. But we're going to take you on a journey from the sort of northeast to California and onto the planet Mars. So bear with me. And hopefully by the end, you'll agree that quality can save the home planet. First thing we're going to do is maybe sort of travel back in time a bit. This is our time machine. Anyone recognize the song? Going back, yes. We're going back to the 90s. Do you remember the 90s? It was awesome. So you've got this vision, these Australian surf stars. Dun, da, da, da. This was the dream. So this is little me in a rock pool trying to sell wetsuits for a brand called Second Skin. And then we'd go on these photo shoots to these tropical places, and we'd all want to be surf stars. And it was this fantastical dream of a young Geordie sort of surfer who wants to step out into the world. But the reality, obviously, of growing up in the Northeast, as Chris touched upon, isn't quite the same. Does anyone, for a bonus prize that I don't actually have, recognize this place? Oof, close. The next big river down, the River Tees. So the mouth of the River Tees, the spot's called the Gare, but don't tell the surfers that because the waves are really good. It's a little secret spot. So you've got that huge industrial estuary there where they're building that Freeport, and there's ICI, and there's been crazy toxic spills killing off loads of crustaceans of late. But within the river estuary, especially on the conditions such as that storm Babette a week or so ago, there's phenomenal waves there. You can see waves bigger than the lighthouse. You mentioned the lighthouse at the South Shields Pier. So if anyone's not familiar with the area, you go down the River Tyne. You've got Tynemouth on the north, South Shields on the south side of the river. The end of the lighthouse last week got blown off by the size of the waves. So you've got these phenomenal storms. So when people say there's no surf in the UK, they are utterly wrong. So I'll just, this is an example of, it's not actually that wave by the River Tees, but it's in the northeast, so within sort of a beautiful day trip from here. And these are the sort of waves that I grew up surfing with my friends, a sort of motley crew of counterculture kids that didn't really like football, or were like, you know, the sea's our home, our spiritual home. You can see the colour of the sea is more like chicken soup than tropical blue. And you might be getting like, it's not like noodles coming over the wave, it's like all the things that get flushed down the toilets and through our river systems that we are like in contact with, and that's why this connection with Surf Against Sewage was such a beautiful and inspirational moment. So we're all wrapped up in wetsuits, and that love for the sea, you really need good gear, you really need quality gear, and that's also going to come through in this talk I've got with you this afternoon. So Chris mentioned when we first met, I was a 15-year-old. Chris is probably one of these here in one of these gas masks with this beautiful inflatable turd. And if the spot in the River Tees by the big lighthouse, another campaign that we did with Chris was the guys from Surf Against Sewage came up, and the beach called Seaton Carew, which is sort of near Hartlepool on the north side of the River Tees. At the time, it was over 10,000 times over the EU limit for water quality. It's like ultra toxic and deadly, and Chris was there with Surf Against Sewage, and we were these little kids coming up going, oh, we'll go down and help the guys out. And then honestly, this was like a sort of life-changing moment for me, a bit like you're saying with listening to Jonathan earlier, like these moments in time where you're like connected at a point of time and you sort of your journey changes, your path changes. And for me, this was one of those moments. I'm like, these are the heroes. I previously thought of the surf stars being my heroes, but actually the likes of Chris and the organisation that was there to defend our waters coming up from Cornwall, we didn't even know what the situation was. We had no idea what the solutions were, but Chris and his team were our superheroes, like fighting for our sort of love for the ocean. And then as time got on, the waves got bigger, and I went on this like beautiful pro surfer journey. This wave is out in Northwest Ireland, which we've got nominated for one of the biggest waves ridden of the year, which is all, you know, like almost like Chris was saying, it's like testosterone. We want the biggest, we want the best, we want this amazing thing. And then from the inside, it sort of looks like this. And for scale, these are the filmmakers and cameramen on jet skis, and they're all cheering. But, you know, with that sort of a lot of ego and a lot of, you know, you want to be a pro surfer, you want to do what you can, and you're supporting these brands, and you want stickers on your boards. But maybe the companies that you align with as a young surfer are not the same as your values are. So my values sort of locked in meeting Surf Against Sewage in those sort of early teen years. It was really influential, inspirational years. But the companies I worked for, they didn't really care about organic cotton T-shirts. They just piled them high, sold them out the door. So I wasn't quite at home with the brands I was presenting. But then I read this book. Has anyone read this book? This is good, yeah. So Let My People Go Surfing, obviously it was a dead easy read for me, because this is a sort of company, it's sort of a manifesto by Yvon Chouinard, who owns Patagonia and founded Patagonia. And his philosophy is basically, you know, if the workforce are happy, they'll do their best work. And if that means we can like take the morning off to go for surf, they'll catch up on their work later on. Like, as long as there's a balance in life, it's really inspirational. But it also goes on about transparency in business and trust in business. It's really worth a read for whichever part of your sort of career journey you're in. So at this point, I was obviously like, I'm hooked, I'm in, and fortunate I got a call to be to work for the brand Patagonia as their ocean marketing manager. This is where it all began. This is Yvon Chouinard with in a tin shed. Basically, he was a climber. He pioneered the use of clean climbing. So instead of like hammering in pitons into the rock face as you're climbing up, he created removable support so that you could climb without damaging the rock face. And that was the foundation. It was a hardware business. He was in there in the work shed, creating all the tools for climbing. And you can see it's a motley crew of climbers who would surf in their off time. And the tin shed is still there in Ventura, California. And basically, the reason we're talking about quality is there's a point of zero failure when you're building climbing products. You cannot let the product fail or it's game over. So that foundation of the company is ingrained from that tin shed and from Yvonne, literally making pitons for climbing. But then obviously it's going to move into sort of soft goods. So this product is called the stand-up short. It's made of a really burly cotton. It was one of the original pieces they made. The reason it's called a stand-up short is when they cut it and they make it and they finish sewing, it literally, instead of lying flat on the table, it's so stiff and uncomfortably horrible, it'll literally stand up on its own. So the shorts will stand on the table. So we still have this product in play now. It's a lot softer material. It's gone from cotton to regenerative cotton, to organic to regenerative organic cotton. So it's a softer fabric. And we're going to talk about that label in a minute. Please remind me if I go too far and I don't talk about the label. The other thing about these shorts and the other cotton products around the sort of sportswear side of the products we make, it's my one architectural anecdote for my half hour. So bear with me, the rest is all going to be about surfing, so don't worry. So basically in 1988, in the retail store in Boston, the staff in the store were getting sick. And they couldn't put a finger on why the staff in the store in Boston were getting sick. And so they called in some experts, It's a problem with the ventilation and the air conditioning ventilation system. And they're like, well, how can this ventilation cause our staff to get sick? Basically, all of the cotton was in storage. All the cotton, the jackets, the shirts, t-shirts, all in storage. And the ventilation system was sucking out the air from the storage room into the retail space. And the air was so full of formaldehyde because of the cotton products that the store staff were getting sick. So, whoa, sorry, the cotton is so toxic that our staff are getting sick. So Yvonne, being Yvonne, who's this like groundbreaking, impatient, agent of change, troublemaker, whatever you want to call him, inspiration. He was like, this is just unacceptable. Why is this cotton making our crew sick? So basically, fast forward a few years, the reason basically chemically produced cotton is obviously terrible for the environment, terrible for biodiversity, and has this like long, like literal effect in the retail space at the end of the product like lifespan, or at the start of the journey to the product's lifespan. So at that point, it was the whole of the cotton line would get changed to organic cotton, which sounds great, except for the fact that only 1% of the cotton in the world is organic. So there's not really any supply chain for the amount of hoodies and sweats and t-shirts and shorts that we want to make. So Patagonia started working with suppliers to build in this organic cotton supply chain. So I don't know if that relates to you with your suppliers, but sometimes you have to work with them and transition them away from chemical cotton to organic cotton. We've since gone another step ahead to regenerative organic cotton, which is working with farmers on another level. And we work with them through that transition from chemical to organic to regen organic. So we're working with all these farmers on various products on their supply chain so they can get value for. We'll pay them the premiums of the organic crop until they get to that certification mark. Then we'll pay the premiums to the regen organic until they get to that certification mark. So it's working with those suppliers. Any guesses what the percentage of organic cotton is in the market now? It started off at 1%. Less. 1%. Hasn't changed. Has not changed. So the cotton market's gone up, but the percentage is still the same. Basically, all of the work that Patagonia has done or is doing is super transparent, and it's pretty much open sourced. It's all on the website for anyone else to copy. All the products are made in factories that we are really open about. But that doesn't mean that all of the other brands, you'd assume the other brands would go on that journey with us, but basically most of them don't. A few of them do, but a lot of them don't. So it hasn't really changed the percentages of the organic cotton, even after all this amazing work that we sort of pioneered. Any guesses what this guy is making with these amazing gloves? Exactly, wetsuits, yes. So this is a wetsuit supplier. This is all the sheets of rubber, natural rubber. I can really geek out on this, but I'll maybe leave it for the coffee break for any wetsuit aficionados. You can see this like super skilled work. Like the products we make are not just on a conveyor belt thrown out the door. It's like really skilled people work on these products. And we would go into this facility and we'd fair trade certify the whole factory. Probably about 80% of the world's surf high quality wetsuits are made with this partner. There was a question earlier about the supply chain of, children working in the supply chain of garment factories. So the fair trade certification does a lot of checks and balances on that, and it gives a premium to the skilled workers who can then decide what that premium goes on, whether it's additional healthcare or support in the workplace, and it opens up a discussion between the owners and the factory workers. So there's a fair trade certification in place for this factory, which makes 80% of the world's suits. That means any other brand within the factory facility can also fair trade certify their suits. So we went in, certified the factory. Any guesses how many of the 80% of the world's surfing wetsuits have since chosen to get that fair trade premium mark on their wetsuits? Bit of a sort of abstract question. Basically, we certified the whole factory, all the brands are in there, and maybe one other wetsuit brand out of hundreds has fair trade certified their suits. But we're doing it because it's part of our entire product line. There's so much talk, super inspirational talk about design and that early planning that might help you create the best buildings or workspaces or products that you guys are all involved with. So with our products, we do have a product scorecard for the design team on all of our products. And the scorecard goes up to 10. So this is, again, thinking of how do you quantify the quality of the build of the wetsuit or whatever we're making. And the example of the criteria to hit the 10-point mark, it would be, is it functional? Is it multifunctional? Is it durable? Does it cause any unnecessary harm? Is it easy to care for? And is it repairable? And is it made from a preferred material? So you've got this like inbuilt scorecard before the product leaves the design room. And if it's less than an 8, it doesn't get built. It goes back to the drawing board and redesigned. So it's that multifunctionality, repairability, durability, all care, all of those things. So you can talk about this lifestyle of the lifespan of this product for as long as possible, and what happens at the end of the life of the product. So products under 8 get dropped away, and the average number for our products is about, I'm going through my slides here, 8.87, and the highest is 9.64. So this is ongoing, ever-improving aim to get our products as, I'm not going to use the word sustainable because I don't like that word, it's as responsible as possible. Because pretty much, I'm going to say like nothing that we do is really sustainable. So in a way, I'd sort of delete that from the conversation. It's responsible. Oh, it's coming. 2 slides time. So this is a quote from YC. So he'd often be the guy, and they're going, is it a 10? Is it a 10? Is it a 10? Get it out the door. We'll come back next year with a better design. So maximum attention is given to the product quality as defined by durability, minimum use of natural resources, multifunctionalism, non-obsolescence, and the kind of beauty that emerges from absolute suitability to task. So it's like these timeless products that don't really age, that don't have a season. So that's sort of the product bit over. But there's so much more to Patagonia than just product. They are the co-founders of the 1% of the planet, that if you don't know, is 1% of turnover gets donated to environmental groups such as Surfers Against Sewage or similar. They did pioneering work on recycled polyester, which came from a fabric supplier that was made the 70s toilet seat covers. Do you remember those? Those like toilet seat cover things. That was a recycled polyester that we turned into these really old style fleeces that are now super cool and hipster. Everyone loves them. B Corp cert, we've loved the conversations that keep popping up around the B Corp. We're founding a company with the B Corp, and it's a fantastic, like, the 1% and the B Corp are really two things that probably any company could, like, look at doing. The 1% in particular gives the staff members of the company a chance to choose who they want to support, be it water quality, biodiversity, social issues. It's really, really a fantastic program as well. What else can we touch on? Denim's horrific. Fair trade certification we talked about. This one, we have the best weed in town. That was a good campaign. This was to do with wetsuits, believe it or not. The weed is the Waiuli plant, which is a natural rubber plant that we used with partners Ulex to create the first natural rubber wetsuit, and it's since gone on to be a sort of pioneering wetsuit. This is a Net Plus, which uses fishing nets from two Californian surfers that went down to Chile, and the peaks on your cap, perhaps, or the fabric yarn from the fishing nets is turned into like a beautiful, beautiful nylon that we use in a lot of our products. This one is quite interesting. No PFCs, no compromises. So this is the waterproofing that goes in all of our waterproof jackets, which will be pretty much on most brands. If you want a waterproof jacket, the chances are it's going to have these like PFCs, which are forever chemicals, which bleach in the environment. So this year, this fall 23, as we call it in fashion world, fall 23, we've got a Gore-Tex PFC-free jackets, which are phenomenal. But there's a but in here. When we speak to the material scientists and experts that work on these products, they've done this phenomenal work on the waterproofing of the jackets. But when they go out to the suppliers in the Far East where our products get made, there was one slide he showed us the other day of this huge like warehouse area. So it's the facility that makes all like high-end jackets. But every morning the huge warehouse is full of coal, and then by the end of the day, the huge warehouse is empty of coal because that's being used to power the supply of the factories. So we're working with a lot of these. This is going back to that scope 3. So we know our footprint in our retail stores. We can figure out our travel budgets. All of our carbon is basically in the creation and transport of our products. So the scope 3 would be going back to that supplier and it's like transitioning him away from the coal to the PV panels on the roof. So they're the conversations we're having like way, way down the line at our supply chain. We're on to the tag. The tag. This is the tag. So in those shorts that we flashed, that we started off with, again, another thought that's come up today, just talking to my neighbor, Michael there, it's a bit about like, as an individual, what your power is versus an organization or a large company. And it's like that sort of balance of what can I do? Or is it, I'm waiting for the government to do it for me, like the individual versus the system, you could say. So in Patagonia, there is apparently a sort of junior designer who is responsible for the tags in our jackets and our And one day, the news broke in a sort of fashion blogging type publication that this tag was in the back of some shorts. And all of a sudden, like, the fashion press was, oh my God, what a Patagonia, it's such a good marketing story. And basically it was the product designer, you know, you could argue that it's not the big flagship job within the company. You know, his design role might be whatever it is, but his power that he could do is like, he just subtly put that in the tag of the shorts without telling anyone. Nobody knew. Nobody knew. And so the story broke, and then all the reps are going into the showrooms, and the store guys went and saw, oh my God, the tag is there, and no one had noticed because it's just the same stand-up short until you realize that you turn the tag upside down and it's got this like really like strong message about, you know, it's about voting and empowering people. At the time, I think we were actually suing Donald Trump for taking over public land. So, you know, we're not, well, we are political, but we're political for the right reasons. Like, we don't really care who you are as long as you're doing the right thing. We're going to support you, but we'll also call you out when you're doing the wrong things. So that's an interesting one, on going back to the shorts. This is quite an interesting one. Patagonia Action Works is, again, another platform which is set up to Skillshare. So you can volunteer, you can sign petitions and set with our partner NGOs, but also you can Skillshare. So if you're like, I don't really know what I can do, but I'm in this company that's not doing what I need to do, but hey, I'm an amazing designer, or I'm an amazing accountant, or I'm an amazing whatever, you can offer partner up and Skillshare through this platform with some fantastic NGOs. There's way more, but we'll move on. So 2018, the purpose of the business changed. Yvonne Chouinard woke up and said, we are in business to save our own planet. And yet again, we had no idea it was coming. We were like, what does this mean for the company? So it's literally, this is our mission purpose statement. But sensing the urgency in the climate crisis, he's like, I'm giving 1% of my turnover to NGOs. It's not doing enough. We're doing loads of other stuff. It's not doing enough. We're not changing the apparel industry. It's not doing enough. We need to save the planet. And so literally, this is like, he sort of changed the entire sort of focus of the company, and they said, you guys figure it out. You're all smart enough, you figure out how it's going to do it, but this is the goal from everyone from the top down is now on this mission for everything they do, whichever part of the business they're in. We've got Black Friday coming up. This was our 2011 advert in the New York Times about Black Friday, one of the biggest retail event days of the year. And it's going back to the R slide that we saw earlier. Reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, reimagine. And it's like saying, don't buy this jacket. Like, you don't need it. The best jacket you've got is the one that you own. Unfortunately, the sales of the jacket went up when we did that. But the philosophy was set. So we tried again. Better than you. So we're now in 2013. And it's basically, it's getting these surf shorts from 1994 back in the water. What do we need to do to get that favorite jacket, your favorite shorts, whatever it is, back in the water? And that started off the question of, do you really need the product? Do you have to buy the product? Can you repair the product? How can I fix it if it's my favorite thing? Like, I've been surfing in these shorts in Tynemouth. I was a bit cold, but they're my favorite shorts. I want them. I want to keep surfing in them. And then basically they started this whole worn wear philosophy about fixing and repair. And now we're responsible for over 200,000 items come back to our repair centres free of charge. So if you buy the jacket, the zipper's broke, we'll send it back, we'll fix it. And as part of any product that we buy, it's got this lifetime guarantee, which again is like that, probably for you all, it's like that inbuilt quality, that small percentage up front is going to pay it for you in the long term. And an additional 9 months use of a product reduces the carbon by 30% and wastage. And also, if you buy a used versus a new item, it will save you 60% of your carbon footprint. So it's like keeping gear in use longer is really instrumental to changing that fast fashion industry. So we then took it, people sort of love this idea of keeping my favorite jacket in use longer. So we've got a fleet of these tiny houses, we call them, that go around different communities, be that mountains here or the surf community. In France, we had a little minivan like this going around, and they repaired 150 wetsuits, which are back in the water for another season. And with this project, it's almost like that communication of teaching, passing on the knowledge of seamstresses and techs to get your gear in use longer. And yeah, basically, and that's also with any brand as well. So if you do see this little truck driving around, it'll repair any of your jacket, not just Patagonia jackets. So 50 years ago, we've been in, and basically Yvonne basically said it was an experiment in doing a business, but he wants to be here for the next 50. I'll fire along. So he upped the stakes. This was a year ago, pretty much to the day. And so Earth is now our only shareholder. So basically, he decided he wasn't doing enough, still impatient for change. And it's not really about the money or the profit in the business. So basically, any profit in the business now goes back to NGO groups. So last year it was about 30 million. So he'll reinvest the amount required to grow the business. healthily, but the entire rest of the profit of the business goes back to environmental groups. So we're talking vast amounts of money to all different kinds of organizations. So I think we've got a little clip to show you.
If the first 50 years were an experiment,
to prove that a business could be responsible and successful.
Irreverent.
Seriously, guys?
And reverential.
quiet,
and louder than hell.
Planet B. Turns out it's not just possible, it's profitable.
So it's time for a new experiment, because the problems we face are more dire than ever.
Like, how the f is this sustainable, for God's sake?
What's at stake is this enormous commonwealth.
So what's next?
what's next is resilience.
What's next is turning capitalism on its head and putting our money where our mouth is.
What's next is simple. It's human-powered, and it's finding the joy in doing difficult things.
You know, you think life is just one big playground, and I went, well, yeah, it is.
What's next is unstoppable.
Motivation.
There is a proverb that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together.
Not a lot of people understand how serious we are about saving this planet. I'm dead serious.
So here we go. So just to sort of fire through those principles again, it's about simplicity, about building this almost the simplest product, keeping it as clean and as precise as possible. It's about human-powered. It's about an individual making changes, what power you have. This is Heath Josk, a South Australian surfer that didn't want to leave his hometown on the South Australian Bight, but travelled to Oslo to challenge Equinor about drilling in the ocean in South Australia. And I think we touched on it earlier today about the impact of Equinor in particular with Rosebank and the oil and gas licenses in the North Sea that we're looking out at through the window over here. These individuals do make change. And a year after this shareholder action, because we all bought shares and went to the AGM and sat in a room of shareholders, and he did this incredible speech. A year after that, Equinor pulled out of the fight, of the drilling in that area. It's about resilience and the activism of community and passion, and for me, obviously, a lot of it's about oceans. I want to touch on oceans quickly, just to sort of wrap things up. But it's about protect the ocean so it can protect us. So 1 in every 2 breaths, or more than 1 in every 2 breaths that we breathe, it comes oxygen from the ocean. So oxygen supply is 1 in every 2 breaths that we breathe. It's vital for biodiversity. It's vital for our communities. In particular, we're talking about a campaign that we ran earlier this year, about a whole global campaign about different topics around the world, where we're really celebrating ocean heroes and new economies that we can envisage. The examples close to home are seagrass, the custodians, the film about seagrass meadows and oyster and low-impact fishing up in Scotland. Madre Mar is, I think, a beautiful film based south of Lisbon, where seagrass meadows are at risk. The Art of Activism, I'm not trying to speak Italian, is about a fisherman that was so affected by bottom trawl fishing in his bay that he put concrete blocks down to stop the nets going past. The concrete blocks ended up being sculptures. Basically, the local quarry, the stone where Michelangelo's sculptures came from, donated these huge blocks of marble or granite, I'm not sure, which then artists recreated into beautiful sculptures, which then got dropped to the bottom of the ocean to protect his fishing area from large-scale fishing. For the Love of the Sea, I think we talked about seaweed a little bit earlier. It's a project out in Pembrokeshire, a community-based project where they're growing seaweed in 3D farming. And the rest are from South America, Japan, and Korea. I can just show a quick clip about this campaign.
One of the issues with the sea is that it's sort of out of sight, out of mind in terms of what is happening beneath the surface of the sea. And we treat it like a trash pit with such disrespect, forgetting how important it is for all of our survival.
Nosotros acá en este país siempre salía 20 años atrás, que era el país más limpio del mundo, de Latinoamérica. Pero resulta que no, pues ahora estamos metidos hasta el cuello, con perdón de la palabra, en la mierda.
아하, 이거다.
To revive our oceans, we need to think about things differently.
Proteger lugares así es algo clave para tener una esperanza como humanidad.
People have power to change. If they know, they might care. And if they care, they might start asking questions. Like, why are we doing this? And why can't we change?
É como alguém ter caído no chão e precisar da nossa ajuda para se levantar e continuar a correr.
So yeah, all these films are on YouTube, and a lot of the work that we do is actually about storytelling, really. It's not really about selling products, it's about selling stories and ideas. So you've got this beautiful ocean. When you bottom trawl the ocean, it looks like this. It rips everything out from the ocean. And this could be to get our scallops that we eat. It could be to get food bycatch that would then go into fish farms and completely devastate wild salmon. So our European campaign, call to action, is an end to bottom trawling. Because basically the NGOs I've spoken to claim the North Sea as being pretty much dead. So I go out there and, we saw some dolphins and we saw a mackerel like this. In like the 1900s, they were catching tuna fish like this big off the pier. And now we're excited about a mackerel or a sea bass. The amount of biodiversity stripped from the oceans is eye-watering. So what can we do? We can scan the QR code and sign a petition. Everyone loves a little digital break. So yeah, this link will take you through to the Patagonia page, where I'd love you to sign the petition. We're at about 125,000 signatures yesterday. We want to get to 500,000, which is a bit radical. But we are going to use that petition to really challenge the EU government on the marine protected areas, because Europe is really responsible for fishing within the European waters, but way beyond that in global waters. The EU fleet is really ravaging the ocean and destroying mass marine biodiversity. And I said we'd go to planet Mars, you know, this was an artwork we made. It's basically like a call out, like, this is our planet. We have to do it, what we can do now. Like, we have all the answers. I think you have all the answers. You are part of large organizations or have the power to build the future that we want. You know, we're not messing around. We've got one planet. There's no planet B. And as Yvonne said, as businesses, you know, who is responsible to their customers, the shareholders, employees? We would argue that it's none of the above. Fundamentally, businesses are responsible to their resource base. Without a healthy environment, there are no shareholders, no employees, no customers, and no business. So just to close, you know, I hope you'd sort of agree that together there are paths to a sort of brighter future. And I think as we heard earlier, like, if you do want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together. And it's all about collaboration and community and action. And I think together, the next thing we can do is sort of be unstoppable and really sort of save this home planet. Thank you. No, I did on time there.
You did brilliantly. We've got 5 minutes for questions.
Perfect.
Who'd like to start? Anybody got a tear in their eye? Do you? Yep, Nikki.
Just a question, I suppose, linked to the pollution of the UK's oceans. So there's been in the news a lot. There's been a hell of a lot in terms of stands against it, yet we're not shifting anything. And it's just maybe just a sense of what your opinion is on this. What do you think needs to actually happen that isn't happening? I mean, you don't have to go very far to go and see the devastation and hear about the devastation of what's actually happening to the local fish life and homes and people's lives. Yeah.
Yeah, my thoughts on this. I mean, the campaign that we basically spoke to a lot of NGOs about our ocean campaign. It could have been about microplastics, it could have been on water quality, but basically the NGOs guided us in saying the best thing you can do with the ocean is leave biodiversity in the ocean. So that's why our focus in Europe was around this bottom trawling campaign. But you're right, basically the water quality issue, which Chris will be a far better expert than I, but it'll literally become an election issue this year. Like we talked about it going back to the 90s, it was an issue. But then this year, it is such a radical topic. People are infuriated. I don't know, Chris, you probably best placed.
So kind of rewind back into the 90s, there was no sewage treatment right around the whole of the coast of the UK. And the work that happened under the European directives then, Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive and Bathing Water Directive, meant that first-time sewage treatment works were built for all those cities. And then basically what happened was everybody looked the other way, and the water companies just took advantage of it and have been not building any more. They haven't been increasing the capacity of their sewage treatment works. They've been increasing the frequency of flows. I was talking to the gentleman earlier. You know, there's more houses, there's more covered up driveways for cars, less permeable things. So all the system is overloaded even more, and it's just discharging. And some of the water companies, very sadly, have chosen to actually abuse the situation. And they just use some of the CSOs, combined storm overflows, as continuous discharges, and you know they should be taken to task, and it'll be interesting. But I think you're right. I think it is going to be a voting issue in the next election. I think people have done a good enough job in campaigning for that.
It's amazing. I feel like you're almost back to square one with that, and you're like, it's progressed to a jury, but then it's frozen, and the water companies are really at fault on this. Yeah.
I had a question for you around the kind of courage. The courage that it takes to take off on a big wave, that kind of level of commitment, how transferable do you think that is to the challenges that face us? You know, we could all go home from here today and kind of go, yeah, maybe I'll take off on that wave of driving change forward. Any reflections on that?
Yeah.
How to leap forwards there?
It's almost like that. I'm thinking of that one particular really big wave. It was one of the biggest waves I've ever caught. And you're like, at that point, you cannot fall off. Like, if you fall off, it's like, it's a really high risk, like high chances that you might not make it. Like, you cannot fall off. It's like a zero failure scenario. But to get to that point, you've got to have gone through all of the incremental steps, all of the foundations being built, the preparations in place, you've got the team around you, you've got the confidence, you've got the equipment, and you're like, mindset, let's go. But it's all of those small steps probably it's never like, if you're waiting for that big wave and you just jump in and you go, it's like,
that'd be me.
Yeah, it's like, ah! And that's that sort of glory ego thing.
Yeah.
And quite often the best big wave riders are actually really calm, calculated. They're more like sort of Zen yoga gurus than they are these like gung-ho X Games superstars. So it probably is that really like pragmatic team preparation approach that would give you that confidence, but like, we can make this change, or let's start here and we want to get there, but we're going to get that transition in place.
Right. So all that stuff around teams and leadership and
it's like
developing those
really
things.
good. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, sir? Mike's coming up. Have you got the little thing? Where's the little thing?
Hi. Thank you. great talk. The one thing that struck me was the 1% hasn't increased. So clearly, if we want change, it can be driven in many different ways, can't it? What's your sort of thought on getting that 1% usage of the correct material improved?
Yeah, that is, like, I know from the Yvonne Chouinard, he's got this, like, there was different ways he could play it, okay? And when he sort of changed the company structure last year, he could have said, we're going to just sell the business, bring in the investment, put it on the stock market, and reinvest the money. Or we could make it like the employees could take shares in the business, or whatever. But basically, he's like impatient for change. With the clothing industry, he was impatient for change in that he'd put in all this work, and the rest of the fashion industry hadn't really followed. There's a few outdoor brands that are quite forward-thinking, but a lot of them aren't. So he almost went, well, I've given you the blueprint. That's the way to do it. Now I'm going to go off and he's going to talk about, they're in the food provisions business in North America. They're going on about investment in startups like the fishing net recycling into nylons. So he's almost like, I'm done with the clothing business. That's just like a vehicle for proving that business can do good. Like, it's a for-profit business. It's not like a vegan ethic. We don't even say we're a sustainable business. We're transparent. We've got lots to do. We use like the best feathers from the geese farms to make our jackets. It's not vegan. We're not hippies. We're not eco-zealots. It's just like the best jacket you have, as long as it lasts the longest and remains waterproof in 10 years' time, then that's the best thing we can do, is make these amazing products that last the test of time. And if the other brands don't want to do that, he's off to he's farming fish. Oh no, he's like using wild salmon, not salmon from fish farms, which is another horrific story. Trying to think what else. Mussels from Spain, because it's one of the cheapest forms of protein for the future, with zero inputs. He's off on another planet. Yeah, he's literally like, he's already moved on from the clothing industry. He's just using this as a proof point that doing good for business is achievable. Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Thank you. Wrap it there. Gabe, thank you very much. Thank you. Next up, we've got Chris Smeaton. Again, the talk about leadership and kind of energy and things. Chris is a leader in the digital realm. Listening to him over dinner last night, my brain, I was trying to keep track of what he was able to do and his thought processes. And again, one of the things that he brought to my thinking last night, I mentioned something and he didn't dismiss it as being old hat, but he just went, we were doing that, but now we're right over here. And I think one of the things is the pace of change that we can see and that is coming our way with AI, digital technology. And Chris, I think it's fair to say you've been kind of on the cutting edge of that. Not more to say, just come up and blow our minds a bit. Thank you. Chris Smeaton.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. How do I follow that presentation? I mean, it was amazing. I don't know about everyone, but I've been very excited about coming to Shift. I'm from the Northeast. I've been out of the country for 10 years, working across the GCC and in Southeast Asia, and I'm very happy to come back. Like I say, I'm a digital director for KEO. I spent most of my time helping businesses use digital technologies, come up with strategies, how we prepare ourselves and our clients for the future. Now, I don't have a story about Apple or about how I can catch a wave, but I have lived in Southeast Asia, and some of the things that were said in that last presentation, especially when it comes to jeans. When I was living in Vietnam, I'm a massive cyclist, so I do lots and lots of cycling. And I was very upset a lot of the time as I travel through this absolutely beautiful country with beautiful people, and I see all of the jean factories pumping out the dyes into rivers. Or I see people, locals, driving to the tops of bridges and throwing trash over into the rivers, because there is a massive lack of education around sustainability and how to deal with that waste, and the governments haven't quite got there yet. And hopefully they will start. There's a lot of companies there doing a lot of good things, but it really came home to me when we talked about it, when you kind of like went towards the gene story. So to move on. Is it going? There we go. So like I say, I work for KO. We are a business of around 2,500 people. We do everything from project management to on-site supervision and everything in between, architecture, landscape, master planning. There we go. And we have offices all over the region for KSA, Abu Dhabi. I'm based in Abu Dhabi. And we also have 2 offices over in Porto as well, so we've started to expand into Europe. And we have a very large landscape and urban planning division, as well as sustainability and the likes. And what I've realized over this time, I've kind of hidden behind our sustainability experts. So from what I've seen today, I really need to start to learn a lot more and use my experience around technology to try and push us forward. So let's set the scene a little bit. So in the GCC, obviously we've got COP28 coming up. There is a lot of focus on sustainability and what we do, from government-led incentives to smart city agendas and the 2030 vision that KSA has. Now, smart city agenda, I deal a lot with smart cities, talking about sustainability and platforms to help us capture that information, because unless a city is sustainable, it's not very smart. It's an aspect that I keep on banging on about when we talk about smart cities, because it's a theme that kind of goes under the radar a little bit. Obviously, we've got all the major goals around the world, or the agenda that we're looking at. So I'll not diverse on this too much, but these are the main areas which the UAE are focusing on at the moment. But along with this, when we look at the UAE has spent $50 billion on renewable energy, not only within the UAE, but also helping other countries achieve that as well. So they are putting a lot of money into trying to make not only themselves align with the agenda, but also other countries. The other thing along with that, they're also looking at the sea. So we have a very large base of mangroves, which is where most of the fish life is based or comes from within the UAE. They are planting 50,000 new saplings to try and expand that within the UAE and trying to raise the quality of their sea. Along with that, the agendas vary from different regions of the UAE. But we have an overall goal, and reduction of carbon footprint is massive. I mean, trying to reduce it by 70% is a fair old target to try and achieve by 2050, considering how much construction we're doing and how much we already have, and especially considering most of our buildings and streets and also bus stations and bus stops are air-conned. Yeah, given the fact that we see temperatures of over 50 degrees during the summer. But the thing is, they're really focusing on it, and they're putting the money where their mouth is, and they're trying to drive this agenda forward. But I stole some slides off our MD the other day, because he did a presentation for the Urbanism conference in the UAE. And what he did was he took all the projects that we're working on currently for our architecture, our landscape, and our infrastructure team, and he added up all of the boundaries. Currently, today, we have over 322,000 hectares of development that we're designing across the GCC, okay? So, if we put that in perspective, that's bigger than Luxembourg and bigger than Hong Kong. So when we look at what the government is saying around sustainability and driving these goals, actually, we have a very key part to play as designers. We need to really focus on what we're doing as a business to try and drive this from our ability and what we can do to enhance our projects, because we are responsible for a lot of land. And what was really good about this presentation is he decided to have a look at what happens if we planted that area. What would happen? How much of this biomass would we generate? How much of the CO2 and the oxygen would we generate from planting all this? And the figures are absolutely astonishing. Now, obviously, we would never achieve this. We would never be able to do that. But it starts to think about, actually, maybe we should look at our projects and see how we can enhance more of this within our schemes. So, because we look at interventions, and a lot of people, especially in the Middle East, say, right, we've got greenfield sites. We've got new boundaries, new sites. Well, no site is actually new. No site. There is history there. There is animals there. There is plants. There's, this whole ecology that we're about to either make better or destroy. And before, we always looked at negative. So we would go in, just do what's best, make a lot of money, develop to the best. But now we've got to look at how we can do it in net positive. Like, what are the ways that we can start to actually implement better interventions to make this suitable for future generations and respect what's already there? Because even with the desert, there is a lot of animals and a lot of plant life that actually exists there and operates there, and we need that to survive. I camp every weekend in the desert, absolutely amazing. I get to see a lot of wildlife, from foxes to deers to camels and everything else running around, and we destroy that quite often when we start to look at building these massive cities that we develop in these massive projects. So as a business, what can we do to improve that? So we started to look at bringing, I will get to digital in a minute. We started to bring in a document, and now this is still under work in progress. But these are a set of rules that we're going to start looking at to enhance how we are going to make our projects better. Now, this doesn't necessarily align with what the government goals are or what the world goals are, but they're what we consider important to us to make sure that we're bringing a net positive approach to the projects and the land that we're developing, because we're developing countries. So let's have a look at digitization. So we obviously start with building level and also community level, and we're very used to seeing a lot of this type of technology. Okay, so we're starting to use models, obviously, to start doing daylight analysis, energy modeling, thermal modeling, and shading. And they look very similar to most of you would have seen things like this, which is fantastic. We're doing that a lot on our projects, and we're using now live data from sites. We're starting to look into digital twinning with some of our partners like TwinView when we're working with existing sites and seeing if what we put in place actually works that way in reality, and then trying to feed that information back into our design. We do a lot of partnerships when it comes to digital technologies, and this one is one that I drove quite a few years ago with a company here in the UK which focus on planting within the model space. Now, within the UAE, obviously, shading is a very big topic. We have an ESTADAMA report, which means we have to make sure that 80% of any primary routes on a site, 80% of any primary routes on site has shade coverage. Now, when I started looking at that, like back in 2016 when I joined, what happened was people were just taking blocks from AutoCAD, guessing the shading, and then multiplying it by the length of pathways they've got. Well, you might as well not do it. The great thing with working with companies like this, the information that comes out of these models is actually linked to the national plant specification. So the plant sizing is actually from nursery data that comes from years and years of studying these plants. Also, we can take out water consumption, rooting, how the roots react to different materials that they're planted near, and we can start to make some real gains on how we're going to mitigate shading, how we're going to improve the shading on site, and how we're going to look at the feasibility of trees moving forward and how to stop them failing. But that tends to be once we've got a design. So a lot of the digital technology we use at the moment is almost halfway through the design phase. So we've already got a massing, we've already got a tree, we've already got a planning, a layout, and then we start to try and optimize it. Okay? Now, we decided that we'd go for a model-first approach and digital-first approach. So how can we start leveraging digital data before we've even got a model? And we decided that what if we could create a platform which could leverage a load of data from our internal databases and external databases to bring it together on a web application that would help us at a feasibility stage of a project. So that before I start looking at massing, all you need to do is give me a site and a boundary, and I can start looking at different aspects of the project. And what we did is we did a partnership with a company called Giraffe Technology. Okay? Now, everyone here, you can go away, Google it, and you can get access to it straight away. Right? So this is a platform that anyone here can have a look at, and it's really good for master planning, buildings, anything. Okay? And what that does is it uses data to drive its analytics. For instance, this has no bearing on anything. I decided just to draw a boundary and start to have a look at doing a development. And you can see here, it's all done on algorithms, so you can set up different capabilities depending on whether you're doing housing, whether you're doing parking, and the calculations on the side here happen instantly. So you can start to see how much parking requirements you need. We started tying it to infrastructure so we can start to see how much, whether we need more substations. How do we reduce the substations we've got on site by improving the infrastructure right at the early stages. And where that starts to become really powerful is we've been in operation in the Middle East for 60 years. So we have a lot of data around materials, supply chain, and obviously sustainability. And you see here, when I talked about the trees, we start to calculate the biomass, oxygen production, and CO2 sequestration straight from the beginning, before we've even designed anything. So this was during a competition that we were doing, and we're looking at those statistics even during a competition before we even go through to winning the project. This application we're running here is from a company called the Footprint Company out of the US, which has done a lot of investigation and a lot of studies around embodied carbon. So it's very quickly now, we can run estimates on how much embodied carbon is on our sites from a massing level. And we can even go down, so it depends on whether you're looking at a concept or whether you're looking at a detailed design. And if you're looking at a detailed design, you can go into the steel, you can go into the concrete, you can go into wood, you can go into all of those elements and start to look at how you can optimize the site to do this. And the great thing about this is it doesn't need to be simple geometry either. And it's two-way information, so you can push this out to Revit, update it in Revit, push it back into the system as well. And this is what we're trying to build. We're trying to build systems which we can start to leverage the data that's available and create a almost like a circular information chain so that we can build our internal data sets on what is actually happening on site and bring that back to Renew and bring a lot more value to them. So we talk about this, and now that's really at the early stages of a project. But where does this take us as well? Because I do a lot of work on digital twins, and I do a lot of work with helping governments build city-wide digital twins. And what this allows us to do is we can look at stuff at a building level, or we could go right out to a portfolio level, from a master planning point of view, or through energy, because we can look at building APIs and tying this into energy usage around the site. Now, it's a lot easier for us to do in the Middle East, I think, than here, because we've got a lot less stakeholders, or at least our major developers are normally the owners and operators of what they're developing. So we can get access to that data and bring it back. But when we talk about a collection of digital twins. These platforms are starting to connect together so we can do that. So you can see here, the video stopped, but this is my office in Dubai. So we're using TwinView at the moment on our own offices. And, you know, it's a really cheap entry to market. Digital twinning used to be really expensive. And also, depending on where you are, it can be expensive. So if you've got nothing, you have to capture stuff, then it can be expensive. But if you want to start out and actually start doing something now, it only costs you a few $100s. I think $800 for a pack of sensors, and then whatever access, I think Rob wants to charge you for TwinView. But we started doing it on our own offices because we're like, we've got to practice what we preach. If we're telling our clients that, you know, digital twins are the way forward, we can look at optimizing your assets, we can optimize the way that you're using your office and making it a better place for your people, then we need to do the same. So we started doing that, and it's been very successful to date. And then we can start looking at tying in platforms together, such as TwinView and such as Giraffe Technologies, to create this network of digital twins. One of the other issues that I've come across when it comes to implementing technology and implementing change around sustainability and other things, it needs to be profitable. Because not very many companies will pursue something unless they're making money from it. So there's also that shift of mindset and also shift of business of how we're going to make money from this technology. Now, I've had a lot of fight back over the years, especially when it comes to our costing teams, when they're like, why do we want to put this in the client's hands? We charge a client $1 million to do this. Why would we want to give them a platform that does it in minutes? Well, we need to look at our business and change the way that we operate. Because if we don't do it, someone else will. So instead, maybe we don't make $1 million anymore doing the cost estimates for our clients. Instead, we'll make a lot more money providing services to our clients around how they're going to improve their data sets, do the training, implementation, digital strategies. So we pivot. We have to look at how our business will pivot to other streams because the industry's changing. And the comment that we talked about last night was around, digital skill sets. And I read an article a little while ago which says by 2025, the average worker will need to learn 7 new digital skill sets, which is actually quite scary, considering how much we learn at the moment at work or adopt new technology, and that is only increasing, and especially now with ChatGPT. It's huge. I use ChatGPT nearly on a daily basis. Our design teams use not ChatGPT, but use stuff like Midjourney and other algorithmic platforms to create really good graphics and to create theming ideas for site before we go in and start doing the design work. This is only going to increase. So it's learning how we can pivot our market to make sure we're profitable during this, and we're leveraging this technology to improve our business and also be more sustainable. So moving on from that as well, the pivot we've done and the fact that working with some of our partners, because partnering with other businesses is a key aspect for any business moving forward if you want to move in a fast-paced environment. For us to build that platform or to build the expertise we need, it would take years. So one of my key things is I go out to the market and see who's the leaders in the space and where we can look at building these relationships between the people to try to push our business forward. And doing that, one of the things we do is we also learn. So now we have developers inside our business, and we start to look at how we can develop our own apps to sell to our clients. So our project management and site supervision part of the business is one of the biggest parts of our business. It's where we make the most money. And what we've done is we've started to build an app of how we track environmental tasks, wastewater, everything on site. And because we work on so many projects across the GCC, we can pull all our information into one place. So at the moment, we're working with over 20 contractors on board using this platform. We've got over 50 different data streams that we pull from site from multiple different tasks. And we now have it in 4 languages. So when we talk about why we should pivot towards looking at these sorts of technologies and why we should look at sustainability, well, it's not only just because we can make the world a better place, but also we can actually make money from it. And we can make our business a lot better from looking at this technology and how we can implement it and use it. So I think I've gone through that pretty quickly because last time I ran over massively when I was talking about, about this because talking's not my problem, shutting up is. So my key takeaways that I would like to talk about is, as designers, I think we underestimate how much power we have to make change. And you can see from, if we just look at how much development we've got, yeah, I don't need a government telling me that I make change, especially not after seeing the presentations from this week. We can make those changes and show and put pressure on the government to make those changes as well, because we can show them a better way of doing it. And digital tools are going to be a key part of how we get there, how we can speed up our work, and where we may need to shift our business models to be able to move our revenues to other places. And look at innovation for how we tackle those problems. Bringing new people into the business, bringing young talent into the business. So starting to look at different areas. So we're starting to look at, computer programmers, game designers, people like that, and look at where they can come into the business and bring the ideas from other industries that we might be able to leverage within the construction industry, which has been really powerful. And partnerships. Partnerships are the key success for implementing technology and driving change in our business. And without it, we would be very far behind. And just the opportunity to diversify your business. Everyone's changing to digital technology, and if you're not doing it, someone else is. So you really need to look inside your business and where you can start small and then scale across your business. And we can make some major changes. So that's it.
We've got 3 minutes for questions.
Oh, I thought I was doing better than that.
No, yeah,
okay.
Lovely. Great. So, microphone's coming over. Oh, we got 5. No, we got full 5.
Yeah, I thought so.
I'm running fast.
I'm probably way off here. This is about sustainability, this is about environment, and there was slides about environmental audits. We heard earlier on about people living in 50 degrees.
Yeah.
This probably isn't your bag, but it's just something, I just feel something off for me. How acceptable is it just to build a new town in the middle of the desert from scratch? Would it be the same to do that in the middle of Hadrian's Wall out in Northumberland?
Well, I mean, look, you're very right. Some of this development.
Is desert considered wasteland?
No, we need deserts. I mean, a desert is a fundamental part of our ecology for the whole planet. Right. Yeah. Once upon a time, the whole of the UAE, I think, was underwater. So it depends how you look at it. But yeah, it's these developments. Sometimes it's very difficult to justify from a sustainability point of view. But I'd argue any development that we do could be similar. Okay. But the thing is, we've got an increasing population in the GCC. Okay.
What's the GCC? Sorry.
the Gulf, so Middle East. So you've got Abu Dhabi, UAE, Dubai, KSA, and Qatar. To diversify their markets, they need to bring people in, okay? Because at the moment they're heavily reliant on oil for their exports. Dubai's done this exceedingly well by diversifying into tourism. And now most of their revenue for the city is driven from tourism. Otherwise, they would still continue with oil use. So it's kind of that. There'll be other people that could probably answer that question a lot better than me. But that's probably my take on it. Do I believe that we should be building those massive cities? I probably can't answer that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know a better way of answering that. Sorry.
That's a tricky question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gentleman at the back there, in the middle.
Thank you very much, Chris. You mentioned that you've been using these tools on your own offices, but you didn't say what insights or what changes you've made as a result of doing that.
So within our own business, we haven't actually started making any changes yet. And the reason for that is because we're still gathering data. So for myself, I've only actually been inside KO or back to KO for the last 18 months. So the fact that we're doing it internally for our business is quite a new thing. So this is why I'm saying anyone can get involved with it, because as soon as I stepped in the business, I was like, right, we need to make a digital twin of our office. So what we're going to do is after a year, maybe 2 years of gathering that data, we'll then start to look at how we can make changes. But yeah, we're at the early stages still.
Other questions? You mentioned the question kind of from my, and this thing about, and I know Rob liked this last year, this thing about REBA stages and at what point you put it in. So you could, using these kind of tools, you can work with a client right up front before they even kind of master planning stage to give them varying options on wherever something may be being built, and correct in giving them loads of different options, and therefore guiding them in the right way with data and cost and multiple facets.
Yeah, because normally when we talk about digital twins, we talk about asset use, buildings, existing buildings. But actually, when you look at digital twins and it says using data from sites, we can gather that data and use it right at the beginning stages to make those assumptions. So when we're working with some of our master developers, they have multiple sites. We can take that data and feed it into these models and then use their past data to advise them on whether actually building that site is actually going to be feasible for them.
Right, okay.
Or whether it's going to be a bigger impact with a sustainability impact. So yeah, it's about increasing that engagement right at the early stages.
Yeah, earlier the better.
Yeah.
And another little one that kind of I thought was, and I thought there's kind of like a football analogy here, isn't it? That kind of difference of collaboration v competition. If you could just, and my football analogy was that the women's football team, England women's football team, they all play against each other every week. And then when they needed to come together, they came together as the England team and went and won the Europeans. What do you think in terms of, should you own this or should you kind of copy it and share it and collaborate for the planet? So I know you've got to make money as a business, but how much do you share your IP and how much do you...
How much do we share?
Yeah. Well, is that, so collaboration v competition, just a quick thought
Well,
on that.
obviously we need to be careful because we don't want to empower our competitors to be able to push us out of the market, but we share a lot of our information. A lot of the applications that we develop in-house, we provide free for people to download and use, and they're being used all over the world, some of our applications within Revit and other tool sets that we do. But like you were saying, you can move fast by yourself. I think it was the saying, or you can move further together. The one thing that we're really bad in this industry is collaborating.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's collaborating on how we can push even technology further because everyone wants to do this.
Yeah.
And which means everyone is developing stuff in silos, and I even see it at a lower scale inside companies when they don't want to share between their individual departments. We need to become together more collective to push the industry forward, and I'm really up for that. So, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. One quick question here, and then we're going to break for. Wait for the microphone, please. otherwise, the world can't hear you.
Yeah, thanks for the information. I've got some experience working with Kyo when we were doing some work. My name is Nash David from Teesside. When doing some work on BIM for World Cup at Qatar, funded by Qatar Foundation. And something I realized that not just in Qatar, but in Saudi, there's lots of sustainability measures. Qatar uses QSAS, and
yes.
Abu Dhabi use something else, and nobody is using because of competition. Everybody's proud of what. So how did you manage the data in this term? I mean, if you have data, now what you showed is quite exciting. Now, but is the data for certain part of the Gulf that using it for, let's say, Qatari data will be used for Qatar and for sustainability measures? How would you do that? And would you share some of this with us? Because we've got lots of work now with with different countries in the GCC. And it will be interesting to see how these technologies can be working, can benefit the individuals in these countries. Thank you.
No problem. And yes, I have no problem talking to you and sharing that information with you. But you're right. It's each country, because people forget about this. Even when we talk about the UAE, it's 8 Emirates. Yeah. It's not one. It's not one. I know the United Emirates, but they're all different. So they all have different goals. They all have different ambitions, and depending on which emirate we work in, they have slightly different ways of working. So yes, we have data sets, but they are specific, and especially specific when you're looking at the difference between, say, UAE and Qatar. But the thing is, we've been in operation there, like I say, for about 60 years. So the amount of data that we have, it far outweighs a lot of the businesses that are in that region, because we are an Arab-owned business. That is our country. Without a market there, we don't exist. So we need to look at how we can enhance the building industry there.
Lovely.
But yeah,
thank you. Right, time to go to for our last break. And then we'll come back and we've got a panel on building better. Can we one last round of applause for Chris, please? No. Thank you. Sorry. Back for building a better future and how we're going to reduce embodied carbon in buildings. We've got Tom Bunn, Catherine and Fanos joining us. Nikki and Joachim, you're leaving after this coffee break, so last chance for a quick word with them if you want them over the coffee break. See you at 3:30. Thank you. Right, we're going to get going on our last session. Look at that, the power of voice. So our last session is a panel discussion. Building a better future, reducing embodied carbon in buildings, and a discussion really about the importance of technology and what the role of technology can play in decarbonising the built environment. And we've got three members of our panel. First of all, we have Tom Bunn, co-founder and CEO of Renew. Tom is an analyst, engineer and product manager with a background in climate and environmental sustainability, and he worked on life cycle analysis when at Arups, and I was with, turns out we both know Tom Heath from Arups, and has contributed to construction and industry guidance on life cycle analysis' circular economy. Life cycle analysis, no, sorry, hang on, has contributed to the construction industry guidance on LCAs. But circular economy is your bag, really, I think, is what I've got noted down. Catherine Sinclair, over here, Space Group architect, fairly new to the company, I think, but an architect specialising in zero carbon, graduated from Northumbria University and did her master's, included work on adaptive reuse of a historic derelict building. So this whole thing of, it's all very well designing a new building, but what on earth do we do about our old building stock and going back and making sure that that's part of our thinking. Her current work that she's doing focuses on partly on the use of waste PET, plastic, and how you can use that in concrete to increase the strength and therefore reduce the amount of concrete you need to pour. And some of you may remember last year I put a picture of the wave in Bristol, the artificial surfing wave there, and they used that and they helped reduce their overall use of carbon by concrete by 5%. But she's also, importantly, the Knowledge Transfer Partnership Associate with Space and into Northumbria University, trying to work on creating the Space Digital Carbon Model, a verified framework for net zero buildings. And then we have Fanos, lastly but no means least, Fanos Hajikiraku, close enough. CEO and co-founder of 2050 Materials, a tech company dedicated to advancing sustainability in construction, and in particular, focusing on bridging the gap between climate targets and the data needed to meet them. So again, that kind of thing that Jonathan was talking about this morning. So if you'd like to welcome our panel, that was like question time. Lovely, so have a seat, everybody. You've done that. You've rehearsed that, didn't you, underneath the seats? Just like question time. This is really professional. So what I thought I'd just do, and I'll just read it to you again, but if you could just give us a couple of minutes, your thoughts. Technology and the importance it can play in decarbonising the built environment. And if I start with you, Tom, can you just, what is that role?
Can I reframe the question?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, love it.
I think, well, the main thing I think for me is that technology is just a vehicle to get from A to B, right? It's not going to be the solution of any of these problems. It's going to be a tool to use in getting somewhere.
Okay.
The thing I think I take issue with in your question, and maybe the title of the panel is about decarbonisation, that we need to get past carbon, I think, with technology, and use technology to help solve quite complex problems. So I think Gabe was talking about the damage we're doing to oceans as an example, and there's 7 thresholds in the donut model that we need to be aware of, that if you try and focus on as a single thing becomes quite difficult quite quickly. I think that's the role that technology can play, is helping us understand that better and understand the consequence of action, understand what system boundaries are, so that we can chart a path that we think is the best fit. That makes sense.
Yeah, so by having lots and lots of different data streams, you can solve complex problems?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the way to reframe.
I think so, just being able to answer hard questions through technologies, I think.
Because there's no simple answer, probably because there's no simple question.
Rarely, yeah.
Okay. Catherine?
So I think as architects, we need to take it back a step before we even start thinking about using technology. So right at the beginning, when we're starting to make contact with the clients and discussing their requirements. So we need to get everybody on board initially, and then we can start moving forward together, and then we can start implementing our systems.
Okay. Thanos?
I guess, in my view, technology is once you have defined a process or a complex process to achieve something, then technology is just a wrapper around that to actually do it at scale. So in a way, decarbonizing or making buildings more circular or our industry better is it's an inherently complex process, but it's one that we're starting slowly to see clear examples of what works and what doesn't. So if we take technology and we structure the ways that do work and then push them out to the industry so that we don't have to redo something that takes a long time and costs a lot of money, but then we can just do it at scale, then that's kind of the sweet spot, I think, of technology where it really actually solves a problem.
Okay. Any questions immediately coming in from anybody, or shall I continue? Do we have a... Nope, not... Oh, over the back there.
Thank you very much. Gabe was talking about a scorecard that they have at Patagonia that covers some very strategic high-level points, like is it functional, is it durable, is it repairable, does it fit, is it globally relevant? In the built environment, there's numerous very detailed sustainability indicators like BREEAM and the Code for Sustainable Homes, and I was having a chat with somebody earlier, you know, like you get a point for putting a telephone point in a bedroom, and there's buildings that have had biomass boilers fitted that have never been used. So often these scorecards take us in the wrong direction. I just wondered whether you felt that that sort of strategic high-level scorecard that Patagonia are using could potentially be applied to our industry, and also if technology could help with that, picking up on what Tom just said.
Good question. So you would then edit those buildings out if they didn't meet a certain threshold? Yes. You would say, don't build it?
And how would you define a good threshold?
Okay.
I could maybe start.
Thanos.
So I think there's kind of two levels of complexity. There's maybe the examples you mentioned where you have a certification system that takes way too many things into one metric and then just summarizes them, and it kind of means nothing really if we just look at that. And then there's the engineering approach of let's have all of the data so we can dive into it and look at it in the absolute most detail, which probably drops off 99% of the industry because no one has the time or the willingness, let's say, to look into that. A lot of what we do at 2050 is kind of trying to find the middle ground of those, which is not this ESG type approach of summing up everything into a single unit, but also not having all of the data that only engineers want to look at. So kind of picking, let's say, 4 or 5 metrics, whether that's carbon, circularity, recyclability, toxicity, just as an example, and then giving that sort of scorecard for a building or for a material or for a product, which kind of lets you it lets you look at what you think is important from a sustainability perspective and leave out what might not be important for you in a specific project, but at least it allows you to compare on a specific parameter apples with apples instead of having to, decipher a little bit why the score of two things is the same and whether they're actually the same.
Anyone else want to come in?
So with the space digital carbon model, we're trying to take away the kind of tick box exercise and make sure it's integrated right at the beginning. So what we don't want is to add another level to an already busy project. We want to make sure it's integrated into everything we do right from the beginning. So by doing that, we'll be developing our own benchmarks and we'll be having it as part of the process.
The thing that came to mind when you talk about scorecards was how challenging it can be to try and simplify complex problems. I talked about that in the last answer. There's a really good book by Tim Harford, who's an economist, and the analogy he gives in the book's called Messy. The analogy he gives is about the German forestry in the 1700s and before, where these foresters were coming in trying to cut down trees, and they're going, oh, it'd be really great if these trees were lined up in a row and there's nothing in the way of of us being able to chop them down and plane them, and we can plant them again if we get them all nice and neat. And they found that over a period of a couple of lifetimes, that industry disappeared because there wasn't all the chaos that happens in the forest that means that you get leaf litter and everything else that feeds back and helps these trees grow. So I think scorecards and metrics are great if they're used in the right way to help drive things in the right direction. Like you're saying about tick box exercises, I think there can be a danger that you listen to that a bit too much in deciding what the right path is.
It's a bit of chaos as well. Didn't they do the same at Dartington? We were saying they did the same at when, you know, where the Schumacher College and everything's based, in Guy Shrubsole's book about temperate rainforests. They did exactly that. They chopped down loads of, this was in the 1930s or something, I think, in the UK. Down in Totnes, and where the Schumacher College and everything is, the people there chopped down all of the old oak trees, old oak forest, chaotic things, and planted for forestry. So we did the same. We repeated the same mistake here. And now, ironically, they were up collecting acorns from Wistman's Wood on Dartmoor to replant and go and do all of that kind of stuff, because we've learned. And I think, in a way, so my kind of lead on into the discussion a bit is, how do we learn? How do we take the collective learning of all of the mistakes that we've made and make sure that we don't make them again? And Christine Figueres was saying this. I read an interview with her in the RSA document last week, that one of the biggest learning documents they had was how the Copenhagen climate talks failed. And they had a 300-page Bible on all the mistakes they'd made to make sure that they didn't make them again when they were driving into 2015. How do you apply, gather all that information? Because what we're talking about is how we use IT and that ability. You know, we can have all the data that we've got, massive change in the amount of data that we can have and process to make sure that we not only don't make mistakes, but we make the right decisions and people understand those, and then persuade the developers and the clients that they should be making those right decisions.
I can start if you like.
Yes, definitely, please.
I think you kind of touched on it there, that we've got to be open in sharing the knowledge that we have and share our failures as much as we do our successes. There's a big problem, I think, with confirmation bias, that people see success and they don't see all the paths that went before that didn't quite work out. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a consultant he's an engineer, and they were saying, we don't really want a knowledge share because that's our secret sauce for the company, is our knowledge and the data that we hold. Leadership, which he's now part of, we're nervous about putting that out there in a way that could either be misread as, like, our project was the worst project and we don't want to be seen as being the worst, etc., or used by competitors to create an advantage. I think my comment to that is, and we touched on the last talk as well, actually, is that the value that a company has is usually in how they utilize that knowledge, not the knowledge itself. So sharing of knowledge, in my opinion, should be open, should be available. No one should have fear of doing so, because clients typically come to consultants and others for the way they apply that knowledge rather than the knowledge itself.
Okay. Catherine?
So speaking in terms of what's happening at Space, so I've only recently started a few weeks ago, but it's quite interesting that everybody's having such open discussions about what's happening. And we review projects, and there's things like the design reviews every Friday, and we have Thinking Thursdays. So it's good that everybody's constantly talking about it. And then with my new role there as well, it's quite good that everybody seems open to change and open to reviewing the projects that they've got on, and then open to this new kind of developing software that we're going to have.
Okay. And is there a culture do you think that's a cultural thing within?
I think so.
Within the organisation?
Yeah.
There'd definitely be some that probably wouldn't think that way.
Yeah, I think
Thinking Thursdays, it's a bit radical, Rob.
Yeah.
A bit radical, Rob, but you can... No, I'm joking. Yeah. Say again. Only... No, rest of the week, don't...
Just carry on.
Yeah, don't do that. Thanks, Rob. Thanos.
I think Tom touched on it. So I don't come from the built environment as a, let's say, background, so before 2050 materials. So I come more from a data and software space. And in the software industry, there's a lot of exchange and collaboration and a lot of openness around when you have a mistake or an error or something you're trying to fix, how to fix it. So there's platforms, there's open communities, there's like open source stuff that's being shared and utilized and improved on. And interestingly, I think this is kind of changing in the construction industry from what I see. So on a designer level, there's more and more forums where people are exchanging information, especially on on sustainability topics, because no one really knows exactly what works best. And there's also smaller scale stuff that doesn't get shared publicly. But what I think is super interesting and is starting to happen more is that especially the BIM space is taking on this more software approach where they are talking about open source and they are building kind of open communities to discuss things and share knowledge. So I'm quite optimistic, to be honest, about how the industry is starting to change in terms of sharing mistakes and sharing kind of successes as well, so that we continue to improve. And in terms of the IP of each company, I agree with Tom. It's not the knowledge itself; it's sort of how you apply to your own problems, and especially in this industry where we work on a project basis for the most part. I think having access to the knowledge is not the end game. It's using the knowledge.
Using the knowledge. Any other questions coming in, sir? Yeah. Microphone coming to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. On the subject of embedded energy, embedded carbon. Now, we've done some work for the last 4 years. We built, Teesside University built a very big lab facilities called Net Zero, 16 million worth of investment. The architect was GSS, contractor with Robinson, and we had an M&E consultant. And we've been shadowing on the research work to see how the embedded energy was calculated. At the end of the day, at the end of the building, now all of these parties, GSS, Robinson, and M&E, came with different figures. And guess university chose who? The lowest figure. They said our building is one of the friendly buildings. Now I questioned, now we've been working with them, so questioned the data that has been used. We've got about 5 or 6 different databases. So what's your view on this? How accurate is the information? Plus how politically motivated is the information? And what we could do in order to get a little bit of a standard that we all can believe in. Thank you.
Should I? Yeah. Okay. I don't know if maybe I'm a bit biased here because we work with a lot of data, and our goal as a company is exactly to deal with some of the issues that you mentioned. So with the fact that up to now, software companies and sustainability consultants are sort of siloed and they keep their own databases for themselves. So everyone kind of has their own curated database, or they use something that's not open to the public, so you can't really verify where the data is coming from. And that, in conjunction with the fact that life cycle assessments in general have a certain level of ambiguity, because the person who is doing it will inevitably make certain assumptions that are different even to their colleague sitting next to them. Our view, or my personal view, but also our view as a company, is that at the very least, the data should always be the same by people using it. And then there's still going to be differences in what comes out of the assessments, but at least you can go in and pinpoint the differences to specific choices and assumptions that have been done, similar to how 2 designers might make 2 different assumptions for the same design. So I think there's a big effort in centralizing data, which is super important, but the most important thing is, in my opinion, is to have it in a place where it's publicly visible, not behind a paywall, at least the kind of verification of it, so that then you can go back and say, is this the data point you used? And kind of put let's say the 2 teams that got out with different numbers, so that you can verify, and then eventually when regulators ask for a baseline, you can really choose not just the lowest, but really the most accurate one.
Yeah, so similar to what he was just saying, it seems to be dependent on how much detail the initial Revit model has in it as well. So if you've got mistakes in the model and then you plug it into the analysis tool, then the analysis tool is going to pick up different elements. And then also, if you use, say, one-click LCA to do one of your life cycle assessments, but then another tool to do another one, they're working from different databases. And then, say, one-click LCA, for example, you can't add in your own materials and your own data. So then it will just be taking their information. So it won't be taking the actual product that you've been using necessarily. So that's probably where the disparity comes from.
I think I agree with everything that's been said there. Like, the data should be open. RICS have recently released their whole life carbon in the built environment database. I forget what it's called these days. But anyone who's done an LCA calculation can go upload it to that, and hopefully community action happens. People upload it, people look at each other, interrogate, we celebrate the positive and question the things that we don't understand. The only other thing that I'd add, I think, is that whole life carbon calculation should be within building regs in the UK. It's not currently. Policy, the role of policy, in my opinion, is to define the rules of the playground. It's kind of set the bounds of what we should do, whether that's you must pull from certain data sources or you must evidence in a certain way. There's initiatives like Part Z in the UK that are trying to get this through that really need to happen in order for standardisation to happen within these calculations. I don't think anyone, to my knowledge, I don't think anyone is really acting in a way that I think is nefarious, where they're deliberately trying to seek the low carbon option. They're just interpreting it in different ways, and that's always going to be fairly subjective.
Yeah, quickly back, and then yeah.
I mean, I do agree, but there should be some initiative that we could then start working together, whether as academics, as industry, as policymakers, etc. Because we're going nowhere if we have two different figures, and then we go nowhere. How are we going to improve?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Is what you're describing simply a maturity problem about the construction industry? I was very interested to hear what you said, Panos, about the developers and the IT. And yes, you're right. I've seen it. And it's not happening in construction. The reason that we don't have reliable embodied carbon databases is we don't have enough information. People haven't opened up about it. So do you think it's simply a maturity problem and we will get there eventually? Or are there some deep-seated, what you might call business model-based problems that we're never going to overcome?
I could start.
Yes, we'll do.
I think, I mean, I'm optimistic. I think it is a maturity problem, especially on the data side. I think the fact that we use different databases that haven't been verified or siloed, the fact that there's a lot of manual work, that's duplicate work that's happening, in my opinion, is purely a maturity issue. And it's because life cycle assessments and sustainability accounting, let's say, in the built environment is relatively new at the scale that it's starting to happen. It's always been this sort of siloed process that the consultant is doing on the side, but now the quantity surveyor, the architect, the contractor, the developer, like everyone is being asked to track these sort of metrics and is being asked to kind of include data in their own processes. So I think that is very new, but thankfully it's accelerating the maturity, I think.
Yeah, I think when it becomes a requirement as well, that'll push it towards accelerating faster. So I think at the moment, if, say, in a design process, if you needed to analyse the embodied carbon, it won't come in until stage 4. And by that point, so that's like the detailed design stage, by that point, it's almost too late. So you can't really start to make any changes. So until it's implemented at an earlier stage where it forces people to look at the data and use it, as well as using the analysis just for the sake of having the analysis, I think that's when it'll start to speed things up.
Tom?
I kind of agree that it's not happening fast enough. Okay. I think our baselines are off as well, typically. That I think Esther mentioned earlier that do nothing should be the default within construction. You've got to be able to justify creating something new, which is also not the case at the moment. I think the data exists, but it's not yet collected in a way that's fully accessible. And there's a bunch of problems with that, not least kind of skills gaps, where Chris was talking about hiring software engineers. Like, we need those kind of skills within industry more than they currently exist to be able to pull those things together in a way that is accessible to the, we're not going to need to retrain engineers on being software developers necessarily, but we should have those teams that exist that are able to surface that data in a way that specialists can make sense of.
So carry on, sir.
Sorry, and that's starting to happen, and yeah, I'd like to be an optimist. I suppose as that goes on, though, one thing triggers in my mind, or two things really. One is that kind of development sends perverse incentives, like illicit carbon credit trading and things like that. People work their way around systems. And also there are unintended consequences. As these things get more distributed and cooperative, you get what I might refer to as the Twitter effect, that people are retweeting rubbish. And if you distribute something, that's a problem, isn't it, I think? Anyway, thank you.
So just an observation, and then there's a question up in the back there, so if the mic goes, Katie's mic's going up the back, but an observation from both of you, do you think that there's a need for a task force to go and, so with everybody, with all of those disciplines, the designers, the developers, the architects, chartered surveyors, etc., to come together and have a proper think about this? And because there is an urgency, we can't wait for it to slowly mature like a good old French wine. This needs to happen, early next year kind of thing. So maybe that's a takeaway that we could put out that's come from this conference. One of the things that we've decided is that following Shift, that there's a call from the collective, we could all put our hands up. Who thinks that would be a good idea in the room to have a task force to go and solve this problem?
Halfway.
Yeah, okay, so we kind of have a bit of a majority there. That could go as a bit of a press release off the back that with some caveats under the side of it, but that would be a good thing for us to do, because if you collectivise the intellect and spending power and the power in this room, that's a lot of people calling for that. That's a lot of people who want to see that happen, who would know it would make a big change. So that would be a way forwards. Now the microphone. Sir, your question.
Thanks. I was just going to go back to the Patagonia approach and this idea of quality, which we've not really talked about in relation to the built environment today. We've talked about what's inside the built environment, but does quality of the built environment matter? And then how then, if you talk about measurement of embodied carbon, then do those two things relate? And then what would you measure if it was quality? And would it be joy or delight or use of a space? And then do you think that then that, I don't know if there's an answer to this question maybe, but does that then impact on the effectiveness of that embodied carbon as well? So, and I'm an architect, so I'm trying to think about what we do and the quality of space, and why would somebody go and use a space? They're not going to use it because of all of the metrics that we're talking about here. So what do you think? Is that another way? Is that another measurement? How do you measure that?
Something that we quite often debate, so Renew is me and my co-founder Saskia, something we regularly debate is the purpose of our business. So we're about material reuse primarily. And I think the challenge that exists in material reuse is people not being able to see the value in existing materials. People see the tired thing and go, it'd be great if we had a brand new shiny building, or it'd be great if the glass panel wasn't this one that was put in 30 years ago, whatever it is. And it's great with the Patagonia example of patching up things and sending them back out to customers. That if we can highlight the value that things have effectively, and carbon is an effective way of doing that, I think, then that's how we're going to unlock a lot of that kind of stuff. I talk to people about bricks a lot because in the UK, typically, so the UK construction industry is responsible for 64% of all waste, which is gigantic. Embodied carbon materials is 50 megatons of CO2 a year within our industry, which is about half of the industry's total emissions. If we can identify that value, and with bricks typically get crushed and turned into aggregate, so they lose a lot of their value in the way that they're recycled at the moment. It's great that they're recycled, but there is definitely ways in which to take that brick and go, we can reuse this as a brick, as a structural element or a facade element or whatever it is, in a way that retains the same level of value that it has on the existing site into the new one. And that's what I think, in terms of creating a circular economy, that's the big shift that's needed. It's not going, we can crush up and put it underneath the road. We go, there's this brickwork here, and to talk about happiness and use of space. We talk about a lot about legacy as well, of recognizing what was there before into what's going in now. Be able to say, cool, we've got bricks here. There's an amazing story we can tell about it. Something that having worked in engineering practice, something I always appreciated about architects was their ability to tell good stories, and storytelling is something that is required in creating change. We were complimented the video a minute ago about how good a story it was and people getting emotional about it. It's that kind of thing. That, I don't know if I've answered the question, but yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So the best kind of building is one that is so loved and used that you have to kind of keep slightly repairing it. It's like Gabe's jacket or surf shorts or something. It's something that is so well designed that therefore the carbon footprint is so justified. And the material footprint is so justified.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Glasgow. All the sandstone buildings are still there.
Yeah.
They're good, you know. They're not very, they wouldn't pass your measurement, any measurement really, because they're really leaky. But they're there, you know, they're still there and they're not moving. So actually there's a value and a quality in that, which leads to the quality of the space between buildings, which means that they're well used. And it's like, it's not the EasyJet model. You use things all the time, use your planes all the time so that they're effective, and that's economically effective, but also it's a good use of materials.
There was a good quote by Thomas Heatherwick this week, and I don't always agree with everything Thomas Heatherwick says, but he was basically describing that the building that's least likely to be demolished is the one that's the most beautiful and the one that's the most used. I think that speaks to that.
Either of you two like to come in, Catherine, or?
We've been discussing quite a lot recently the carbon to cost analysis. So I think a lot of the issues that have come up is whether a lot of the decisions we make at the early stages will be taken out in the value engineering. So we can provide our clients with an example to show, well, if you save this much embodied carbon, it's really not going to cost you that much money. So as long as we can try and make these things go hand in hand, I think that's how it will start the process. But then on the other hand, I think the fact that a new build, you don't have to pay VAT on a new build, for example. So I think that sort of thing needs to change, because that's just encouraging not refurbishing and not retrofitting.
Maybe one last point from me. So I think when I think about quality, if for example, you're an architect and you want to build a hut for yourself in the middle of nowhere, you're probably going to think of every piece of material, and you're going to go see the log that's going to be cut and see the bricks and the stone that's going to be collected, and you might see something really special that you put there, and you would not even question whether or not it's sustainably made, because it's built from things that you've seen yourself. Now, it's probably impossible to do that at the scale of the construction industry, but I think embodied carbon and life cycle assessments in a way kind of give us a glimpse into what happens in the background for that brick or whatever insulation roll or whatever to come on site. So I think it's not the final, in my opinion, it's not the final number of the building only that matters, but more to have this magnifying glass that lets you kind of look behind whatever material goes into the building, that I think eventually contributes to the quality.
I've got another one. How do you educate the front-end client enough to drive this forward? So when you say some of this stuff doesn't even get thought about until REBA stage 4, that strikes me as barkingly mad.
So I think that's almost the whole point of the project that we're running at the moment. So we're looking at it through all of the stages. So if we can create something at stage 0 that's a policy and a graphical representation of what we're aiming to do, and we can set the goals and the benchmarks at a really early stage and make people understand why it's so important, then I think if everybody's on the same if we've all got the same goal, then I think moving forward together with the design, it'll make it a lot easier.
And do you think, so just kind of to run that one a little bit, if you had 3 standards of a building, gold, silver, bronze, and you were going to a client and saying, which one do you want to build, and here's the cross differentiation, but this one only gets you this, that would kind of set minds thinking, wouldn't it? Because if they had to have that building, I've always thought it quite strange when you walk into a building. You don't know who made it or who designed it or anything about it at all. And yet I feel like I kind of want to, because often, you know, I might walk in, see one building, and I go, well, that's really amazing. And I want to know who's behind it. And also, if there's a really bad building, I want to know who's behind that one as well, because I probably would object to that one. Thoughts?
I think we've got to, there are those clients out there who are, they're few, but there are those that are engaged beyond bottom line costs in terms of creating sustainable environments. I think we need to showcase and celebrate those. I'm talking in book quotes today. There's a really good book called Crossing the Chasm, which is about adoption of new technology. And in the book, he describes, the author describes a wave with a big gap in it. It says you've got your early adopters at the front of the wave, you've got those who are going to use it full time, and right at the back of the wave, you've got the laggards. And if you're adopting something, you showcase the early adopters to everyone else. They get interested and start paddling towards it. I'm going to turn this into a surfing analogy.
I'm interested. Yeah.
And they're paddling onto that wave.
Okay.
And if you're going to fully adopt that thing, you need to catch that wave at the right velocity. You need to see that, you know, other people are catching it further ahead of you, and you're going to catch it as well. And if you ignore it completely, you're going to get left behind. And I think that's the way of getting that action in place, is showcasing the great stuff that's happening right at the front of this, so that others behind can see a clear path to riding a nice wave.
Great, which we're all in favour of. Yeah.
Interestingly, yesterday when we did this with the company, Jonathan Porritt said that when he was working a few years ago, he had his range of clients and they were either all on board already, they were persuadable, or not yet persuadable, which I thought was very interesting, because that's definitely something that we can go with. And if they're not yet persuadable, then we need to think about how we can persuade them and what we can do to kind of implement the change.
Right. What are their vulnerabilities? What are their stakeholders? What's driving them?
I think what you mentioned about wanting to know the building, especially when it's a nice building, is showcases that there is a growing sensitivity of the public to these kind of matters. So I think that's what probably we should be telling the clients. So clients are starting to realize that while as a tenant I might not have much of a say on the embodied carbon of the building during its design, I do kind of care whether it contributes negatively or positively to the environment. So in a way, if we have this, you know, gold, silver, bronze system with costs, and also indicate the indirect benefits of building better and doing more sustainable business, I think that's kind of the start of the driver. But I personally do think that regulation should come into play for this to scale. It's nice to have, you know, the clients that really are pushing for it on their own, but I think for the entire market to take this on, we do need some policies, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions out there? So I got one last one from me. Oh, question at the back there. Thank you.
Just a quick question about, we're talking with the application of technology, mainly dealing with new buildings. And obviously, you know, taking the example of the Glasgow, you know, those buildings have been up there for, you know, since the late 1900 or 1800s into 1900s, and they are still working as buildings. How do we deal with the theoretical embodied carbon debate when we're dealing with existing building stock, bearing in mind we potentially have no data about what that building actually is? I don't know, again, if there's an answer.
Give me an example of the building. So any building?
Any building. It was more a case of, if, for argument's sake, the building we're in at the moment, we've heard was, you know, the 1960s, wasn't necessarily performing well, and ultimately it's been upgraded and has a new lease of life. But when we're trying to have that communication with a client about their standard default is, I want a nice, shiny new building, how do we persuade them to actually do something with what they've actually got? Can the technology help to actually persuade that, or give that debate some gravitas?
We were talking earlier about levels of definition within building information modelling. that when you start, and I think the problem is the same as a master planning problem, right? That you've got a lack of data which prevents you from having a good answer for carbon, say. I think we've got to get comfortable with estimates as an industry. I think you can tell quite a lot from a very little amount of data, particularly with existing buildings. If you know the building's gross floor area, its number of floors, its rough typology and use, there's probably enough data out there to be able to make a good estimate of what the embodied carbon of that building is. And as long as that's used in the right way, as in it's got a big asterisk next to it always that says this is an estimate based on limited knowledge, then it can still be utilised, right? It can still help drive conversation, because it's not the absolute number that's important there, it's the relative number of what you're going to go do with it next.
So I think if we looked at an existing building as it's already almost spent its embodied carbon, so we've got that there, and if you can kind of convince your client that if you've already spent that, whatever you build new is always going to be considerably worse. So yesterday I talked through the British standard that was the life cycle of the building. So you've got your A1 to A3, which is the production of the materials, and that's where the majority of the carbon comes from. So if you don't need to use as many new materials in retrofitting this building, then you're already a step ahead almost.
I think I agree with both. I think technology can just give you the opportunity to look at two scenarios. So to do this sort of scenario analysis, and then embodied carbon specifically is only relevant when it's the new material. So the embodied carbon that was created to build the building in the 60s is no longer relevant, because it's emissions that are already have been emitted. So we're only always counting the new stuff. So to the client, what you're showing is retrofitting, which emits X, and then demolishing and then building a new building which emits, I don't know, 20X.
Okay. Open to the floor. Any last questions? Otherwise, no.
Everyone wants a beer,
I think everybody wants a beer. So I'm just going to thank Tom, Catherine, and Fanos. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And I'm done. I'm going to hand back to Rob to wrap up for the day. That's me. Thank you.
So I've written some notes down. So I was kind of thinking, shall I just not bother? Because it's not how do you follow that? But what a day! I'm knackered and really exhausted. I think it's exhausted from just what I've taken in. What's been great. It's a bit like, certainly the last panel there with three guys there. Talk about running through the line. We've kind of kept the momentum up. Sometimes these conferences just kind of dribbles out at the end. We've just kept the momentum up, which is fantastic. And if I was young and trendy, I think this is the right thing where you say you drop the mic. Is that right? I don't know. I might have just made an absolute idiot of myself, like a dad. But I'm sure that's what the young people do. And if I'd been cool, I would have gone, drop the mic and just walked off. But I'm not cool. I'm just an old bloke. And so... But I guess like all these things, it's massively important that I do lots of thank yous, because it doesn't happen, lots of thank yous. And firstly, Beacon House, and I don't know where is Katie? Ah, there you are. Wave the orange. Yay. So Katie, as you imagine, these things just, it always goes really smoothly, and there's a load of work goes on behind the scenes that a lot of you guys don't see. And the Beacon House team have been fundamental in that, and you've been waving a orange, it's the orange clipboard of fear, isn't it? And then from our side, we have people internally that do it, and certainly Sarah and Elliot have done all of the hard work from our side, and I just kind of sit there and just watch, and So thank you for you. So thank you for Sarah. I told you I had some notes. I did have other notes down there. In my other notes, I was just kind of writing down that did you notice those bao buns? I thought I was eating duck. It wasn't duck. Well, I think it was, but they're just trying to. Because did you also have those chicken? Chicken. They had to be chicken. So anyway, so we've had this is a zero carbon event. If you didn't know, and that's why you've been eating cheese sandwiches for the last 2 days. For those of you, but isn't it fantastic? So and I guess I'm gonna have to do this because it's not working. This is so. For me to do this, and for us to do it, it costs me a lot of favours. I managed to call in lots of favours from lots of people, and I pay for that throughout the year. Some of the things I have to do throughout the year is nobody's business. But I've brought people from literally all over the world to come to Newcastle to talk to us about some of the amazing things they're doing and how they're inspired. And I really thank those people that do it. For next year, we will be back next year, and I know everyone's been saying, when we'll come back next year, the world's going to be fantastic next year, apparently. We're going to be standing in November next year, and it's going to be fantastic. But someone did say, who are you going to get next year? So, as of today, I probably haven't thought about it much, because I've kind of had a bit on my mind. But if there's anybody you think that would be great, let us know. We'll give it a go. We can get somebody from around the world. Let's at least give it a go. I mean, we had... We had our internal conference last year, and Yasmin Lari, who was an absolute inspiration. If you get a chance, look up Yasmin Lari. She's the most inspirational architect, won the gold medal this year. Amazing video on there. But nearly got her there. Got her here this year. I was close. She came to the UK in September because of that. Next year, she's me goal. That's a favour. So I'm gonna try and get her. But anybody else, please let me know, and let's give it a go. And yeah, I'll do those favours again. So yeah, apart from the bao buns were in my notes. There was some other things in there. I mean, I think just Jonathan, and Jonathan's an amazing guy that's been doing it. As in, he's been doing this sustainability, environmental, carbon stuff for 50 years. So probably over the last couple of years, people have started to wake up to it a bit and realise, bloody hell, these stats are a bit funny. We better start doing something about it. He was talking about it. That's one of those time things. That's it. Time out, Rob. You've got to go. So yeah, he's been doing it for 50 years, and that's not to be, and he's still as passionate and still got all of that energy that he had 50 years ago. So for me, one of the things I took from what Jonathan was saying is probably the main thing, is that he was talking personal responsibility. And I think that's what are we doing internally? What are we doing as individuals that's going to make a difference? That's kind of what I took out of it, that, yeah, it's great from corporate and blaming everyone else, and companies should do this, but it starts with the individual. So what are we doing as individuals, I thought was good. And then the other great thing, so we started the day by saying Shift was about being inspired. That's what we want. That's why we're doing this, to inspire us all. So we're all going to go out and do something amazing, and we're going to make change. And it was great. So obviously that's work, because a lot of people are saying, how's it going? All right? Oh, I'm inspired, which is exactly what we want to do for today. And then I just thought like I always do, the guys in the office know this, I always look up the definition of, so the definition of inspiration is the process of being mentally stimulated. So hopefully, even though it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you've all been mentally stimulated, and I think it is about making that change, and it's going to be little steps, so we can do that. And then my final, there was lots of notes, but my final one was from you, Gabe. So you kind of take the award for the last, the last word effectively, and the last word you said, which was very relevant. If you want to go fast, go together, and I think that's great. I love that. That's a really good. Thing to us end on, that there's a lot of work we can do together. Clearly everyone that's come here today is interested, passionate about doing something about our environment, so hopefully we can make a difference after doing this every year. And I'm just going to, Katie, have we got beers on? Yes. Good, because I think, I was thinking that stayed in the budget, because a lot of other stuff came out. And it sounds like the duck came out as well. But anyway, so please join us for a beer afterwards, and we'll have a chat about all this sort of stuff. But I'll look forward to seeing you all for Shift 2024, and we'll tell you all about when Newcastle United have won the Champions League as well. So, thank you very much. Thank you.